think I should become a One Piece reactor. I'm serious about this. It's so beautiful. It's so wonderful. Oh, I guess I gotta get this rolling. Yes, that's right. It is the Captain's Cast. Welcome aboard. The chat's going wild already. I'm already behind. I'm starting behind, folks. How are you? I am Captain Garrett. This is the Captain's Cast, live every Sunday here on the Swords and Starships Channel. Are you ready for some One Piece spoiler talk? I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about doing some One Piece spoiler talk later in the... I just got to get some things off my chest. It's such a great ending. I'm thinking I should become a One Piece reactor channel. You know, I just react to One Piece. He said I'm your friend. You know, would you like that? Would you buy that for $1? Please help a captain out. No, but seriously, what a fantastic show. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about One Piece. Yeah, it's a little inside baseball. If anyone watches Jeremy on Geeks and Gamers, a little inside baseball, he's getting memed because he said, I can't stop thinking about One Piece. And it's so funny because I know exactly how he feels. And I don't really have that with One Piece, but I had that with like Stranger Things. I had that. So yeah, no, I can totally sympathize. Fu Man Blue says, hail to the captain and the crew. Why, hail, Fu Man Blue. Good to see you here. Welcome aboard. Well, look what the cat drag did. Huh? Fancy meeting you here, Star Fury. Hail scum of the East Blue. Ahoy. Ahoy, Star Fury. Ahoy. Captain welcomes you aboard. You have been missed, sir. You have been missed. There we go. He's back. Star Fury is back, unleashing the fury of the stars. Yes. Go. Yes, the Discord is live. Thank you, Fu Man Blue. Yes, we're gonna be talking about One Piece, Ahsoka, and the chat never has to end on Discord. There is a link in the description for Discord, so check it out. I feel your pain, Star Fury. Work has been a complete bitch for both of us. Let's just put it that way. You may have noticed there's not many videos coming out these days, of which your captain deeply regrets. But, I'm working on it. So there we go. As Gary is to gaming, so I am to YouTubing, says Fu Man Blue. Posted your first video. Why, congratulations. Welcome to the fraternity of YouTube professionals, such as we are. So, yeah, let me know how it's going. Keep us posted. I gave you a sub, Fu Man Blue. I might be your first sub. I hope I am. Tom is in the chat. Ahoy, Tom. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. I am so glad to see. Tom is always here. I appreciate it, Tom. Make that content. And, get some of that content going. Could there be a co-host in the Captain's Cast future? Could there be collaborations? Star Fury, where's your channel? Star Fury needs a channel. You get a channel, and you get a channel. Star Fury killed my profile in YouTube by accident. I'm clearly an idiot. But listen. In the words of Captain Picard, Star Fury, it is possible to make no mistakes and still lose. That was his words to wisdom. Words of wisdom to Commander Data. Lieutenant Commander Data. So, yes, welcome aboard all. Wranglers in the chat. What? We got everybody. We got everybody in the chat. Says, how you doing, Fu? How you doing, Fu? And do not forget, my dear sailors and starnuts, we are live on YouTube, Rumble, and X, formerly Twitter. And we are talking today about One Piece. We're talking about a couple of interesting pieces with Ahsoka. We are going to watch I am addicted to this. The new Grizzy video is out. So if you don't know, Grizzy is a YouTuber who is performing a service to humanity. And that illustrious service, that burden of glorious purpose that is Grizzy's channel is he goes and collects all the reactions of the Ahsoka simps, all the Ahsoka shills. He goes and finds them and he clips them together into what I can only describe as magnificent. And I am shamelessly appropriating that content as a reaction. I'm reacting to him clipping together the reactors. So anyway, One Piece is oh my god, it's Jamie Lee Curtis is in it now. That's what season 2, folks. That's all my whole channel's gonna turn into that. I promise. That's a promise. And do we need to discuss it? No, well, look. The captain, this is the captain's channel, and I do hear the audience, but there's just things that interest me, okay? So I'm not going to really get into like a review. Honestly, I will say this. I kind of had planned to sort of review it the way I review things normally. My problem with Ahsoka is my review never changes. Like, there's never anything new to say about this show. The only small exception to that was the appearance of Anakin, because there was all that crap about it. That was kind of a unique case, but honest to God, every minute of this show, it's the same thing. It's just slow, plotting, clunky, doesn't even begin to describe dialogue. It's zero characterization. It's no plot, no tension, no ticking clock, no world building. It's honest. What's if there's anything really striking about it, it's how similar. It's like a clone of Secret Invasion. It's like a clone of what the hell is the other one? Obi-Wan. It's like a clone of Mando season 3, which is a clone of Boba Fett, which is a clone of every Marvel, like every single one of these shows, folks. I'm just Disney specifically. That there are like these are the things you will find in every single Disney TV show. Every single one. Terrible pacing, basic hack dialogue. I mean, Chat GPT dialogue, which is just soap opera dialogue that's just self-referential and just mulching over things we already know in a melodramatic way. Like filler. That's basically all it is, filler. And the thing that's kind of surprising about that is that ostensibly these shows are written by different writers. So I'm not so much interested in reviewing the show, but there is a really interesting, IGN woke up with an accurate opinion today. Did you know about this? Also, I have seen the first episode of American Horror Story Delicate, so we'll probably talk about that as well. So we won't spend too much time on Ahsoka, but I do want to share one thing with you, if you would just indulge me for just one moment, my dear sailors and starnuts. And do not forget we're on Rumble. I know you're watching out there on Rumble because I see the views. I get it. I get more views on this stream on Rumble. And so, yes, don't be shy. Join us in the chat. So anyway, this from Nerdrotic. He retweeted this. I just love this so much. This was exactly my thought. This is exactly my thought when I'm watching this episode. Okay, and listen. This is me being truly charitable to the filmmakers here. By the way, that is that is a real shot from the episode. Swear to God. So what happens is on Star Fury, like zero. So the first shot that happened was the Star Destroyer is coming in, and the characters are on the top of this tower, and they're standing there with the Darth Mary, who cares, witch sisters, and they're witches, don't you know? They're witching, they're doing their witchcraftery, and boring plotting dialogue. But then one kind of cool thing happens is this massive Star Destroyer appears. And by the way, folks, this is the only thing that had, other than Ray Stevenson, this is the only thing that had the captain's curiosity piqued, which is Thrawn looks kind of cool. He looks kind of cool. I want to see what he's about. So naturally, this is one moment among very few in which I'm kind of a little bit interested in what's going to happen next. I'm not expecting anything good to happen because I've watched all of Disney Star Wars. But in comes this Star Destroyer. It starts to descend, and from the perspective of the camera, right? It's just we're looking up at it, and it's descending onto this tower, and that seemed kind of cool. And this is an easy mistake to make if you don't like actually think about what you're writing, and you don't like have editors, and you don't like actually re-edit and revise things. If you don't do second and third drafts, folks, this is a mistake you can make, right? So from the perspective of standing on the tower, you're thinking, oh, it's here comes the Star Destroyer, and then out comes the ramp and all this stuff. And then they do this shot, and it's like, oh, this was not a good idea at all. I immediately regret this decision as a filmmaker. Oh my God, that was... and it's got like, I'm just going to say, you couldn't have deliberately done that better. I laughed out loud when I saw that shot. And Fu Man Blue, hail in the Rumble chat. And he's asking, where is Screamin' tonight? I don't know. Where is Scream? I hope he's here. But if you catch it on the restream, hat tip to one of our Rumble followers. I bust up laughing when I see this shot because I'm like, they did not. This is the problem with all of what Dave Filoni's doing. And I mean all of it. There is this kind of sense when you watch this stuff that you're like, they don't have self-awareness. Like, there's no self-awareness. Oddly enough, MCU is, I would say, hyper over-aware because it's a bunch of people who don't like comic books, and so they have to make fun of the characters in the world, which is something One Piece does not do, and it's very helpful to why that show is so good. But in the Disney Star Wars realm, you kind of have the opposite. It's like people are creating these things, and they have no awareness of what the experience of the audience is going to be. And sure, yes, you have the Disney shills that are, Anakin is he favored. Wow. I mean, I have no idea where they were going with it, but they did a really good job. Grace Randolph's honest to God take. No idea where they were going with it, but they did really well. I'm like, that is I would love to see Grace Randolph just debate Mauler. Tell me, I would pay through the nose for that. I would just Mauler and Grace, no one else, just them, and they just have to discuss like Star Wars or something. Could you imagine? He'd be, the funny thing too is I've actually heard him debate like people that hate him. Mauler, that is, some of the older streams. He's very respectful. He's very fair. He's a nice guy, but he doesn't like suffer foolish points. He just doesn't. Like, if you try to make a bad point, he's going to attack the point. He doesn't attack the person. He attacks the point. What's so telling to me about like the reactions that how can I phrase this? Let's just say there's a certain type of fan out there, a certain type of YouTuber that seems to think that they should be immune to all criticism. But if there is criticism of their ideas, they're entitled to destroy the person criticizing them. Have you noticed this? It's like you get these, I just want to love Star Wars. I love Star Wars. Like, where is that headline? I've got a headline on exactly this point. Where is it? Where did I put it? There it is. Yes, I got it. This from Yellow Flash. Yellow Flash found this. Hat tip. Link is in the description also.
So the other day, there was a reactor, someone that just watches videos and gives a reaction to them. That's it. And it's usually, oh, wow. Oh, I see. Haha. That's usually the extent.
So I'll just kind of skip to his main point. But basically, here's this reactor. So this is one of the reactors in the Grizzy video that Mauler was reacting to. And she was not happy.
too, because she did delete. She did delete the first 2 posts here because everybody gave her shit for it, because obviously what she did was wrong, but she didn't realize it. So she found out about his video, Star Wars Cannot Grow Up. And
Which
she
is
said
brilliant,
this.
by the way. And Fu Man Blue with a $10, that's a Rumble rant, correct? A $10 Rumble rant on Rumble, and he says something to help keep that Netflix account pumping. Yeah, what? I'm not sure. What does that mean, Fu Man Blue? You gotta something to help keep that Netflix account pumping. But I appreciate it either way.
You see she's pauses it at 32 minutes and 40 seconds where her reaction is. And she says, obviously didn't watch the video, but this jackass is using reactors content in his video to talk shit about them in Star Wars. Who the F even is this kid? LMAO. Makes me realize now why I had a random spam of hate comments tonight. Please report for using content without permission. So I'm finding out there's a lot more YouTubers using mine and other reactors content. This is actually disgusting, LMAO. How are y'all this sad? I just want to make fun content and share my emotions with others. I'm a very expressive and emotional person, and I really, truly enjoy Star Wars. Really takes the joy out of it when you find out just how hateful people can be.
This is incredible. This is incredible to me because now listen, on the one hand, I understand wanting to just enjoy something, and nobody should be attacked for enjoying something. It's like I don't think people should go and be hateful and put her on blast or anything. But that is a far different thing than simply reacting and saying that's ridiculous, thinking it's hilarious, thinking that that's a ridiculous reaction. People, you are posting anything you put on YouTube is fair game. You are publicly putting something out there, and people are entitled to react to it. But what I find interesting about it's like, oh, how dare they? How dare they use our content? Well, what are your reaction videos, lady? Your reaction videos are using another creator's content to create content. That would be Disney in this case. But it's like, how high and mighty can we be? So anyway, but Mauler, all he was doing, literally, I think if I recall, all he did was he just played clips of it. He just played clips and responded to, how are you reacting this way? Look at what's happening in the story. So in other words, he attacked the point, not the person. Now, there's nothing at all wrong with her saying like, oh, he's being an asshole. That's fair game. But then what does she do? She says, go flag his channel. Do you see what I mean? Where it's like, Mauler can attack the point. He could say, or I can, your dear captain certainly can. We can attack what's happening in the plot. We can attack the characterization and the bad writing. We can scratch our heads, as frankly, I think we're entitled to do when we see people just crying because he Vadered. I'm serious, folks. I'm watching this and I'm like, I watch it with like, I can't understand how. Now, we're frankly entitled to do that. But you don't see Mauler going around like getting, even when they were debating about the guy who he was a reactor who literally, I forget the name of the guy, but he's, because I don't follow him, but he was doing like those long reaction videos to other YouTubers' content, but he wouldn't say anything. He'd just sit there watching it, and it became kind of a controversy. Mauler was reviewing it, and but Mauler never called for him to be flagged. My point is, there's there is professionals, and then there is amateurs. The kind of YouTubers I follow, I consider professionals, which is they have a healthy separation between themselves and their identity and their work. The work is separate from your identity. You are not the number in your bank account. You are not your career. You are not, your identity is really an illusion when you think about it. Like that's getting pretty deep. That we're getting into like Eckhart Tolle kind of territory here. But my point is, the proper attitude for a professional is to view what you're doing in the entertainment space as your work and not your identity. And you can tell an amateur, because an amateur identifies with their work. So in other words, she feels personally attacked because people are having a bad reaction to her content. You see, she's not separating her identity from her content, nor is she separating Mauler from his content. She's saying he attacked me, therefore he must be destroyed. And I find that is where I part ways. She had some sympathy from me right up until she said attack his channel. It's like, you are more than free to attack his work, but I'm not going to put any words in her mouth specifically, but I'm just going to say that's corner of the internet, let's say, tends to be where we hear things like male fragility. We hear that term a lot, male fragility. What would this be? What would this be? I'm just asking.
I try my best to make other people happy. I want people to realize it's okay to be emotional over.
Well, shitting on Ahsoka makes me happy, okay? So that's what would make me happy. And laughing at your reaction video makes me happy. So you're succeeding.
For a TV show or a movie or a game or anything else, I want people to feel safe, feel seen, allow them to express themselves.
Oh, there it is. That's all once you hear someone say, I want people to feel seen, you already know what you're dealing with, don't you? Pronouns and bio. We already know you're crazy. You've got issues. Starfury with a £2 sterling super chat says, take a drink to numb your mind through Ahsoka. I will, sir. Cheers. Cheers to Starfury. Starfury, £2 sterling. Excellent. That's coffee. That's coffee. The captain must keep a clear head. I don't drink on duty. No good Navy officer would have a drink on duty. And as it happens, I don't really drink anymore. So there you have it. But we have more going on at the Rumble chat. Pull that up here. Fu Man Blue says, I'm special because my color is special. Okay. Yeah. So, sorry, I don't know what the Netflix's technology runs on. Haha, it could be a pump. Yeah, exactly. Starfury also in the Rumble chat says, ask Al Gore, he invented the internet. Yes, he did. Well, I think that the internet, I think that in 12 years, we are going to be underwater. Remember how he said that like 20 years ago? You know what I mean? I think that Daryl Hammond, was it Daryl Hammond on Saturday Night Live, used to have the best Al Gore impression. He's half man, half bear, half pig. Roll the tape.
Just the way I'm able to. He just laughed at your reaction. I don't even know if he laughed at the reaction.
I just realized, you know what? I think I've had enough. Thanks, Yellow Flash. I appreciate it. I've had enough of her, though. Anyway, check out Yellow Flash's video. But this is what I mean, right? So anyway, let's get into it. Here we have IGN has woken up and had an actual opinion. And, like, I guess what I'm saying is an honest opinion. I have a lot of thoughts about that. This actually, they swerved into the truth. They swerved into an honest opinion, and here it is. This from IGN by Clint Gage. Star Wars just feels like toy unboxing videos now. And it's what has your dear captain been saying on this very channel week after week? This show feels like Dave Filoni is just a kid showing us all of his favorite toys. And actually, this guy adds to that metaphor in a pretty brilliant way here. Spoilers for Ahsoka. How is it possible to spoil a show where nothing freaking happens? But I digress. The article goes. Sabine Wren finally found Ezra Bridger living with a tribe of turtle creatures dressed like hobbits, and it reminded me of the kid I knew growing up who would invite us over to his house but not let us play with his toys. Every kid has had a kid like that in their childhood. Tell me if there's anyone that has not known a kid like that, because I certainly did. For a moment, it was me. No one was allowed to touch my things. For a moment, 5 years and 6 episodes in the making, the staging of their reunion had the same sort of passion of a 7-year-old me wondering why the hell I'm even bothering to come over to this guy's house anymore. That's a you problem, Mr. Gage. So that was it. I have it right. Yes, Gage. The rest of us have caught on to this about 3 or 4 shows ago. All of this is to say the Disney Plus era of Star Wars doesn't feel like Star Wars. Oh, hello, retard alert. Look who just caught up. It feels like toy unboxing videos. Episode 4, A Few Hopes. That, by the way, these subtitles in this article are very odd to me. I don't understand. It's weird. Who subtitles their article this way? I find it odd. For the long and generation-spanning history of Star Wars, toys have always been a thing. And then here he rambles on a little bit about George Lucas merchandising. Who cares? He backed off on Jar Jar, etc., etc. Here we go. The first hint of essentially, he's basically talking about it basically being an unboxing video where the kid shoves his Boba Fett toy on top of a Rancor and says, cool, right? And he says, the first hint of this came with Rogue One. To date, still mankind's shortest space between a prequel and the movie it's prequeling. The X-Wings, the sets, the wardrobe, even some repurposed footage from 1977 made it into the film alongside a morbidly resuscitated Grand Moff Tarkin action figure. While the story itself was not moving the franchise forward, more plugging a hole in the established story, the film at least introduced us to a new cast of characters, including Cassian, Andor. It also featured a Darth Vader moment that is, admittedly, and I agree, very cool, and signals the height of his reign as the galaxy's biggest badass. And you know what I liked about Vader's appearance in Rogue One? It was sparing. It was only at the very end, and it was all of 30 seconds. And in those 30 seconds, it was like a horror movie. And that was as it should be. We should almost never see Vader in anything after Return of the Jedi. Yes, well, but that ship has sailed. Since then, however, as the Mr. Gage goes on, Vader, nay Anakin Skywalker, continues getting trotted out, seemingly just to get his ass handed to him by a series protagonist. First, he's tossed around by Obi-Wan Kenobi in a canonically insane way that actively makes A New Hope sound stupid. And now Ahsoka has defeated his spirit or memory, or maybe he wasn't really there. Whatever. I suppose it doesn't matter as long as it wasn't a cave again. Besides, it's a duel we've already seen before in Rebels and done much better, I might add. Itself a showdown that lifted a line from the previous time we'd seen Darth Vader wheezing through a busted helmet. It's Luke Ahsoka saying, "I won't leave you," straight to Anakin's face as opposed to Vader's mask. Revisiting these moments, even obliquely or as homages, becomes a harder sell every time. The more familiar a thing gets through repetition, the less impactful they all become. A phenomenon that's especially disappointing when a galaxy as sprawling as Star Wars limits itself to the same characters and desert twin sun planets. It's like unboxing. It's worse than that, sir. It's worse than that, Mr. Gage, because it's not they're just going to Tatooine every single time. It's that every single different planet looks like Tatooine. It's like unboxing the same toy over and over again, or really forcing the pun-attempting chapter headings of this op-ed. That was even out of order, blah, blah, blah. Yes, he's a little bit self-referential there, but getting back to Ahsoka and the episode, Part 6, Far, Far Away, in particular. The ironic thing is that the episode is largely filled with all the things that are easiest to love about Star Wars. Sabine rides a weird, massive rat with a saddle that's also a little scamp of a dog somehow. The aforementioned turtles cosplaying as rocks while also rocking Shire clothes are pitch-perfect examples of the fantastic things Star Wars is capable of. The characters, however, in spite of having finally found each other, are blocked to stand at a distance. Their interactions are quiet and subdued, with little to no concern for the journey and potentially galaxy-threatening means by which Sabine arrived in the Turtle Shire. It's like it's nice just to have these toys, even if we don't really know what to do with them when we stick them together. So instead of unboxing them, we'll just keep them in the packaging. And this is exactly why the Shills look ridiculous. This is really why the Shills look silly. Because those of us that actually are here for like a story and to see the Star Wars world advanced, we are sitting here watching these Shills. They're looking at shiny objects and they're crying and they're laughing and they're literally clapping like seals. And they're carrying on as such. And it's ridiculous because what they're reacting to has absolutely no substance. Frankly, I couldn't even stand like people I definitely respect their opinions talking about, well, I can understand why people like Anakin coming back. And if you do, fine. But I'm just telling you, they did no favors to that character. And this article is right on point about it because he's pointing out that, like, look, every time you bring Vader back, it just dilutes the brand of the character a little bit more. It ruins the menace of the character. It ruins everything about the character's legend that stays with us. And there's another example of this. I'm more of a Trekkie than a Star Wars guy, and I'll give you a perfect example: the Borg. When the Borg first appeared in Star Trek: The Next Generation, they were alien, they were malevolent, they were almost Lovecraftian in how sort of cosmic horror they were. It was that there was no explanation of their motives. It was bizarre. The things they wanted didn't match up with any of the aliens we'd seen before, and they were absolutely undefeatable. They were undefeatable. The only thing you could do was run, and they'd still catch you. Basically, Q, who got them in the situation, had to bail them out. And so when they would return, and I remember a Star Trek writer mentioning this exact thing. He's like, the Borg have to be used sparingly because whenever they're there, they have to go 100% full tilt. And this is very important for writers out there. If you have a villain that is undefeatable, a force of nature, you've got to be very sparing with that villain's appearances because every time that villain shows up and the characters outsmart them, elude them, escape the prison, whatever it is, that villain has just lost a little bit of cred. And what happened was the Voyager show basically diluted the Borg. The Borg became less and less of a threat until finally it just became almost kind of sad. The Borg would show up and, Captain Janeway would be there on the bridge and be like, wait, we'll fight you. And then she'd win. He'd be like, yeah, this resistance is futile meme is getting a little bit tired. Anyway, my point is they've done this to Vader. And so to those who would argue in favor of Anakin's appearance in this episode, this is my point to you. This is what they're doing to this character. I'm not saying he couldn't come back and have it be meaningful, but because there was no character work whatsoever, it was a nothing burger, and that is criminal. Look, if they want to bring back, let's see, who is like a Disney Star Wars character they could have brought in? Mon Mothma. No, that's not a Disney Star Wars. I don't know. They don't really have any good original characters in modern Star Wars. So this is all they can do is go dig up the bones of some other character. Let's see. Was there anything else I wanted to cover in this article? Let us continue. Prior to that moment, that's about all I have. Let's see how he finishes off. Prior to that moment, though, a more telling bit of dialogue sparked the fandom's interest. To be fair, I was feeling good about this episode. That is exactly the problem, Mr. Gage. Like as Dave Rubin likes to put it, the truth is on a time-released pill with these people. It's like, listen, this is the point. This is what Mauler, this is what Critical Drinker, this is what all of these critics that are considered the hateful pipeline to the alt-right on YouTube have been trying to tell you. By clapping like seals for this crap, this is what you have endorsed, is exactly what you're critiquing in this article. To be fair, I was feeling good about this episode, with Anakin's cameo in the rearview mirror and nothing but space whale galaxy hopping ahead of us. Then Hu Yang, oh my God, this is the worst, the most cringe part. This might be the most cringe moment in all of Disney Star Wars, but maybe the second worst. Then Hu Yang began a story with, and I shit you not, a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away. A moment of silence, my dear sailors and star nuts, for the death of Star Wars. Doff your caps, if you would. Thank you. Thank you. Granted, that's partially the title of the episode, and the ancient droid would have technically been accurate, describing the witches of Dathomir and their origins with that phrase, but the line is not for Ahsoka. It's meant for us out here in the audience. That the line could be an elaborate retcon of the Star Wars universe or a drastic expansion of its scope seems absurd to me. You can just delete the word seems, sir. It is absurd. Instead, I think it's the perfect example of Star Wars needing new toys in universe, or you could say Star Wars needs to grow up. Hat tip the long man, Mauler. In universe, the line comes from a droid built 25,000 years ago, telling ancient stories to a character who grew up hearing them. And out here in the audience, there's no better metaphor for the current state of Disney Plus era Star Wars fare. Well, here is my question, Mr. Gage. Who let you off the leash? Like, who approved you to give an honest critique of this show? Who approved you to criticize the mighty and powerful Disney? The worm has turned, folks, as El Rushbo used to say. The worm has turned. Something is like, I think the natives are getting restless. I think the orders have gone out. You are allowed to have a somewhat honest take about this drivel. So I just found that. Where were you, Mr. Gage of IGN? Where were you when, like, show after show after show produced this slop? Nowhere is where you were. Let's see. How are they doing in the ratings? I want to pull this one up. Get this on tap. We'll get some chat. Got some chat going too. What's it? I see stuff in the Rumble. Yes. Some nice chat over there. Grab my YouTube chat. Fu Man Blue says, why is my stream slowing? Why is my stream slowing? It's probably all I need to get the ad blocker going again. Anyway, but I digress. Fu Man Blue says, the fact that anyone gives the time of day to reactors, let alone elevates them to any level of success, is puzzling to me. You know, full confession, I watch a reactor or two. But you know, it is funny though. I don't watch very many of them because usually what they're reacting to is more interesting than their take. I don't begrudge anyone loving something and wanting to share their love and appreciation for it. But see, there's a little con trick that they're playing because they act like they're all about love and happiness and joy and let's just all be fans together. But the very second that anyone expresses any pushback to their point of view, look at how nasty they become. Oh, flag that channel. Get them taken down. If they're a racist troll. And it's like they disagree with you. Like, what's wrong with you? That's what I object to. Fu Man Blue goes on to say, it feels like it might be the end of the line for our species' ability to emotionally develop when we rely on other people's fake reactions to tell us what and when we should feel. You know, I think that there is an affirmation that I have adopted in my morning meditation routine, which goes like this. My judgments prevent me from seeing the good that lies beneath appearances. And I like to contemplate the meaning of that phrase. And what I would say is it's easy to get blackpilled about kind of the modern internet high school drama that we all live in now. On the other hand, it's possible that this is, humanity working through some things that have always been there. Like, I had this thought about, I was watching a video, I think it had to do with like the Russell Brand controversy and how like we literally have bureaucrats trying to get people deplatformed from governments and things like that. And it occurred to me that like this kind of shit has probably been happening forever and ever and ever. But until the internet, nobody really ever heard about it. Nobody ever really heard about this kind of status blackmail going on until now. And so I kind of think that like some of what's happening is artificial, and some of it is we're starting to see things we didn't see before. And Fu Man Blue concludes with, "So long, Star Wars. I knew you well. Yes, we hardly knew ye. We hardly knew ye." So this from Bounding into Comics. Yes, this is. By the way, lightsabers are dead. Lightsabers are dead to me now. It's ridiculous. Ahsoka premiere viewership numbers worse than The Mandalorian Season 2 and Obi-Wan Kenobi, according to new Nielsen numbers. So my point is they're getting their just desserts. New Nielsen numbers reveal that the premiere viewership, make sure, yeah, good. The premiere viewership of Ahsoka was far worse than The Mandalorian Season 2 and Obi-Wan Kenobi. By the way, that is every expression. This picture of Ahsoka here, that is literally her only expression. It is also the only expression of Hera, Sabine, and the Chihuahua, Shinhati. It's their only expression. And the witch. It's basically, that's literally the only thing they do the entire show. Nielsen reports that Ahsoka viewership clocked in at 829 million minutes viewed for the week of August 21st to 27th, the week that Lucasfilm released the first 2 episodes. There we have the rankings, and it was something, where was it? It was like number 5 on the streaming. This is less than premieres for The Mandalorian Season 2 and Obi-Wan Kenobi. The Mandalorian Season 2 had a premiere of 1 billion minutes back in 2020. Of course, of note, the premiere numbers only included the first episode, The Marshal, instead of 2 episodes like Ahsoka, as is included here. So in other words, The Mandalorian Season 2 beat it with only 1 episode's viewing minutes. It beat 2 episodes of Ahsoka. Obi-Wan Kenobi premiered with 958 million minutes back in May 2022. Like Ahsoka, it included the first 2 episodes. The premiere did edge out Mandalorian Season 3. That series debuted on the Nielsen charts was 823 million minutes. And a lot of it's mostly just number crunching. But my point is, it is falling like a rock. So, this from Samba TV. The latest new Star Wars series, Ahsoka, finally hit screens with 1.2 million households over its first 6 days. This is similar to the viewership of Andor and slightly lower than The Mandalorian's 3rd season premiere. And I think Valiant Renegade had a great take on this as well. Yeah, Mando Season 2 and Obi-Wan both measured at 4 days, with Ahsoka now at 6. And so there you have it. It is basically coming in under all these other failed shows. Is there anything else I wanted to grab for you in this article? I think that pretty much covers it. So my point here is they are failing. They are failing. So there you go. That's pretty much. I guess I'll just wrap up my thoughts on Ahsoka here with just. I'm watching this episode, and yes, we all know that she arrives on there. They're in a new galaxy, folks, and it is incredible to me how banal it was. It was so boring. I'm thinking to myself, why even put it in a new galaxy? Oh man, is the Rumble working? Making sure it's working. Okay, cool. Just had to check on that real quick. You know, I start Mass Effect Andromeda. Okay, I'm a huge fan of Mass Effect. I was not a fan of the decision to like set it in another galaxy, but I will give Mass Effect one note of credit on Andromeda is they built up the suspense of the idea of getting to another galaxy, the massive undertaking that would entail. That, like, basically all the characters were asleep in stasis for 800 years, to get to the Andromeda galaxy. There was also the idea that, like, I kind of liked the fact that, the Andromeda galaxy is a real galaxy it's our neighboring galaxy. It's twice the size of the Milky Way. It's got about 1 trillion stars in it. And wait. No, that's not correct. We have about 400 or 500 billion stars in the Milky Way. I think so. No, I think I'm right about that. I think it's about 1 trillion stars in the Andromeda galaxy. Anyway, my point is, when you get to the Andromeda galaxy, there's a feeling of wonder. There's a feeling of like, we have to survive here. That was, to me, where Andromeda, the game, shined. Like that, those story elements and that idea of kind of exploring a wondrous galaxy. I cannot tell you how much Ahsoka pales in comparison to even that. It's like that they arrive at a planet. It's a planet. Like, it's a planet. Like, what do you want? It's kind of gray and boring. You know what, honestly? It looked like a Ridley Scott alien planet. Have you noticed this? Every Ridley Scott alien planet looks kind of like a barren Alaskan tundra. And that's just all of them. It doesn't matter if it's Prometheus or Alien Covenant. It's like they all look like this. And it's basically an Alaskan tundra. Okay, fine. And there's a whale graveyard. Who cares? But I'm struck by the fact that there's no sense of like alien cultures. It's just more self-referential Star Wars. Oh, we're the witches of Dathomiri. And I'm thinking, way to suck all the wonder out of two galaxies, for Christ's sake. You've sucked the life out of 2 galaxies. Also, what is this galaxy? What is it called? Has anyone traveled here before? Like, there's none of that. And then we get Sabine goes on her not so epic quest to find Ezra. It's like, oh, here's a dog you can ride. She's never seen this animal, never seen this species before. She gets on it, and it immediately follows all her commands. She has no difficulty whatsoever controlling this animal or communicating with it. She just understands. Also, by the way, Thrawn stormtroopers understand this. How? Have they been using these creatures? If so, why haven't they looked for Ezra? Don't ask questions, just consume product. Anyway, she goes crossing the tundra, and I'm thinking, now here is a point in the episode where you have a perfect opportunity for the kind of Joseph Campbell hero's journey. She encounters some kind of mini journey. You would think, but at least something. But she basically rides this animal with ease. She fights off 7 guys with ease. She is then angry at the animal that she's only met 5 minutes ago because the animal ran away when there was danger. And I'm like, I wanted to puke. I was physically ill with how insanely stupid this writing is. I'm like, she's literally berating this wolf creature. And you know what should have happened? It should have just either been chewing its cud, just like, because that might have been kind of comedic. Like she's yelling at the wind like that. That at least would have been a kind of beat of levity. But even better would be the wolf, because it's a half wild animal and it's unpredictable. It just ate her. Like South Park. It drags her off to the side. That would have been the best solution. Anyway. But instead, what does it do? It makes cute baby Yoda animal sounds. Oh, I feel sad now. You don't like the fucking animal just met her. It's now, am I to believe that all the stormtroopers had this relationship with this rat wolf thing? Why do I bring this up? I bring this up because the crime here is that there is no tension. There's no stakes. There's nothing she has to overcome. There's nothing she has to be clever. She just stumbles. She stumbles into the little snail guys. And, they could have been cute and interesting. You know what this is? The word fan fiction gets tossed around, but what I would say is, insofar as it's similar to fan fiction, where I would say fan fiction goes wrong is that you have, not wrong per se, because fan fiction is what it is. It's just for fun. It's, fans having fun with the lore. But the problem with treating it as though it's a professional rendition of the story is that you basically have people who don't really understand what makes Star Wars meaningful writing this stuff. It's like they don't understand why Yoda is so interesting as this kind of somewhat cute, odd little creature, but then winds up becoming this wise sensei. Because the fact that Yoda was misunderstood by Luke, because Luke judge me by my size, do you? Right? That the whole point was that Yoda, looking like a silly green guy who actually turned out to be one of the wisest, most powerful Jedis who ever lived, that was a lesson in and of itself for Luke. That is a profound story, folks. That's profound. Dave Filoni and these idiots have none of that. They have none of that in their writing. And that is why it makes me I have a difficult time holding down food when I watch these shills react to it. Look, if you're enjoying the show, it's fine. You're entitled to enjoy whatever you like, but I'm telling you, flat out objectively, this is garbage, folks. Like, this show is shit. It is absolute drivel. Anyway, Blueman Blue says, it at least resembled a story once upon a time. You know, part of it, too, is I see opportunity here. And as Wrangler says, remember when Star Wars actually used to make sense? I was thinking about this. How would I redo like the first episode of Ahsoka? And I had a couple of thoughts. Like, assuming I kind of had to like use what they've already got mostly. Here's what I would have had the very first scene. First of all, Ray Stevenson's character Balin would have been flat out the big bad in the story. He would at least for the first 2 acts of the season, he would be an absolute malevolent antagonist. And he's like the Terminator. He's just like the absolute Terminator. If he shows up, we're in deep doo-doo. Okay. So that'd be number one. And I thought maybe something more interesting would be to have the New Republic are engaged in a fight with the Imperial Remnant. The Imperial Remnant have swept into a heavily populated planet of the New Republic, and they're just bombing it. They're just attacking it. And this one lone star cruiser of the New Republic is desperately trying to fight them off, right? And so it's sort of like a terrorist attack on a New Republic planet, and they're just bombing indiscriminately. It's just a terror tactic, right? And so here comes this star cruiser, and it's fighting them, but it's kind of losing. In comes this Jedi fighter, and it starts tearing apart all the bad Imperial ships. And then after the battle's won and the Imperials have surrendered or they've been beaten or whatever, the captain of the Star Cruiser gets a hail, and it says, "Oh, it's an old Jedi code, sir. It's an old Jedi code. They're requested to come aboard." He's like, "Well, who am I to look a gift horse in the mouth? So thank you for your assistance." And that doesn't seem right, though. I don't think that Jedi code seems old. They should have died in Order 66. But at least that would have established why the captain trusted them and why the captain would have them come aboard. Then he brings the Jedi aboard. It's Balin. And he says, "Thank you for your help, sir. I really appreciate it. But I didn't think there were any Jedi left from those days." And he says, "How have you come to be here?" And he's like, maybe a little bit of back and forth where he explains his origin. And then we kind of reach the point where the captain says, "But I thought no Jedi were left from those days." And then Ray Stevenson could say, "Yes, you misunderstand. There are no Jedi left from those times. I am no Jedi." And then he pulls the lightsaber and he betrays them, cuts them all down. And it turns out that Balin's enemy was both the New Republic and those Imperials. Why? Well, that's what's going to unspool over the course of the season. See, here's my idea. Basically, you have the Imperial Remnant, but they're all at odds with each other. They're basically a bunch of fractured factions. And some of them, by the way, this is inspired from real World War I history, because a certain German party that shall not be named of the 1930s, this was the exact problem they had. This is why the Night of Long Knives happened, because there was a wing of the Yahtzee party that were just thugs. They were, well, I mean, they were all thugs, but I'm saying even more kind of like obvious thugs. They just wanted to like, beat the crap out of people in the streets and take power by force. And the Yahtzees that we know from history are the ones that said, no, we're going to get there legally, and then we're going to start beating up at all of Europe. And so they had to just basically assassinate all of the parts of their factions that were not working out. Okay. This is, by the way, is what authoritarians always do to each other. The Bolsheviks did it to the Mensheviks. It's what always happens. Believe me, it's what the wokies do to each other. They tear each other to shreds, right? This is what authoritarians always do. They fight amongst themselves, and then they backstab each other. So this is my point. This is my point. There is a faction of the Imperial Remnant that are just bullheaded thugs. They're a bull in a china shop. They're running their terrorist attacks on the New Republic, and it's causing problems because there's another wing of the Imperial Remnant that are smarter. These are the ones that want to carefully behind the scenes start stitching together a new system. But the problem is all these factions are squabbling. Now, it turns out Balin, who's totally doing this on his own, by the way, there's no stupid witch. It's just him. He has this idea. There is one man who is practical and reasonable and loved by everyone in the Empire. And if he were here, he would immediately unite all these warring factions of the Imperials, and they could actually win. And that would be Grand Admiral Thrawn. And Balin has this cockamamie, harebrained idea. He's going to go find this guy to unite the Imperial Remnant, because if he doesn't, the New Republic, which is waking up to the very real threat of the Imperials and is fighting back, is going to discover the ones that are smarter and hiding and wipe them out. And so it's actually Balin's quest to bring back Thrawn before the New Republic wipes out the Imperial Remnant. And so what we find is that our characters are basically engaged in this fight right in the beginning in episode 1. They are on a mission. Hera is commanding a squadron to take out these Imperial terrorists. It's the war against terror, basically. And Hera is leading missions, and she's fighting them, and she's wiping them out, and they're winning. And I think that would be really interesting. And Sabine is kind of like, selling war bonds or something. And she's starting to sound like I'm Badger on Breaking Bad. Okay. And like Kirk is eating all of these pies and he can't take it anymore. And he just yorks. Okay. That's Breaking Bad reference. Anyway, I have more thoughts of this, and I might do a whole video kind of breaking it down. But like, for example, Sabine's little, how would you make Sabine have a good save the cat moment? You would have it that she's at this gathering. Let's call it Liberty Day. It's the day that the second Death Star was destroyed. All the galaxy celebrates the rebirth of freedom. And Sabine is there because she's a war hero, and it's sort of obligatory. And she's actually there doing her part. She's shaking hands. She's playing the hero. People are like heaping laurels upon her. Oh, you were so brave, and it was so wonderful. Meanwhile, she's really more like a kind of for lack of a better term, shell-shocked soldier. She's kind of she's thinking in the back of her mind about all the bloodshed and about Ezra, and they replay the scene where she loses Ezra. He sacrifices his life, and kind of like how Saul Tigh was in Battlestar Galactica after New Caprica. I think that would be a good way to play it if you know Battlestar. And she hears that there's some Imperial activity going on, and or she's there. Well, I'll get into that in my video. But basically, she finds an excuse to leave the gathering because she can't take it anymore, because it's bringing up all these bad memories. And she actually goes out and she needs a fight because she misses the fight. She's addicted to the fight. Peace doesn't suit her well. And so she signs up to Hera's mission to stamp out the Imperial Remnant, and she's ready to go. By the way, no Jedi bullshit. She's just a Mandalorian, and she just needs to kick ass. And it's kind of a failing in her because she actually has a pretty good life on Lothal, but she's uncomfortable with it because she's an adrenaline junkie. Then you have, I won't go through the whole list of them, but my idea with Ahsoka is that would take a little more doing, because frankly, her character is an absolute plank of wood. But I would say she should be on a spiritual journey where she is trying to lay down her arms and accept peace. And the New Republic is pressuring her to help them stamp out the Imperial Remnant. And meanwhile, Hera is pressuring her to train her son, Jason, who is a teenager, not a freaking child, because that's stupid. He's a teenager, roughly Luke Skywalker's age, and he's beginning to show troubling signs of the Force. Like he's having visions, he's showing erratic or aggressive behavior at times. He's becoming scary. He's starting to scare Hera, and she knows he needs a Jedi's guidance to master himself. That is what calls Ahsoka back. She's reluctant. She doesn't want to fight because she's tired of the bloodshed. She's beginning to doubt whether anything she did in the Clone Wars was right at all. Do you know what all this would be doing? This is episode 1, by the way. 1. This would be in the first 20 minutes I'm talking. We establish all these things. This would be laying the groundwork, as writers like to call it, laying pipe. That means something different for writers. Anyway, this would be laying pipe for Ahsoka to then have her big moment with Anakin where she is deeply troubled. She wants to quit the fight, but here's this guy, Baylan. He's this Terminator. He wipes out everybody. He's going to bring back Thrawn. And that actually, I think, would make a lot of sense because she understands Baylan. She understands what his end game is, that like the only advantage the New Republic has is that the Imperials are fighting each other. But if Thrawn comes back, they will all fall in line. They will become unified under him. And that cannot be allowed to happen. And the reason the New Republic doesn't believe this threat is because they are too occupied stamping out all these. They're going in, they're drone striking, they're basically destroyer striking all of the Imperial thugs, the terrorists. And they're too busy with that. They don't have time to worry about a guy who might come back. What's one more Imperial Grand Admiral going to do? And it's like, this is where Ahsoka and Hera and their experience could come in. And like, you don't know him like we do. Trust me, the Imperials love this guy. If they stop fighting each other, they'll be unified, and then they'll be able to threaten our forces. Like we haven't rebuilt enough of our forces yet. That we're still finding spies in our midst. Like, if they unite, we're screwed. And then Hera and Ahsoka can disobey orders and go off. So my point is, look, that's most of that was off the top of my head. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you put in actual work storyboarding this season, 8 episodes, this is super doable. An 8-hour movie that's just about Ahsoka training Jason and his, by the way, the fact that she's training a young man who is showing signs of dark side temptation would also, think how great that would be when she meets Anakin. And Anakin, it represents to her why she's so afraid to train. She can't bear the thought. She can't bear the thought of not only having a master that fell to the dark side, but an apprentice. It would be the perfect foundation for an existential crisis in which she is speaking to Anakin. And also I would clear up all the confusion and just make it very clear. This is the spirit of Anakin that has become pure force. And that's where she is. She's like with him in the force. And I would, it should even be that like, she's on an operating table or something and she's unconscious and her life signs are failing. And so it's very clear to the audience where she is and what she's doing. And that she's making the decision of whether to live or die. And it would even make even more sense because if she dies, it lets her off the hook, right? Because on the one hand, she feels obligated to Hera to train her son who is showing dark side potential. So she feels guilted into doing that. On the other hand, she's terrified of doing it because she's afraid she'll turn out another Sith. And so if she just dies, that would allow her to be off the hook. And this is the lesson Anakin teaches her. Wow. Damn. That would be an actual story. That would be, and this is why you shills are full of crap. This is why I have no time for you dumb shills. And he refedered. It is crap. It is absolute drivel. And so instead of criticizing what's already there, I just offered you a very sincere and good faith idea of how you could do this. This is how you could have made this. And this is my way of saying this. I do not hate Star Wars. I love Star Wars. If I didn't love Star Wars, there's no way I could have come up with all of that because I wouldn't give a shit, folks. Like, I just wouldn't give a shit. And so the reason why I came up with all of that is because I would love to see a story like that. I would love to see a story that is meaningful and inspiring and tells, and there is no reason you couldn't do it with Hera, Ahsoka, Jason. There's no reason you couldn't have done it. Because my argument with Dave Filoni is not even that his characters are dumb. I mean, they are, as he's written them. Or that his archetypes wouldn't work. My problem is he's misusing them all. Now, there's one thing that Dave Filoni is doing, in this show he's kind of getting a pass on. And I'm here as the captain on the Captain's Cast. I'm here to tell you he's not getting a pass. There is stealth wokeness in this show. Like there's nothing so awful as like Wendy slapping Peter Pan. There's nothing so awful as like, I want to be a career woman, don't you know? We don't get any like obvious references to like J6 or anything. What we do get is we get the Hays Code. We get the modern Hays Code in which men are not allowed to be heroes. There's no romance is allowed. Women are never allowed to be challenged. Women are never allowed to have to actually earn anything. They never have to earn anything. The weird thing about wokeness is it's actually turning women into the stereotypes that male chauvinists used to actually portray them as. Oh, well, that's very good for you, darling, but get right back over to the typewriter where women belong. You're just not here. You're just not, you just don't belong in a boardroom where the men make the ideas. It's like that takes actual effort. No, it's like, so the male chauvinist idea of what women are is what wokeness has turned female characters into, which is why I despise it. I despise what they've done. And this is so in conclusion, Ahsoka is a deeply, horrifically woke show. I mean this, it is a deeply woke show, but not in the obvious, like clunky Batwoman kind of way that a lot of woke shows are, where it's so bad it's like a Saturday Night Live skit. In this case, I actually think what it is if Dave Filoni had the idea, and he probably did, how about Ahsoka is training Jason? Either in the back of his mind or someone in that writer's room said, haven't we had enough male Jedi? And he listened. He listened to that voice, whether it was internal or external, he listened to it. And then it's like, well, what if Ezra's big return to the screen is a tall, dark stranger in a cloak shows up at the moment Sabine is about to be killed and rescues her from all of those raiders? Well, that really robs her of agency. Okay, fine. But what if like she gives him a hug when because she's so happy to see him and kind of had some latent romantic feelings. Well, that would mean she lives for a man. I guarantee you, folks, that this is why the show is so bad. This is if not the biggest reason, and it might be. I think it is the second biggest reason, if not the biggest reason, the show is so bad, because it's not allowed to have any trope that would run afoul of the message. It just can't. And I'll tell you something else. Good tight storytelling would have been if she wandered in that desert till she was almost dead. Like her lips are all chapped, her water's run out, the dog died, like the dog's dead. Just it's a skeleton in the desert, and she's about to die, and then the raiders attack her. She fights her heart out. She tries. She gets her ass kicked, and they're about to, execute her. Then Ezra shows up and saves her, and it turns out that like he force followed. But that is what reveals his location. The only reason he was able to hide for so long is because he never showed himself, and Thrawn was not able to find him because he doesn't have the Force or whatever. And that's what drew him out. Her being in peril is what drew him out, and that would actually be pretty good script, I think. Just my opinion. Silverback is in the chat. Need to put that spec script to paper, Captain. I'll do you one better. I'm writing a much better story, ironically, that does involve a returning warlord for my Galaxy-born story. So I'm just going to save it for my own writing, and screw Disney Star Wars. I will leave them to their fate. By the way, look, what I just threw out there that's an outline. And it would need a lot more work to actually work as a full-blown story. And look, it does benefit from the pieces that are on the board, right? Filoni did put the pieces on the board, which is you have Balon, you have Thrawn, you have those things. The problem is he just doesn't know what the hell to do with them. And so I'm just saying, look, these are basics, folks. I'll tell you right now, there's a book, great book. It's called Save the Cat. Dave Filoni needs to read it, by Blake Snyder. Basically, every character needs a save the cat moment. And I'll tell you something, Girl bosses, this is why girl bosses are so insufferable. They never have a save the cat moment. Or actually, what it is it's a save the cat moment, but it's a save the cat that appeals to a woke person. Right. Like it's a save the cat moment that woke people like, such as Batman deciding to allow the looters to loot and pillage and burn down a store because, well, they've been held down by systemic racism, and I'm just a shitty billionaire dressing up as a bat, so I should let them. And that's a save the cat moment to woke people. They think, oh well, good for him. And it's like, but to normal people, regular people, we look at that, we're like, that's appalling. He's allowing a store owner to get robbed. That's terrifying. That's horrible. He's not a hero anymore. So my point is, this is why girl bosses suck. They never have a save the cat moment. Why? Because not being an absolute bitch to people all the time would mean that they were somehow less empowered and had less agency. There you go. Fu Man Blue says, I'm clipping the shit out of that. I'll clip away, sir. I'll play, yes, post it to Twitter. We're live on Twitter, by the way. We're live. That is X. We are live on X. Fu Man Blue says, I could actually follow every second of that, and it made sense. Yeah, exactly. Well, look, characters need motivation. By the way, someone made this point, and I forget who. It was like one of the YouTubers. Maybe it was Mauler. Maybe it was it might have been Chris and Alan on Film Threat that made this point. But it was basically that it was this. To have a hero and a villain that work, the hero and the villain must have goals that are in diametric opposition to each other. They must be diametrically opposed to each other. Now, this doesn't mean that you can't have I think Mauler threw this out here. Like, this would have been kind of cool. Like when Balin shows up, Thrawn shows up, and Thrawn is basically like, yeah, we're going to now kill you, Sabine. Thank you for falling into our trap. And then Balin says to Thrawn, I won't allow you to do that. I gave you my word. She goes free. And that was just one little tweak. And I remember thinking, now, how brilliant is that? Because you can do a kind of villain that's like, what side are they on? That can work, but you need to have the main big bad be it cross purposes to the hero. The problem with Ahsoka is, and the problem with frankly, a lot of the Marvel movies, characters like Wanda and stuff, they have muddled, vague goals that the heroes seem to really be sympathetic towards often. The heroes seem to, well, you make a good point. You make a good point. Like Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where basically the Flag Smashers, which are the villain of the story, Falcon pretty much agrees with him. He's like, well, you're basically right about everything, but I got to stop you. It's like, well, that kills tension in a storyline, okay? It would be like if James Bond was like, the villain's right on this. He's definitely, I mean, he should use that death ray because, frankly, those white supremacists deserve the death ray. But I am an agent of the Secret Service and I must stop them. So it's like, that's basically how woke writers write shit. And that's why their shit sucks. And that's why the little outline I gave you, it makes more sense because it's like Balin has a specific objective and it is at cross purposes with the New Republic. Even if the New Republic, by the way, there was a show that did, this is really funny. I think Joel Cerno, who is the showrunner of 24, one of my all-time favorite series, he really should help a bro out with Dave Filoni, because Dave Filoni is kind of trying to write the New Republic like they just don't understand the threat. 24 did this very well. 24 always did this very well. There was always a very good reason in the plot why the U.S. government was overlooking the terrorist evil plan somehow. Like, sometimes it sucked, but most of the time they would have a really good reason why Jack Bauer's theory was cockamamie and crazy, and the smarter tactical play was to do the obvious thing. But of course, Jack Bauer kind of knew, because of his gut instinct, he just knew that this was a distraction, this was not the real threat, and that the real threat was so-and-so. And so they say, all right, Jack, well, too bad. Your orders are to stay here at CTU and follow orders. And of course, what would Jack do? He'd immediately choke out the guard, escape, and he'd go do his own thing because he had to go stop the bad guy. And it was great. It was great TV. It was so fun to watch because Jack's going rogue. And now the government's trying to hunt him down. And you could just tell that this is what Dave Filoni was trying for with Ahsoka. He wants to kind of, the problem is that the Imperial Remnant are so dumb that they could only possibly lose to an even dumber enemy, which is the New Republic. They're just dumb all the time. So it doesn't make the heroes look good. The fact that the heroes, ostensibly Ahsoka and Hera, are supposedly just going off on their own and fixing things. It's like, but honestly, only an idiot would be like, let's not do anything. Let's not do anything about the Empire. So Booman Blue says he just got, I'm assuming, X to follow Tucker, which is smart move, sir. Smart move. He seems to be pretty grounded. I like, you know what? It's funny. I never used to watch Tucker when he was on Fox News. And a friend of mine who's a dear friend, but also just a blue pill. He's just a total blue pill. And he'd just be like, well, your buddy Tucker always, he'd be like criticizing one of my opinions about something. And he'd say, well, your guy Tucker always feeds you all this crap. And I'm like, dude, I don't watch Tucker, man. I don't watch him. Dude, it's like people hate him. And it's like now I actually watch him. I'm like, you know what? I like Tucker. I like exactly what he's got the right deal. Twix. We should call it Twix Wrangler. That's a good point. Boomman Blue says Jack Bauer didn't do sit and wait very well. I know exactly. Well, I'll tell you, you know who does do sit and wait very well? Ahsoka. Dude, that's the problem. Well, listen, if Dave Filoni had been writing 24, you know what Jack Bauer would have done? He would have been like, well, I disagree with you, sir, but what can I do? That beep, 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 beep. And then we come back for commercial. It'd be Jack Bauer's like, are you worried like I am about the terrorists? And then like the other character in the scene would just be like, I don't know. Should I be? And then Jack would say, what? Worried about the terrorists? No. I find it's best not to worry in these types of situations. Would you like to hear a story about when I was in Beirut and the mission went wrong? Not right now. It's a really good story. Okay. I swear to God, dude, it's the worst dialogue. ChatGPT couldn't even write dialogue this bad. It's so bad. Oh my, the crossed arms, dude. This is like I used to do like back in a lifetime ago. I did film studies and acting classes, and I just remember like that was like one of the most basic things. If you want to be a filmmaker, you've got to understand acting, and you've got to understand like the craft of it, and you've got to understand how to make a scene interesting and dynamic and how to tell a story. I don't understand how a company with so many billions of dollars like Disney how can they hire people this incompetent? How can they hire people this stupid? It's unbelievable to me. It's like you have more money than freaking God, and you can't hire a talent that knows how to direct TV. Like that's unbelievable. I know, folks. I wasn't going to spend this much time on it, but it just boggles the mind. Okay. All right. Now for some fun stuff. All right. I told you all that. I put you through all that, my dear sailors and star nauts, to put you through this. Don't forgive me. No, I have not seen this yet. So you are getting, this is me doing a Grizzy Shill reaction to Grizzy cutting together Shill reactions. Because I have not seen this yet. So, by the way, the link is in the description. Please like and subscribe to Grizzy. His channel, I predicted, is going to grow very quickly because these are unbelievable, folks. These are so good. So I haven't seen this one. So here we go.
Yes.
What is that?
Sounds like someone's being attacked by a tiger.
All the
Thrawn is back. Ezra's back.
All the dark
Ah.
He vadered! He vadered!
He vadered, Walt. He
All right, boys, you ready for
Dude, I love how he uses the Ahsoka music. By the way, the other night I had insomnia like you wouldn't believe, and that fucking theme was stuck in my head, and I was like, no, Disney, you're not allowed to do this. Anyway.
another episode of Ahsoka Shills?
Definitely, Barack. I'm ready. What about you, Chris?
As long as no grown men are simping over a 14-year-old girl, I'm good to go.
He looks like it's the kind of guy, I'll take you for ice cream. Don't tell your mom. Yeah. He's one of them.
This is where the fun begins.
Like, what if these were the Purrgil that Grogu saw as he and Mando were?
Don't care.
Oh.
Gay!
Far, far away. Fitting because they are going far, far away.
Oh my no. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I can't even take it. Oh, it sounds far away, and they're going far away.
That is Duridia, the ancient homeworld.
Our first planet in a new galaxy.
Ah.
But I guess if they
Okay. By the way, this is the babe that is. She does not like Mauler, and she's very mad at Mauler for reacting to her reactions.
But I guess if they
Oh, this is so exciting for Star Wars.
No.
Bro!
What?
Bro!
which is
Man, what the fuck is you talking about?
was that?
I'm sorry, man. You know, I wasn't thinking about it.
Savina, are you using the Force for realties?
How does this have 20,000 views? What kind of slut magic did this bitch pull to get 20,000 fucking views?
It's the Star Destroyer.
I'm
This
glad
was the
you're here
moment
to
of
tell us
conception.
these things.
Mary, have you ever thought about becoming a professional storyteller? Because I gotta tell you, your sense for crucial information
Red. That's red.
is truly top tier.
No, dude, yo!
Oh my god! I got chills.
I have AIDS.
I need to be quiet. I just want to scream, but I need to be quiet because of my neighbors. It's 2:20 a.m.
So you are faking your reactions?
Oh my god, look at all the
Did you just soil yourself?
Bro, come on! Come on!
Whoa!
You're about to get very, very wet. Yes. Yes. Yes.
You just keep hitting the fucking home runs, Disney!
I love the red letter, guys. Now listen, full disclosure, I thought that's cool. That looks cool. Here's the problem. They do nothing with it. That's really my problem with all of Ahsoka, is like there actually are elements in it that visually could be interesting, but there's no substance.
All in, and he's got like a golden mask on.
Oh my god, there he is!
This is Thrawn, this guy, the blue guy?
Hashtag fake Star Wars fan.
Oh my god, this is incredible! Holy crap!
Here's
this is
Thrawn.
crazy.
Yeah, there's Thrawn. You know the name, but literally nothing else.
I mean, I know we saw him in the trailer, but look at him! Stop.
So damn good. Chills. That was fantastic.
jeez.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh, he just left her! No!
Yes, you had the correct stupid reaction that you were supposed. Oh, he just left her. What an unloyal animal that's only been her animal for 5 minutes.
I'll be by herself out here. It's too dangerous.
You're not very bright, are you? No, I'm not. I would like to be, but I'm not.
That Mandalorian shit. Oh God, good thing she's got fucking Beskar on.
Holy fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Also known as plot armor. Also, this Beskar thing is ridiculous. You know, the first time it happened, I thought it was kind of cool. I was like, oh, okay, now that makes sense. I've always wondered, why does anyone wear armor in the Star Wars universe? It doesn't do anything. So why does anyone wear it? And so the first time the Mando kind of took a shot to the chest and it blocked it, I thought, oh, that's kind of cool. And then it just became plot armor.
Oh, in the face! In the face! Damn, this is such a good fight scene. Bullshit.
I love the Family Guy and like Seth MacFarlane type stuff.
Oh my God, that's
Die! Die, you little magical fuck!
Ezra?
What?
I knew I could count on you.
Yo!
What the heck? What?
These things.
This is what I and several other content creators call shill face.
I like that. Shill face.
You went full retard, man.
Full shill. Oh, God. Oh, my God.
Jesus Christ, I can't stand this fucking bitch.
Oh shit, I think Donald's about to pop off.
Seriously. She cries or attempts to cry every video.
Facts.
Her voice is annoying.
Facts.
Her reactions are fake.
Facts.
And I can tell by looking at her that she probably doesn't shave her pubic hair.
Big fucking facts.
Jesus Christ, Donald. You just ended her entire YouTube career. Good shit.
Yay! That's great. I'm so happy for them both.
I don't care! Yes! 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 Give it to me! Fucking give it to me!
Dude, fake Kyle Katarn really does have himself a little soy boyfriend, doesn't he?
Holy shit. Oh my God, this is crazy. Damn.
That was such a good episode. Wow. That was shit.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you follow Grizzy on Twitter. The link.
Oh, Grizzy. You're doing the Lord's work. You really are. Oh my God. I watch some of these and I'm stunned. I have no words. Like, oh, I'm so happy for them. What are you talking about? I've even watched Rebels and I'm like, I still get nothing from these scenes. The absolute state. The absolute state. Fu Man Blue says, might be out of context. And those facts about acting are why the character... Oh, yes, right. Speaking about, like, what you have to know acting. Those actors in the 70s and 80s were so good. They've been in the biz their whole lives. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yet there is another Grizzy video. What was the other one that he did? That is just... I saw it, like... Let me see if I can find it here. He did Shills reacting to Batwoman. That one was fucking great. That one was so good. And then he did Disney Shills reacting to Rise of Skywalker. That's the one. I just kind of stumbled across it. Disney Shills reacting to Rise of Skywalker. Oh, you got to check it out. So, hat tip to the Grizzy. I think it's just Grizzy, not the Grizzy. But I like to think of it as the Grizzy. He's the Grizzy. And he knows what is up. Now, you compared this show to something like One Piece, and this point has been made quite a few times. It's like the very first episode of One Piece, the first 5 minutes of the show established the hook for the entire series. That is, all the pirates have been, and it's not just that there's treasure out there and pirates want it. It's that really we're watching the total defeat of piracy everywhere. We're basically watching the end days of piracy. And then in one instant, with one simple idea put out into the world, all piracy is now reignited and stronger than ever. And that's like 5 minutes. We've got all that world building, and it's excellent. We immediately know what all our characters are after. In 1 hour of the show, we get Luffy's character is established, Kobe's character is established. We have, I think, with Zoro. He finds Zoro in that first episode, doesn't he? Can't remember. It's the first or second episode. Speaking of, I don't know if I can show this because they usually, if it's usually one of these professional things, they kind of like, they usually will hit you for these. I could try it, but they'll probably make me cut it out of the stream later. So they might make me cut this out of the stream later, but let's see if we can play a little bit of it. But I miss the days when, you know, I used to watch a lot of behind the scenes featurettes, and it was just about the story. It was just about like, oh, we had to create this scene using these effects, or, oh, it was so much fun to play this character and get into their head. And it's like, I don't watch these featurettes anymore. I don't watch them anymore because I cannot stick. Because it's like, oh, it's like I'm the first female woman that's ever been a hobbit. And it's just these drooling idiots just going on all representation and just all this crap. And I can't stand it. It's like nobody talks about the story anymore. What's kind of interesting is they kind of do in this One Piece behind the scenes. And there was a couple of poll quotes I wanted to grab. Let me see here. Maybe we'll try this.
This is the manga created by Oda Sensei. His designs, that's always our North Star. The series has been running.
Who better to make an adaptation than a super fan?
Actually, I've been a massive fan of One Piece for years and
So this is the showrunner and executive producer, and he's basically saying, like, I've been a massive fan of this show from the beginning.
years. Having a built-in fan base is a phenomenal thing. And that also comes with a lot of responsibility to get it right. With every
Now, I still take this all with a grain of salt because I'm like, if Akira Oda had not had control, would you have not just deleted something here or added something there to just for a modern audience? Like, this guy does not look trustworthy to be, but appearances can be deceiving.
Every aspect of this, we use the manga created by Oda Sensei. His designs, that's always our North Star. The series has been running for 25 years, and we know a lot about these characters and about the world. So it's given us the opportunity to throw in a lot of Easter eggs for fans.
Let's go! Right! It's a really tricky balancing act.
It's like, imagine that. Imagine just being a fan of the material and feeling a duty, a responsibility to get it right. Let me find, there's like another really good pull quote in here. He's talking about, see, the way they were using the art to recreate it. It was, oh, here we go.
Attention to detail that everyone has and just the talent of our individual departments. It's incredible. I think we were really successful in being able to bring One Piece into a new medium and show just how special it is and why so many people all over the world love this series so much.
To the best crew sailing on the sea and to our victory! It's been a pleasure to be a part of this journey. It's such a creative world, so many interesting characters.
Dude, Mihawk is freaking amazing. That would be see if I can grab that screenshot here. Just mute it for a second. Yeah, there he is. Dude, this character is absolutely incredible. I love Mihawk. You know what's so great about it's not just the character is fantastic, and I can tell very much a manga character. But what's really awesome about him is he plays it. That's the actor. He plays it like a classic Alexander Dumas kind of, Three Musketeers character. And you can't tell whether he's like a villain or he's a good guy. He's kind of a little bit of both. Dude, where is that? The sense of aesthetics that this show has was absolutely brilliant. And so, yes, spoiler alert. I may swerve into spoilers here. The way they introduce this character, he has this incredible fight with Zoro, and he just kicks his ass. It's done like a very, anime style fight. And there's this great line. Like at first, before he won't pull out the big sword, he just pulls out this tiny little sword, and Zoro's like, "You're gonna fight me with that?" He's like, "What was the line?" It was so good. He's like, "I would never take a sledgehammer when hunting a rabbit," or something like that. Like I would never take shit. He's like, "I would never use a cannon to hunt a rabbit." It's just like it was freaking badass. And then he beats the crap out of Zoro, beats the crap out of him, but he's so impressed by Zoro's courage and refusal to quit that he's like, all right. He gives him a wound that's pretty life-threatening, but then he says, get better, train, and I'll see you next time. A freaking amazing character.
Characters. I was truly overwhelmed when I saw it, and I can't wait for the fans to see it too.
You're my captain, Luffy, from now until the end.
Dude, that scene, by the way, it is so earned. That is such an incredible moment in the series, because really that comes after a pretty serious all is lost moment.
The spirit of One Piece
for Luffy
is so strong in this.
It is such a privilege to work on this show. There's something really wonderful in what Oda-san has created. Truly, this is his.
See, I miss when they used to talk this way about behind the scenes stuff, but I can't quite find it, and I don't want to play much more of this because I don't want to get hit. But essentially what they talk about is how they're trying to craft a season arc, right? They've got 8 episodes. They have to tell a season-long story, and this is quite a challenge when we're talking about an anime with over 1,000 episodes. And we've got years, decades worth of manga material. And so they're trying to craft a story that's going to develop the characters, tell kind of the right story, through lines for kind of the limited time that they have. So what they did is they went to basically Oda has been doing this for so long. He's been getting all these letters from his readers who just ask him questions about the characters, like, why is the sword shaped like this? Or, why does he have 3 swords, for example, or something like that. And what Oda would do is he would write in the mangas, little footnotes, basically answering their questions. And so there's all these little replies to the fans, basically explaining the backstory. So the lore in this world is extremely deep. And what I think was really awesome and what they were talking about in this featurette is they went to all those notes and they drew from those notes to craft the backstories that you see in the show. And the backstories in the show are excellent. As I've said before, they're like fables. They're like these little fables that tell kind of a story in which the character learned a lesson because they had to go through some pain or some difficulty, a loss, and then they had to learn to see the world a different way. And I think it's just, and they do this with every single character of the show, and every single one of them is moving, just powerful. And it all kind of builds to what, spoiler alert, I think is the best moment in the entire season, which is the ending of episode 7. Because, Nami, who is essentially this thief, she's kind of out for herself. She kind of believes in Luffy's idea. She kind of believes in him, but she doubts. She kind of has a crisis of faith. She begins to doubt herself, that she's even worthy of things, and she just takes off and she joins the bad guys, which also kind of saves Luffy. So it's kind of a trade. By the way, someone mentioned in that featurette also a point I really agree with, which is that Luffy has this superpower of having, his ability like stretch like Mr. Fantastic, but his real superpower is his ability to inspire people, which is what I love about his character. That's his real superpower, is that he can inspire people to seriously hit another level in their life, to actually people that he kind of meets all of these people on this journey and they're all kind of broken or given up in some way. Even kind of Vice Admiral Garp, who's his enemy, is kind of like this. He's kind of like a man who's just accepted that the world is what it is. I just do what I have to do as a Vice Admiral, and I'm out to teach my grandson a lesson. And by the end of it, he kind of learns a lesson because he sees Luffy's dream is kind of he sees the rekindled spirit of Gold Rogers, which was the great pirate who had all the treasure in the One Piece and hid it. And he kind of sees that spirit in his grandson, and that kind of changes him. It changes his perspective. So Luffy encounters all these people in various states of having given up on life or they've quit, and he manages to rekindle that spark in all of them. But what's so beautiful about it is then he, in turn, gets just crushed by Nami's betrayal. She leaves. She abandons him. Zoro. Oh my God, the arc. It's so beautiful. It's so wonderful. Anyway, is what you're going to see in season 2 when I turn this into a One Piece reaction channel. So like Zoro is like, dude, his wound is savage too. It is like carved across the chest. It is splayed open, and he is dying. By the way, this is a far less serious wound than the one Sabine suffered in Ahsoka. I'm just saying. Would have boiled her insides, folks. Boiled them. And Zoro is on his deathbed, and there's a really great scene. By the way, I sort of hate these scenes in fiction. Like, there's two things I just want to fast forward every time I see it in fiction. Two things. Women giving birth. Look, listen, it's beautiful. It's a miracle of nature. It's women's superpower. This is nothing. This is, it's just me personally. The trope. It's like the screaming childbirth is something I've seen so many times in shows and movies. I just don't. It just bores the hell out of me, and I don't want to see it. Push, one more push, one more push. Ah! It's like, no, I don't want to see one more of these. It's like anyway. So like whenever there's like a birth scene about to happen and they sort of like do like one little clip and cut away, I'm like, oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. And the second thing I really hate, this trope, it's a trope that I hate, is talking to the coma patient. Like sitting by the bedside and it's like, I don't know what to say, but the doctor said that sometimes people can hear when they're in a coma. So I figured I would just tell you something. So, and then they go into some sappy story about, remember when we were kids and that thing, like Stranger Things did this with Will, and it kind of it was an eye roll. And I'm like, I just hate that trope. I really do, which is why I'm going to have 2 of those in my next book. Anyway, so they had this same trope show up where Zoro's on his deathbed and Nami's sitting next to him and he's unconscious, and she starts to talk to him. And I'm like, oh, here we go. Here we go. It's the coma, talking to the coma patient trope. And it was fine. It was, typical stuff. Like, we need you, Zoro. Get back on your feet. And I was like, yeah, all right, fine. But, it did not offend me. The captain will allow it. The captain will allow it. And then the show progressed apace, and then Nami betrays Luffy, rejoins Arlong's crew, the Fishman pirate. By the way, I love the Fishmen. They look kind of ridiculous, but the characters are excellent, and I love the world building with the Fishmen. They're actually a really cool kind of like fantasy species, like that's kind of original and new, that and they have like a beef. Anyway, so she rejoins Arlong, the Fishman pirate. And Luffy is pretty crestfallen because really it was Luffy's decision to not talk Zoro out of the fight with Mihawk that got Zoro basically possibly killed. Not yet, but he's on his deathbed. And it was Luffy's kind of foolhardiness that resulted in the attack of the Fishmen. He loses to the Fishmen and then he loses Nami. Nami abandons him. And now it's up to Luffy to do something, and he doesn't know what to do. And so Nami earlier in the episode had told, Luffy, like, go talk to Zoro. Go talk to him. You got to motivate him. And Luffy goes to talk to Zoro, and he can't think of anything to say. So which again, I was like, oh, more of this. And it's like, he can't think of anything to say, but he, it's like, oh, you've got to get up or something. I forget what it was. But then he kind of gives up on it. And, I tell you that to tell you this. So the end of the episode, I'm just going to narrate the whole season for you. But anyway, my point is he gets to the end of the episode. He's sitting and he's lost Nami. He's lost to the Fishmen. He's beginning to face the fact he might be a total failure as a captain entirely. And up to this point in the series, Zoro has never fully committed. In fact, none of his crew have really fully committed to him. Like even Usopp, who's kind of the craven guy that wants to take credit for things. He kind of competes with Luffy, like, I'm the captain. And so there's this real crisis of faith, this real dark night of the soul. And Luffy finally just breaks down and says, I finally know what to tell you. What I need to tell you is I need you. I need you, Zorro. You've got to wake up because I don't know what else to do. And then Zorro is like, he says something like, oh my God, leave me alone already. And he's like, Zorro, you're awake. And he's so happy. And then he's like, Zorro is so like grateful to Luffy for believing in his dream and allowing him to take that risk against Mihawk and just the whole situation. He wakes up from this, from his deathbed sleep, and he says to Luffy, you are my captain forever, and I will help you find the One Piece. And it freaking floored me. It absolutely floored me. I was like, suddenly all of my little gripes about that trope went away because I was like, wow. And it was powerful. It was moving. It was earned. It was exactly what Luffy needed in the darkest night. He was, the darkest night of the soul. That is exactly what he needed. He needed one guy to just say, all right, I'm your guy. We're going to do this. And it's like, it's beautiful. It's excellent storytelling, which led into episode 7, where, Nami kind of seemed to have a sort of annoying storyline because this is the thing about One Piece. Every single episode, I think it's because I'm used to so much crap that I kind of just expect, oh, this is the filler episode, or oh, this is the lame episode. That's like a crude woke allegory or something. Just where my mind goes. And so it starts with Nami, and she's in her village as a child. And it was fine. It was all fine. And I'm thinking, so this explains why she's a thief and that sort of thing. But then there's a reveal. I even still don't want to talk spoilers, because if anyone has not seen the show, you've got to see it. But there's this, she's in this graveyard unearthing something, and all basically her sister she grew up with thinks that she abandoned her village to join the pirate who murdered their mother, their adopted mother, which that's another amazing story in and of itself. And so her sister really hates Nami and thinks that Nami's a traitor because she's working for the enemy. And then in this moment, her sister discovers that the whole reason Nami joined the pirates is because she made a deal with Arlong, which is, if I earn back the money, the tribute that you are owed, will you spare my village and leave it alone? And she's willing to smile in the face of her mother's murderer for years, to steal treasure for years, for a man that killed her mother just to save her village. It's an extraordinary story of self-sacrifice. And then what does Arlong do? He gets the treasure and he decides to murder everyone in the town anyway, because of a very artfully written backstory, layers on top of layers on top of layers, in which, you think that Arlong's just a pirate who's greedy, which is true. But then it turns out he has a deeper motivation, which he also has a chip on his shoulder about the fact that his people have been oppressed, which then gives way to an even deeper layer, which is that he actually has a fishman supremacist plot to enslave all of humans, and it's carefully woven into the story. It's done so well. I freaking love it. I absolutely love it. And it turns out his plan all along was he was going to just murder, basically genocide his way to the fishmen being the kings of the ocean. And I thought, that's awesome. And so Nami has a dark night of the soul at the end of episode 7, which is absolutely brilliant. She's given up her entire life to pay back this debt. And when she pays it, she loses anyway. And she has no ability to fight Arlong. She has nothing left. Her treasure's been taken. She doesn't know what to do. And she's lost everything. And she's crying. And then who should show up but Luffy? And she just turns to Luffy and she's like, Luffy, help me. Because she just doesn't, and this is such an incredible moment in the series, because at no point before this, ever, has she expressed total confidence in him. Because frankly, a lot of the time, he seems like a goofball who's just clowning his way into things. But over time, she's learned enough about him. She's learned just enough about him to know that he will try. And that somehow he tends to find a way to work his way out of things. So she knows those things about him. And in this moment of desperation, she just says, help me. And I'm telling you right now, and Yaki Godoy, his performance of this character is absolutely my favorite part of the entire show. He just has this look on his face. It's a classic anime expression, by the way. He has this great look on his face, and he pauses for a moment. By the way, this is how you actually use a pause correctly for dramatic tension, because there's tension, by the way. There's tension. She's asked a very, very, very important question, a very difficult question to ask, and we as the audience are wondering, what will the answer be? That's when you use a pause. And he pauses, he looks at her, and then he just extends his hand. He's like, of course I will help you. And I was like, now, that is the closest the captain ever comes to bawling. And the captain shed a few tears. I'm going to be honest with you. And next time it'll be on camera. I might as well get 20,000 views out of it. Oh, that's so beautiful. Anyway, my point is, it was earned. It was earned. And so yes, we are into spoiler talk. I need a spoiler graphic. So we're into spoiler talk for One Piece. So those are kind of my two moments of the series, frankly. Well, there's three. There's really three. And the final one is the showdown between Garp and Luffy when they're basically fighting. Super awesome. So, yes. Let me catch up on the chat here. Yes, Fu Man Blue, I totally feel you on this. I used to be all about the featurettes. I know, I can't stand these assholes anymore. I just can't. It's like now all they want to talk about is the message. It's like I used to love listening to like a director, talk about the craft of directing. That used to just be an awesome thing to hear. And as Wrangler puts it, shows with commentary used to be so much fun before politics became the focus. This is really, I'm going to tell you, I think Hollywood has always been incredibly left-wing. It has always been very hostile. It has always been very hostile towards anyone that disagrees with leftism. It just has. And it has always been an industry of groupthink. I mean, I lived in Los Angeles for 6 years. I can just tell you that city marinates permanently in leftism. You are an alien in that city if anyone in public hears you say you voted for anyone else but, whatever the left wants. And it's like they usually have this look on their face like, what did your parents do to you? I'm not shitting you. It's like, dude, you people live on the moon because you don't understand that there's a whole world out there that does not think like you. Anyway, I digress. So I don't mind liberals that are normal. It's like, I don't mind that at all. It's like, oh, well, how did you? Well, I just disagree with you because I think this and I think that. That's fine. But Hollywood has always had this intense hostility towards anything other than what the left wants in current day. The difference is, you had adults in the room who were professionals who understood that an interesting story is about more than surface details. An interesting story is interested in digging into opposing points of view. And, I would say Battlestar Galactica, for example, which is my favorite example of a show that did political allegory very, very well and very, very fairly. And I definitely think most of the writers on Battlestar Galactica, I mean, they've got to lean left, if not totally left. And there were episodes that dealt with issues like abortion, because obviously the human race is dying, and so they contemplate banning abortion. There's an episode that very closely mirrors the Iraq War and the war against insurgency, in which the humans are fighting the Cylons with a kind of guerrilla war, and and there were just a lot of episodes that had political allegories in them. But the thing that they did so well in that show is they would portray both sides of the argument. And almost always there was some justification, even if it was just a very tiny amount, there was some, or at least an understandable reason why the other party disagreed or the other party felt this way or that way. And there was no easy answer. That was the other thing. There was usually not an easy answer to the moral questions in Battlestar Galactica. And you would tend as the viewer to sort of fall on one side or the other, but you always kind of had this feeling that the show was really kind of just exploring the issue. The show was exploring, who is right. And that was the fun of it, because ultimately the characters make a decision. This is where character work and story breathe and live together. Because if you set up a plot that is interesting, which is, okay, the president of the 12 colonies of Cobol, now that there's only 50,000 humans left, is contemplating banning abortion. Even though she personally opposes such a ban, she's now contemplating it because the survival of humanity is at stake, right? And that's the plot. But what makes it interesting is we know that the characters are who they are. And so it's the characters. The audience is not being lectured. The audience is not being told whether they should or shouldn't agree with this. But the characters make their choices. The characters wrestle with it, and then they make a choice and they make a stand. You know, there's a great episode where, a lot of people hate the character of Lee Adama. I love the character of Lee Adama, probably because, I feel like I'm similar to him in many ways. Like, because I tend to I tend to see all sides of things. I don't mean that in a pedantic way. I just mean I tend to be interested in both sides of every issue. And Lee was kind of that way. And people tend to think of him as a fence sitter in the show, but he's actually a man of conviction. And anyway, don't clip that, Fu Man Blue. Who cares about Battlestar anymore? I do. This is a show about starships. Thank you very much. And there was an episode where Admiral Adama that's right. Admiral Adama had been shot and he's in a coma, and people are unclear whether he's going to wake up. And it's traumatic because he really is. That's the moment in the series where you realize he's the heart and soul of the leadership in that show. And he's on his deathbed. Well, Colonel Ty, who is basically a drunk, and he's a really good executive officer, but he is not a good leader. He's kind of hated. He doesn't really have any charisma, which is fine for an executive officer, because an executive officer kind of has to knock heads. But then when he's in the hot seat and he's got to make decisions that affect all of humanity, he kind of is just a blunt instrument and he doesn't know what to do. And so, his wife kind of wheedles him into declaring martial law because she's a little bit power hungry. And so he just declares martial law. And there's a moment where Lee Adama has to choose a side. And I just love it because the show is not really taking a position on which character is right. You just simply watch the characters choose their alliances. So my point is that when you would listen to commentary, that's what it was about. It used to be. I guess what I'm saying is I think that even when you had super liberal writers and super liberal maybe actors have always been a little nuts, let's just face it. But when you had super liberal writers, directors, producers talking about these things, they would usually come at it with, if not a balanced or fair perspective, they would come at it from the perspective of curiosity. They would come at it from the perspective of they're curious about the different angles of the issue. And I think you actually still see a lot of this in Ronald D. Moore, who is also on Star Trek. He was on Battlestar, and he's now on Outlander, which is a show I greatly like. That is something I notice about Outlander, is it tends to... I'll tell you something. If you want a historical show that actually portrays history fairly accurately and is honestly, I think, portrays the dark side of history, like issues like slavery and things like that, but portrays it with a certain level of humanity toward the people of the time, because basically a Wookiee thinks they're the most moral person that was ever born. They really do. They think they're the most moral, enlightened human being to ever walk the earth because they know all the right answers to every moral issue now. And it's like, and so when they're like, oh, well, Thomas Jefferson owned slaves. Yeah. And it's like, so they just want to toss out all of human history based on, a time and a place that if they had lived in that time, anyway. They think they could have done it better, is my point. Well, if you want a show that actually portrays the nuance of history, Outlander is very good at this. And I think it's probably written by pretty left-leaning people. But what strikes me about it, they're in season 6 now, and they're up to the Revolutionary War in America. And what stunned me about it is how they're able to portray kind of all sides of the Revolutionary War without kind of making it a critique of the United States. Because I feel like in the hands of woke writers, you can never, ever, ever celebrate the idea of the birth of liberty in the United States, because in their view, 1619, when slaves were brought to America, that's how they see U.S. history. What I like about Outlander is, even though they kind of portray the dark sides of U.S. history, and they portray like the dark side of like the rebellion, they kind of portray both sides of it. There's great moments in the show that clearly celebrate like the good things about the American Revolution. It's really, I love Outlander. It's a fantastic show. But my point is, you still have some of that nuance where even liberal writers are able to explore different facets of an issue without making it a pedantic lecture. The problem with woke writers is they're nuts. They're absolutely nuts. And part of why they're nuts is they're not curious. They're fundamentalists. If I'm being totally serious here, they are fundamentalists. A fundamentalist is someone who believes they don't need any new answers. They don't need any new answers because they already have all of the answers. I'm a great fan of a lot of Stephen King's writing, but that guy is an absolute nutcase. And I'm just going to tell you, he loves the religious fundamentalist as a villain in stories, specifically a kind of Protestant Christian fundamentalist. That's like his favorite type of villainous character. One of the movies I love, The Mist, which is a great movie with Thomas Jane. It's one of my favorite horror movies of all time. There's a great character in it called Mrs. Carmody. And she is a religious nut who just happens to be trapped in the grocery store when all the monsters invade. Well, suddenly she starts to become the voice. She becomes the source of a mind virus in the store, which is that the reason all these monsters are attacking us in the mist is because we have sinned against God, and we need to start human sacrificing to make him happy. And she's a great character. She's done very well. She is the fundamentalist because right from the beginning of the story, she has all the answers. She knows every right answer to every moral question, and that becomes her weapon later in the film. And my point is about the wokies, they're exactly the same way. They don't need to be curious about what, for example, why did people in England vote to leave the European Union? Where are they coming from? To Michael Moore's credit, he actually does ask these questions. He's like, why do Trump supporters support Trump, for example? It's like, and that's why we get these obnoxious commentaries now, is because they're by people who just have been fed. They've just been fed the scripture, the scripture of woke, which is representation and strong female empowered women. It's like that. They've just been fed all that scripture, and all they're doing is just vomiting it back up for us because they don't know anything. They don't actually understand the positions of the people that they think are their enemies. And I just have no time for it. So it's nice to watch behind the scenes on One Piece and hear them talking about the manga and the art and the set design and how fun it was to be part of this world. And it does look like a lot of fun, I have to say. Neutron Pack says, welcome to the show, Neutron Pack. Great title. That's an excellent piece of technology to never be without. The One Piece live action showrunner said what One Piece to him is, what One Piece is to him, it makes him laugh, cry, and say, holy shit. Well, that's pretty much the ingredients of any great show. I mean, really, right there. It's like, it makes you laugh, cry, and say, holy shit. This is why I love Stranger Things. And, wait, I missed this one, Fu Man, because you know what? It's on Streamlabs. It doesn't, StreamYard, I should say. It does not highlight it for me the way it does, but I see it over here. Okay, cool. Fu Man Blue says, that's BS. When I have my coma, I expect you to be there every day to make sure the TV is on Nature Channel. I'll be a nature guide when I wake up. And I'll just say, well, Fu Man, the doctor said, you probably can't hear me, but that sometimes it helps. And so I will now recite to you the entire canon of Julia Child's home recipes. That's what I would read you Julia Child's recipes until you know what I would do? I would just put Ahsoka on and just put Ahsoka on for you on a loop. No, I would never do that to you. I put on One Piece. That's what you put on for a coma patient, because the minute you hear Luffy in that straw hat say, don't you have a dream? Don't you have something that you want? with all your heart. I'm like, I love that line to Zorro when Zorro's like, don't you ever just, don't you ever just want to do something the easy way or what? Something along those lines. And Luffy just says, my mentor always used to say, if your path is an easy one, perhaps you are on the wrong path. It's I just love that. By the way, I am not mocking his accent. I love his accent. I love his I love his personality. I just think it's fun. It adds to the charm. So, anyhow, those are pretty much my thoughts, my spoiler thoughts on One Piece. It's just I bring it up also because, in critiquing Ahsoka, I think it's useful to have something to compare it to because let's take it back to that Disney shill that's pissed at Mauler and she wants his channel flagged and taken down. I just want to spread love and happiness and joy. And it's like, well, okay, let me explain to you why your reaction is so ridiculous then, because this is what's missing. In what you claim is spreading love and happiness and joy, all it spreads to me is a freaking headache. Okay, I'm telling you right now, like so they had a guest from the Babylon Bee on Friday Night Tights last Friday, Hat Tip Nerdrotic, and I don't know this guy well. I forget his name, but he's from the Babylon Bee. He's a contributor. Maybe he's the editor. I was not clear on his background. They do a terrible job of introductions on that show. They do a terrible job. They're like, oh, introductions. And then they go off on some tangent. And it's like, wait, who is this now? Anyway, he had a really good point, which is he was told by Gary to watch all of One Piece for the show. Or sorry, not all of Ahsoka. And he hadn't seen it. So he starts watching Ahsoka and he said, I watched it all back to back. And he's like, I was having a hard time, man. I was trying to keep my eyes open. I'm like, dude, I've watched this week after week, and I'm telling you, 1 hour of it is painful. 1 hour. I do actually skip. I could click it 10 seconds ahead here because I just know they're going to be just, kind of circling each other, saying nothing for a minute. So I can just click. I'm like, oh yeah. So I kind of watch it on almost double speed. I'm like, dude. So it's useful to say, well, listen, I'm not just crapping on something that makes people happy. If Ahsoka makes you happy, that's fine. But I'm here to tell you that your standards are pretty low. Your standards are pretty low if this is making you happy, because I happen to actually really like the Revenge of the Sith film. I really like that movie. It has its problems. It has its flaws. It does have what I consider the worst written line in all of fiction to date, which is, from my point of view, the Jedi are evil, which is the dumbest line in all of fiction. It literally amounts to, I know you are, but what am I? So yes, it has its problems. But I love that movie, and I quite like Anakin Skywalker's story if it ends at episode 6, that is. I think everything up until episode 6 is a great story. It's really Luke's story, and Anakin is part of Luke's backstory. And when viewed through that lens, hello, machete order, which is the proper way to view the original 6, which is to say you eliminate episode 1 and you just watch episodes 4 and 5, and then you watch 2 and 3, and then you finish with 6. It's a profound and meaningful story. So frankly, I consider it a disingenuous, phony argument to say that, well, my channel is just about love and happiness and joy, and that's why go flag someone who doesn't like me. Because what I think your argument is bullshit, because I don't think that's actually what you really care about. Because if you did, you would see that you're being cheated. You would see that what you think is spreading joy and happiness everywhere is fool's gold. That's what Ahsoka is. That's what Disney Star Wars is. That's what the new, Marvel Stage 4 and Stage 5 are. They're fool's gold. Dude, that's what Kurtzman Trek is. And that was my red pill, because I used to watch Kurtzman Trek, and I would argue even with friends of mine who were like, this is garbage Trek, dude. And I'd be like, well, yeah, this part sucks and that part sucks, but some of it is good. They had tribbles in this episode. I mean, listen, full confession. I sometimes defended things in Discovery, even as I kind of was vaguely aware that it was all wrong somehow. Look, the spoilers in the chat. He knows I defended the J.J. Abrams movie, which I considered not true Star Trek in that there was no real philosophical lesson. but it was a fun action adventure, and the friendship between Kirk and Spock seemed to be right. And so I defended that movie. And it's like, it's in hindsight that I realized it was fool's gold. It was totally fool's gold because it was just using references to things I used to love that were within much better stories. And so it's useful to compare to One Piece because you have these clapping seals who see this absolute this absolutely dead scene in which Sabine is reunited with Ezra. Honest to God, he could just be like a typical JCPenney model, like just a model, like a guy who, that models like the suits in the JCPenney store, That's all he looks like to me. He doesn't have any like presence. He doesn't have any personality. I have seen nothing of this character. Look, I'm viewing this as a standalone. And then she shows up and just the most awkward dialogue. This is the first rule of improv. The worst thing you can do in an improv sketch is someone says, "Oh, that's a very nice hat that you're wearing." And then you're like, "What? I'm not wearing a hat." That's how you kill the whole sketch. That's how you kill the whole fucking thing. You never do that in improv because the whole point is you got to run with the premise. So if someone says, "Oh, that's a very nice hat that you're wearing," and then you have to say something funny that's surprising and unexpected, and I'm not good at improv, so I don't know what to say there. But my point is you agree with the premise that there's a hat on your head. And then you can steer that into something else. You could take the hat and throw it. It's like, that's my point, right? Do you know what the dialogue in Ahsoka does? It spoils the premise of every single dialogue. Because, like, literally the best example is Hu Yang when he says, "Would you like to hear a story?" And she's like, "Not right now." Like, did she just kill the premise of the whole dialogue? She just killed it stone dead. The same thing happens when Sabine meets Ezra. She shows up and Ezra's like, "How did you get here?" Which, frankly, other galaxy, that's kind of a great question, don't you think? Like, isn't that kind of a useful? I mean, she's like, "How did you get here? How did you get here?" She's like, "I don't want to tell you right now." Killed the premise, stone dead. And then she's like, then he's like, "I know, but," he says something. It kind of pushes back a little bit to his credit. He's like, "But honestly, gee, I'm kind of curious." And she's like, she's got that kind of smug, resting woke face too, where she's just like, they've got that kind of, that they think that looking kind of mildly, like having indigestion is what you look like when you're smiling. They kind of do that SJW smile. She's like, "Can't you just let me have this?" And it's like, dude, take some fucking Tums or something. That's like that. Cure that stank face, would you? Anyway, she kills the premise, and she's like, she kills the entire point of the dialogue. And I'm thinking, this is what they're clapping for. This is what they find. Now you compare that to One Piece, where, if Zoro had in the first episode said, "I will follow you to the ends of the earth, Luffy. You are my captain forever," I might have rolled my eyes a little. I might have rolled my eyes because at that point, it might have seemed unearned. But because the show did such a good job of setting up the fact that Zoro's kind of a sourpuss, he's kind of a stick in the mud, and he's a pirate hunter, so he's immediately kind of at odds with Luffy, and he kind of thinks Luffy's an idiot the first time he sees him. But he's also kind of intrigued because he's like, "Look at this guy. Like, this guy, he never gives up. He never quits. He's so happy all the time. What's with that?" By the way, as the audience, you're kind of in the same position. I remember in the first couple episodes, I kind of had the same attitude. I'm like, what is it with this guy? But he's kind of fun to be around, though. And it was that slow incremental progression. Well, when I say slow, I don't mean like Dave Filoni's slow. I don't mean crossing the arms and saying nothing. I mean careful, cause and effect character building that led to Zoro. I find a woke person could not have written this. A woke person could not have written this beat where Zoro is about to fight a guy to the death and he's willing to die. He's willing to die for no other reason but to prove he's the best swordsman in the world. This is his dream. It's all he lives for. By the way, it's not just his dream. It's a dream he's carrying for a friend he lost in childhood, who he swore on her memory that he would achieve this. So it's not just for him. It's for him and the memory of this person that he cherished. And he's willing to die to achieve that dream, as is Luffy to achieve his dream, by the way. And what I think a woke person is incapable of writing is the moment when they are twisting Luffy's arm. Listen, this is madness. This is crazy. You can't let him do this. He's going to get killed. He's going to die. And like, you have to talk him out of this, Luffy. And the moment when Luffy's like, I cannot interfere with someone's dream. And dude, that act, by the way, Luffy doesn't want Zoro to die. He doesn't want that. But he knows that if he would be betraying Zoro if he interfered. He would be betraying himself and his own principles if he interfered. By the way, you have to have principles as a human being to understand what it is to have principles. That's why wokies can't write this shit, because they have no principles. They'll throw their principles out with the bathwater the second it's inconvenient for them to hold to their principles. They'll throw them out. You see this every single day. You see this every single day. They contradict themselves. It's why they're so easy to catch in lies all the time, because they don't have actual principles. They just claim to. So that's why it's so profound when Luffy's like, no, I'm willing to watch my friend die because I know that it means everything to him, this dream. And if I interfered, I would be not only robbing him of his dream, I would be betraying my own principles and everything I stand for. And when Zoro comes out of that coma and he is back, and it's at the moment when Luffy needs him most, that sacrifice, that choice, the fact that Luffy honored Zoro in that way, the fact that he showed him that respect, that act of absolute respect is what results in Zoro saying, "You are my captain forever." Fucking brilliant writing, man. Absolutely brilliant. And that is what Ahsoka has zero of. So why don't these shills stop reacting to Ahsoka, start crying for One Piece, a show that actually deserves it, a show that actually deserves your tears of joy? That is my rebuttal to the very thin-skinned, fragile ego of that YouTuber who wants Mauler flagged because she has hurt fifis, because she is clapping like a seal for a show that does not deserve it. Now, no offense. She is, well, perhaps offense, but no harm, no foul. You have that's your channel. That's what you do. I have no objection to that. But stay in your lane and don't start flagging people because you don't like what they think about your content. That's a bitch move. That is a bitch move. So there you go. What do we got in the chat? Oh, geez. Chat. There's more in the chat. Boom Man Blue says, I lost a bet with my wife. Well, I hope it works out for you. Yes, I do. Did I miss anything in the Rebel chat? Luffy says, Starfury, Luffy is a nice version of Morden from Babylon 5. Oh, you know what? I need to watch Babylon 5, but I am occupied because I'm watching Stargate SG-1. And I actually watched an episode of Stargate SG-1 just before this show. Actually, I don't know, would it upset the chat if there was a little Stargate SG-1 chat for just a minute? Not long, just a minute. You know? There we go. I watched season 2, episode, was it 6? I think it was episode 6. Anyway, it was basically the episode where they go to this planet, and it looks like there are some Goa'uld running the place per usual. And but then it turns out they're not actually Goa'uld. They're just using their technology and mining their stuff, but they actually overthrew their Goa'uld masters like thousands of years ago. And they take the SG-1 team prisoner and they put them to work in a mine. And I forgot, of course, the inciting incident of the episode is that when the SG team comes through the Stargate, there's a woman about to throw herself off a cliff. And she appears to be a Goa'uld. She turns out not to be. But anyway, Daniel, who is basically becoming my favorite character because let's just face it, he is the character I relate to the most. But I love Daniel because he's the classic, he's the classic view of what scientists and shows used to be. Scientists and shows were not these obnoxious, smug, ideological characters. that we're lecturing everyone about all the damage they're doing to the planet and just shit like that. You know, he's actually what a scientist used to be, which is someone who's curious, someone who's intellectual, someone who's very rational and reasonable and likes to consider both sides, and a little bit aloof, a little bit up in his own world sometimes. I really like that. I love that about Daniel. I love that he's always got this sort of calm, rational way of explaining things. You know, there's something about the scientist character that's very calming. You know, Spock, Data, you know, Dr. Crusher, just whoever that character is in a show or a movie. Even when they turn out to be the villain, like Dr. Weir in Event Horizon, which is another character, Dr. Grant, actually, in Jurassic Park, another great example of this. Like, there's something comforting about the voice of reason in these stories where they like explain how the character work, or like how the dinosaur works, or how the monster works, or whatever. And I love that about Daniel, that they'll be in the thick of the shit, and they'll just be like, Daniel, what do we do here? Like there was a great moment in an episode where there's a character that is basically pretending to be the god Thor, and there's a planet of people that are worshiping the god Thor, and Thor says something angry, and one of the characters that's one of the Thor worshippers basically says, oh no, Thor's going to kill me. Thor's angry. He's going to smite me down. And Daniel says, no, that doesn't make sense. Thor is not he's not a vengeful god. And I thought, dude, that's why I like Daniel right there. That's so cool because he knows that kind of stuff. You know, it's like he knows that Thor is not a vengeful god. So you don't need to, no. That's not what Thor would do. He's not that kind of god. So there must be some other reason why he seems angry. And I thought, see, now that's why I like Daniel. Anyway. So Daniel sees this woman about to throw herself off the cliff, and he stops her. He stops her, and she seems like, oh, she's kind of got the googly eyes for him. She kind of likes him. And she, you know, she's pretty hot. She's pretty hot. She's pretty much a babe. And she takes him back to her father, a fruit fly. She's like, catch fly with chopstick. Well, they wind up all kind of enslaved, and they're put to work mining. They try to escape. It goes bad. Daniel gets injured. She is in love with Daniel. And so she puts Daniel, who's injured because he got in their failed escape attempt, he got injured. She puts him in a sarcophagus, one of the gold sarcophagi, which restore health. He comes out of the sarcophagus and he feels better. Now, all this is fine and good. And, you know, I'm setting up my stream while I'm watching this and I'm paying attention. Well, the moment when I started to get really intrigued by this episode was kind of around I would say towards end of Act 2, beginning of Act 3 of the episode. And I'm 3-act structure. Usually you write TV in like 5 acts, but that's neither here nor there. Anyway, for the purposes of this discussion. And, well, they discover that Daniel's behavior is changing because every time he's in the sarcophagus, he seems to be more sympathetic to these rulers of this planet that are imprisoning his friends, and he keeps making excuses for them. And then this girl, who turns out to be a crazy, she's basically a fatal attraction, and she's like, Daniel, you're my destiny. You were the one sent to me, my one true love. I was going to kill myself until my mother once told me that a man from beyond the sun would come and be my lifelong love. And that's you. And it's like, red flag. So Daniel at first is a little bit, so then the more time he spends in the sarcophagus, however, the more he begins to agree with her. He's like, you know what? We are meant to be together, and I am going to marry you and let my friends go, and I'll stay with you forever. And Colonel O'Neill recognizes that, like, Daniel, this isn't you, you're changing. And I thought, okay, so it's kind of one of those episodes where the character, that they're being seduced by something, which was interesting. Then Captain Carter discovers that basically the sarcophagus, because she shared the consciousness of a rebel Goa'uld in a previous episode, she kind of realizes that this was a thing that the rebel Goa'uld never did. They never got in the sarcophagi. Why didn't they get in the sarcophagi? Because it turns out that if you get in Ra's in the Goa'uld sarcophagus, it changes you. It changes your behavior. And it turns out that the more time you spend in one, it's kind of like an addiction, and it's basically like a narcotic. It makes you feel better. You feel more alive. You get the sense of euphoria, and it starts to change your behavior, and you start to become essentially more and more ruthless and more cruel. And Captain Carter speculates this might actually be why the Goa'uld are so nasty, because they've been using these things for all these years, and it could, and I thought, now that is a damn good sci-fi concept. Like, I was super intrigued at that point, because I'm like, now that is an interesting idea. I like the sarcophagus because it infuses you with all this vital youthfulness and energy, and it lets you live beyond your normal lifespan. It also imparts this kind of euphoria, and you become more and more detached. And so basically Daniel winds up going through a drug addiction. They have to detox him. He has to go through withdrawals. He starts acting irrationally. He just wants to get back to the sarcophagus. It's a very clever piece of storytelling, I have to say. So, what do you think about that, Fu Man Blue? That's right. That's why Tok'ra needs hosts all the time, because they don't use the sarcophagus, says Fu Man Blue. Okay. The Tok'ra, that would be the rebels, the anti-Goa'uld. They're not really Goa'uld, they're Tok'ra, but yeah, so some inside baseball. Oh, here we go. Neutron Pack says the reason Oda. Oh, I read that. Got that one. Okay. Oh, wait, no, I think I didn't get that one. Okay. Neutron Pack says of One Piece, the reason Oda gave for Luffy doesn't kill the villain is because it's more impactful killing their dream. Well, that's a good point. This is an interesting thing. Like, when you're writing villains, I find that a kind of lazy trope that Hollywood relies on these days to try and make their villains complex and interesting is they just give them a sympathetic backstory, and it's really become lame now. It's so lame. The worst one I've ever seen was what they did with Captain Hook in that stupid Peter Pan and Wendy movie. Oh my God. They give Hook this sob story where Peter Pan basically was his childhood bully. Oh, it was unbelievable. And I'm like, this is such a bad trope now. It is such a bad trope. This sympathetic villain he had a really sad childhood. By the way, an example of when this was done very well was the Netflix Daredevil series, because the way they did Wilson Fisk's backstory, which is pretty true to the comics, by the way, that he had an abusive father and, he faced bullies in childhood. The way they did his backstory that way was excellent. It was like, that's the way you do it well. But the way you do it very poorly is how it's done, like with a lot of like Maleficent. I really hate how they did that with the Maleficent character. Anyhow, so when you're writing villains, in order to not fall into the trap of those kind of dumb tropes, I think what you have to consider is, what sets this villain apart? Is it the way they do things? Is it their moral beliefs? Is it their principles? Villains with principles, I think, tend to be pretty interesting also. Villains that kind of have like a code, but not always, though. Their code may be that they have no code, and that's fine too. Like the Joker being a total anarchist, chaotic, evil character that's great. That's awesome. He becomes a kind of force of nature. You can't really ever predict what he's going to do. Like, that's cool. It's also cool to have villains that have a very specific, like, moral system, like their own morals that they believe in. There was something I was watching recently that was just such a damn good example of, dude. Okay. I'll tell you exactly. I got a great example of this. I was watching, I went on like a Vince Gilligan rabbit hole. I watched the last season of Breaking Bad. I then watched El Camino, which was the conclusion to Jesse Pinkman's story. And then I went and watched like the last season of Better Call Saul, and all excellent, all absolutely excellent. And it just recharged like my writing batteries, just like, oh, that's what good writing is. Oh, that's so amazing. It's like I just bathed myself in it. I'm like, now listen, Vince Gilligan's writing, it's not perfect, because like even as I was rewatching it, I was like, I spotted a flaw here or there. I spotted, there's times where he's a little self-indulgent with his cold opens. They go on a little too long. especially in Better Call Saul. I think he went more into that. So I'm not saying that's perfect writing, but it is damn good. It is well done. Anyway, there is a character in the final season of Breaking Bad named Todd. Todd is basically, he's a young guy that works for his uncle, who's just basically your typical neo-Nazi in and out of prison biker bad guy. You know, he's like a Sons of Anarchy kind of character. He's up to no good. He's just a ne'er-do-well. That's just what he is. And so Todd's whole family are kind of just guys that, like, they're burglars, or, you know, and of course his uncle Jack is the one that whacks all the guys in prison for Walter White. So he's a bad dude, right? Well, what I love about Todd is that the way the actor portrays this character is just excellent, which is that Todd seems like a really likable guy. He's very nice. He's very polite, right up until the moment he just guns down a 10-year-old kid in cold blood simply to cover up their crime. And then later there's this scene where he has this sort of aw shucks attitude about it. Like, Jesse Pinkman's horrified. Spoilers for Breaking Bad. Jesse Pinkman is horrified by this. He's traumatized. And there's this great moment where Jesse and Todd are standing next to each other. And Todd, you know, he knows Jesse is really upset that he shot that kid to protect their secret. And he's like, well, look, I just feel awful about it. I'm like, oh my God, he sounds like this. Oh, shucks. You know, well, gee, I really do feel awful bad that I had to shoot him. But listen, what was I going to do? You know, and the thing that makes it so great is that you can tell the character is sincere. He is sincere. He's so freaking warped in the head that in his warped way of looking at the world, he sees it this way. Like, so there's this, like, there's a part after they shoot. I know. Spoilers for Breaking Bad. I know. I think we're safe at this point. Now, there could be someone out there who hasn't seen it yet, and I would be robbing them. I don't know where you've been living for all these years if you haven't seen Breaking Bad, but look, I hate spoilers, so I know it sounds weird to, like, be worried about spoiling a show that's, like, what, 12 years old at this point. But anyway, after Jack shoots Hank, and Walt is just absolutely destroyed, and there's that amazing shot where he looks like Ozymandias laying in the sand. Oh, it was so good. And Walt is just devastated, you know, and there's this moment where Todd just says, who is, you know, an accessory to the murder of Hank. He just very calmly walks up to Walt, who he respects and likes, and says, sorry for your loss. It's unbelievable, dude. That's a great villain right there. That is an absolutely top shelf villain. And it's very simple. Todd is a psychopath, but he's a psychopath that doesn't know he's a psychopath. And that's what kind of makes him really interesting. It's like he's sort of a product of his environment. I'm told that the actor who played Todd and the actor who played Jack, they kind of worked this out behind the scenes, their own backstory of how Todd had an abusive father, and Jack, his uncle, had protected him from his father, and that had formed a strong bond between them. And so the actors used that self-created backstory. They used that to inform their performances in the show. And it really comes through because you get this feeling that Todd sees his Uncle Jack as his mentor, and his Uncle Jack does have a code of ethics, right? Like, if you're hired to do a job, you do the job, even if that's, you know, killing 10 witnesses, you know, you got to do the job. You do it right. You do, you know, that's how you write an interesting villain. Hollywood has lost this art because they just think that the only way to do that now is just to give them a sob story. And what I like about the character of Todd is he represents what I think is really the more accurate portrayal of evil, which is the banality of evil. It's like Todd has reached a point where he can rationalize almost any act. He can rationalize almost any act, no matter how heinous, because as long as it fits with this way he sees the world. There's this other part in El Camino where he gets Jesse, who is at this point his slave, making meth for him. He drags him to his apartment building because he needs Jesse's help with something. So Jesse's like, okay. And Jesse thinks I've got to lift this cover onto, it's like I'm not good with vehicle. It's like a cover that he has to put over the truck bed of his car. He's got one of those cars. It's like half car, half truck. I don't know what you call those. Anyway, he's putting the canopy over it. And Jesse's like, cool. So that's what you needed my help with, you know? And Todd's like, not quite. There's something else. They walk into, by the way, this is another element of great filmmaking. Breaking Bad doesn't just tell the story with writing, it tells it with great cinematography. So you see the camera is looking at, from the perspective of Todd's kitchen, it's looking at the entrance to the kitchen. You see Todd come into the scene, and then you see Jesse come into the scene behind him. And immediately, just a great credit to, I think it's Aaron Paul's his name, that does Jesse. Great credit to his performance. He's just like, oh, geez, oh, God, he's got this reaction. You're like, what the fuck, man? And it's like, and then the camera pans down and you just see that his housekeeper is dead on the kitchen floor, and Todd's reaction is the best. He's just like, yeah. Look, I really don't want to talk about this, okay? It's like, oh my God. He's like, she was a really nice lady, and I'm not happy that I had to do this. It's like unbelievable. So anyway, that's a long diatribe. That's a long diatribe about, like, so in other words, I roll my eyes when I see a show, and it's like they think that the other way to do a bad villain is just a really, really, really bad villain who just kills everybody. You know what? Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3, the High Evolutionary. He was the other kind I really hate, which is he just yells. He yells at everyone. And he's just really, really mean all the time. And I just thought, see, that's the other way to not do a good villain, I think. I think Todd is a more interesting villain than the High Evolutionary. I'm just saying. Thanos is a pretty good villain. I like Thanos. Boom Man Blue says, I liked the NFDD run, but it was oh yes, Netflix Daredevil. But it was a letdown once they revealed Kingpin. He was so damn scary for the time he was in the shadows. Yeah, I think Vincent D'Onofrio pulled it off. Like, he did such a good job of having this kind of vulnerability to him that just made him a little bit disarming at times. Dude, I'm telling you right now, I remember watching I watched all the 90s animated Spider-Man cartoon, and I loved watching Spider-Man battle it out with the Kingpin. And I'm telling you, coming from that place of, like, the Kingpin is just a big burly thug, and he just beats the stuffing out of Spider-Man because he's just somehow that big and strong. I felt like Vincent D'Onofrio convinced me that he was that guy. He just is, like, that part where he says to Matt Murray, he's like, take your shot. And he doesn't even need martial arts. He's just that undefeated. He just clubs them. He's freaking great, man. I thought I loved it. I think I even said he was my favorite Marvel villain at that time. Like, he might be one of the best. He's definitely in, like, my top 5 comic book movie, live action comic book villains of all time. I would say I would put that character of Vincent D'Onofrio's Kingpin in that club. I would say Heath Ledger's Joker is up in that club. Who else? I probably have to think about it for a minute. Maybe Ultron from Age of Ultron might be in that club. I don't know, though. I was very disappointed by Ultron. I thought James Spader was an inspired choice for that character. Something about the character, you know what I think it is, looking back on it? I think they undermined his character with the stupid MCU humor, now that I think about it. Because he seemed very menacing in the trailers, but then when you got to the movie, he was like kind of like he was making jokes all the time, and he kind of seemed pathetic a lot of the time. He was, like, very sad, and he seemed very needy. He needed Tony Stark's approval. I found all that very weird. I liked it when it was just, he's a bad, evil, malevolent AI, and he's here to show us how insignificant we are. That was a cool take on Ultron, and the trailers kind of portrayed that. And I feel like the movie gave us something else. Fu Man Blue says, of Kingpin, even watching him kill people didn't scare me. Daredevil kills people. That's not scary. And I see your point about that, because you're basically saying just the fact that a character does something mean and nasty and evil or kills someone does not make them scary. That's 100% true. In fact, I would say, this is the mistake. It's really the mistake that Dave Filoni is making with Ahsoka with all levels of drama. It's like being quiet and contemplative is not wisdom. Being bitchy and annoying to your superiors is not, that's not being rebellious and creative and courageous. It's like never answering a question is not being mysterious. Action scenes does not necessarily equal excitement. And I think, the best evidence I could ever point to is like House of the Dragon, which had some really spectacular action sequences, Even so, one of the most intense and like just nerve shredding levels of suspense that show ever delivered was the moment when the dying, basically half dead King Viserys has to appear to be healthy enough to sit on the throne in order to save his daughter's life from the people scheming against her in the court, and in absolute untold agony must drag himself across the floor without any help whatsoever, because he can't show weakness, and he has to, and it's like you're watching this man, in a kind of very real sense, crawl over ground glass to get to that throne. It's one of the most suspenseful things I've ever seen, and there's not a shred of action in it. And it's like, that just goes to show you that it's not the action scene. It's not the action scene you're enjoying when you're enjoying an action scene. It's the stakes that you're enjoying. And I'll tell you, Mission Impossible is a great series for this. Like, they establish the stakes so that when you're watching Ethan Hunt doing all these death-defying high wire acts, your nerves are shredded, because you're like trying to, what's on the line. You always know what's on the line. And that's why I think the Mission Impossible series is so damn good at action. And then I can watch Ahsoka. I can watch lightsaber fight after lightsaber fight. It means nothing to me. I'm serious when I say this. The Anakin Ahsoka lightsaber fight meant nothing to me. Nothing. Because why? Why are we here? Where is here? Like, that even wasn't clear. So you're exactly right that, like, it's not the villain kills people. It's why they kill people that makes them interesting. I think it's why they're doing it that makes it scary or intimidating. There was like a character recently that I saw in a movie that was like one of the most intimidating. Oh yeah, it was the wolf in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I can't believe how malevolent and intimidating that villain is. And it's really the why of it that makes it so good, because Puss in Boots is literally facing death itself. That is fucking awesome. And by the way, his dialogue, the wolf's dialogue in Puss in Boots: The Last Wish, I know. You think I'm talking about a kid's movie. I'm telling you, young kids, this one's too intense for. That dialogue between him and the wolf is fantastic. Some of the best writing I've seen in a long time, because he's kind of like having a little fun. He's kind of needling Puss, because he's kind of like playing into his ego. It's like, that's right. You're Puss in Boots. You're immortal, aren't you? And it's like, but there's this real sense of menace and dread underneath it. So yeah, you can make a character look scary, but there's got to be the mechanics behind it. And that's why I like, one of the 10 story genres in Blake Snyder's methodology is the why done it, right? Now, you've heard of the who done it, right? Which is what people usually call a murder mystery, but he calls it a why done it. And the reason he calls it a why done it is because nobody actually cares who done it. That's not actually what is making a murder mystery or a cop suspense thriller like Silence of the Lambs or whatever it is. That's not actually what's making it interesting. It's not the who done it that makes it interesting. It's the why done it. It's the why that's motivating the killer, or the why that's motivating the detective to catch the killer. That's what's making it fun. That's what's making it suspenseful and interesting. And so, that's what I would say you're pointing to when you acknowledge that, is that it's not that the villain's killing him, it's why they're killing him. The season 1 and I would say season 3 was a little bit hit or miss with Daredevil Netflix, but Seasons 1 and 2, and then kind of the back half. Once he gets out of that stupid church in season 3, the rest of it's awesome. But they did kind of have a Daredevil has to find himself kind of thing going on, which was not good. Yes, agreed. Vincent D'Onofrio, amazing. Fu Man Blue says, having a great reason for the action raises the bar all by itself, so you can watch a slow saber fight in 77 and still be on the edge of your seat. Absolutely. It's what's at stake that's so important there. And I would argue, you know, I have to say one of my favorite lightsaber duels in all of Star Wars, it's not my favorite, but it's one of my favorites, is Anakin versus Obi-Wan. I mean, that was one of the most thrilling parts of the entire saga, I thought. And it was all because of what was on the line. And it owes a lot to how good Obi-Wan's character, as played by Ewan McGregor, like that had a lot to do with it. Just the sheer the drama of it, that he was having to kill a friend. But of course, the best lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars is the one in The Empire Strikes Back. Luke versus Darth Vader in The Empire Strikes Back is the best mano-a-mano fight in all of Star Wars for so many reasons. And again, it's not because of what's happening. It's because of what's at stake. It's because of, you know, what's so brilliant about that too is that Vader could kill Luke at will in that scene. Why isn't he? He's doing it because he's toying with Luke, and Luke kind of knows it, but Luke is just cocky enough to think he might still be able to win. And like that line where he says, "You'll find I'm full of surprises." Dude, that's classic. That is classic hero's journey storytelling. And I miss that. You just don't even know how much I miss that. And second best lightsaber fight in all of Star Wars would be Return of the Jedi. Like, dude, he fights his father, man. It's freaking incredible. It's freaking incredible. That's one of the best scenes ever. And then probably my third favorite would probably be Anakin versus Obi-Wan. And my fourth would have to be, of course, Darth Maul versus Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, because of just, I mean, martial arts wise, that was the best lightsaber fight of all time. Like martial arts wise, that was the best one ever, was Darth Maul versus Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. But emotional stakes, just all things considered wise, I would say it's my fourth favorite. What's it? Yeah. Why did he? What's in the box? Yeah. Yes. Referring to 7, of course. Well, dude, that's a perfect example, though. That's a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about. The movie 7. What makes the movie? It's in the title. Like, it's right there in the title. It's the why done it factor. Why is he doing it? Why is he killing people because of the 7 deadly sins? That's what's motivating all of the suspense in the film. That's exactly what it is. That's why you're there. It's why you're sitting in the theater. You're curious. You're curious to know why the 7 deadly sins. That's good, man. It's really good. Empire for the win. Yeah, I love how Gary over at Nerdrotic is like, I'm Team Empire now. Dude, I'm neither Team Empire nor Team. They're both idiots. They are both retards. They are like two retards, you know, having a boxing match with each other. It's, you know what it's like? It's like the scene in Bad Santa when the midget is fighting the kid. They're all kicking each other in the balls. That's basically what the New Republic versus I meant little person. That's what the New Republic versus the Imperial Remnant is. Don't even get me started on Grand Moff Gideon. Moff Gideon. I love it. I love it when he says to Bo-Katan in Mando season 3. It's like, "Oh, Bo-Katan, what will it be today? Fight or surrender?" I'm like, dude, what in your experience with this character has ever led you to believe she would choose surrender? Like, that's the dumbest line I've ever heard a villain say. Wait, what's a good analogy, Fu Man Blue? Oh yeah, the Bad Santa thing. Exactly. They're all idiots. Like, you're just watching idiots fight idiots. It's in fact, it's a perfect analogy because there's 3. You've got Billy Bob Thornton's character of, the titular bad Santa, Billy Bob Thornton, who is fighting the dwarf, who is also fighting the kid because they're teaching the kid how to defend himself, and they all kick each other in the balls. That is Ahsoka and the Rebels versus the New Republic versus the Imperial Remnant right there. They all have just kicked each other in the balls. Oh, now we got Grand Admiral Thrawn in the mix. Now, I got to weigh in on one thing, though. One thing I have not weighed in on, because we all have to know the captain's take on this. Everyone is talking about the dad bod, Admiral Thrawn dad bod, and does he look good in the role? Does he not? I'll tell you this much. When he first walks on, I really did not have a problem with them chanting Thrawn. I didn't have a problem with any of that. He looked, I don't know, he's kind of like, honestly, he's no less intimidating to me than Grand Moff Tarkin. I would say Grand Moff Tarkin in Star Wars Episode 4, to me, I love the character, by the way, of Grand Moff Tarkin. He just represents a totalitarian bureaucrat to me. That's what Tarkin represented. He was a pencil pusher Nazi, basically. He was your typical Heinrich Himmler type character. And that was, or, to use a Soviet reference, he was like why is the name escaping me? The guy that was the head of the cage, I forget. Anyway, that's my point is he's the bureaucratic pencil pusher who has the power of life and death over people. Well, that's kind of how I see Thrawn. I see Thrawn show up and he kind of is in that same category to me. So no problems there. It wasn't until he started having the dialogue that I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, we're still in this show. Because in this show, nobody says anything in a dialogue that advances the story. All they do is mulch over things we already know. That's all they do. And so, yeah, it was totally unearned, the Thrawn. Now, this is why in my earlier outline that I suggested, this would have worked, because what we really should have seen, honestly, we should have seen Thrawn in the first episode. In fact, it could have been the closer of the episode. You could have had the whole thrust of the pilot, which is kind of an outdated term now, but the whole thrust of the premiere episode could have been, getting Ahsoka on side, getting her to train Jason. Now we got to go stop this guy Balin from unleashing Thrawn. Delete the fucking witches. They're stupid. They are retarded. They are so stupid. Why does anyone like these characters? Anyway, delete the witches of Dathomir. All that shit gone. That it's killing the show. Those witches are killing the show to the extent there's anything to kill. But anyway, Balin is off to go get the Grand Admiral Thrawn. The New Republic is too busy stamping out the Imperial Remnant. They don't have time for an unsubstantiated theory, so they're not going to do anything about it. And so Hera goes and recruits Ahsoka, and they're going to go off and stop Thrawn. But there is this looming question, and honestly, I would have it be that Ahsoka doesn't believe that Thrawn is a threat, because that would help sell us on the disagreement about this. And it would be Hera who could say, I was there when we fought him on Lothal. I'm telling you, this is bad. And she's like, he's dead. He's not there. But because I'm loyal to you and I owe you a solid, I'll come with you, if nothing else, to train Jason. And that would have been fine. Probably we need to rework that a little bit, because Ahsoka should have the most age. She should be driving the plot, so that actually wouldn't work, because that would rob her of agency. But that's not here. And then you have the final scene of the episode is that scene of Thrawn and his Star Destroyer. And he's like, our time is near. And he gives a speech to the troops, something intimidating, something scary. And then we hear Thrawn. Episode 1, then roll credits. And we have established in the first episode the actual stakes of the story. I think that'd be pretty good. In fact, this reminds me of how this, okay, here we go. I'm going to show you something from old video game lore. This is from the video game Killzone, which was a game in like the early 2000s. This is how Thrawn should have been introduced at the end of episode 1 of Ahsoka. See if I can find it here. I can play. This is from the opening cinematic of the video game, by the way. Actor here is Brian Cox.
My people, sons and daughters of Helgan, for many years we have been a broken nation, shunned, oppressed, and conquered by those we sought to escape. 10 years ago, I asked for time, and that time was granted by you. You, the strength in my arm, the holders of my dreams. This much I vow. The history of these days will be written in blood. By crushing the armies of our enemy, by seizing the weapons they thought to turn against us, we were fighting for our very existence. But if our
Dude, there is, that's a great shot, by the way. Is there not more malevolence and menace in those few lines of dialogue than anything Disney Star Wars has ever? Imagine if this was the kind of entrance you got with Thrawn. Dude.
those who would deny us peace, refuse us our rightful place in the universe, then we will unleash such terrible vengeance that generations yet unborn will cry out in anguish. For years we have suffered unbearable.
Due to copyright, I don't want to go much further than that, but trust me, it is an excellent, dude. I remember watching the opening to that video game, and I was like, holy shit. That's how you do a character like Thrawn right there. And the whole point is that you're established, all of that, a lot of that is Brian Cox's brilliant performance because there's so much damn emotion in it. But you get the sense that, you know what's interesting about that speech right there? Without even saying very much, he's lore building. He's actually establishing the lore, which is that you don't even know very much about this game world, but you know that they were an exiled colony. They've been living in exile. They've been living in exile on a hellish planet, surviving, and they have a grievance. Well, that would fit Thrawn's story perfectly, because you basically, we have been suffering in this hellish galaxy, fighting. Well, the time of our return is nigh, and we will turn the weapons of the New Republic against them. It's like, they thought they had me for an enemy. In the words of Gold Dukat, they don't know what it is to have me for an enemy. And then you hear Thrawn. Now that would have been worth your stupid Disney shill tears. Like that, you know what? Those shills would have not even known what to do with a story that good, right? You would have just seen the shill reaction, and it would have just been their hair just like blown back, standing on end. They'd be like, I don't think I could keep doing this channel. Dude, if they experienced real storytelling, they wouldn't even know what to do with themselves. It'd be like, oh my God. And everyone's, oh my God, Thrawn's here. Dude, listen to me. The dad bod ain't an issue. The dad bod is not the issue, because look at this character. He's kind of fat and pudgy. In fact, I think there's like all of his guys look kind of weird because they've been living on a poisonous planet, so they all look kind of like look like ogres. That's not an issue. It's not an issue at all. The issue is that there's no lore, there's no setup, there's no reason to fear this guy. So, yeah, to sum up all of Dave Filoni's work on this season of Ahsoka, and frankly all of the work, all of it on Ahsoka, acting, writing, basically everything except maybe the small exception of the special effects, which some of those are pretty good. I would just say unearned. In fact, I would say out of 10 bars on the epaulets, Ahsoka is sitting at a 1. It is sitting at a 1. And it would have to do something kind of offensive to hit a 0, I think, because honestly, it's nothing really super offensive. Yes, Fu Man Blue, so good. The Hellgast. This is a 20-year-old video game, by the way, that I just showed you that clip from. And it's like I'm taking the copyright hit because we need a reminder, folks. My dear sailors and Starnuts, we need a reminder of how uncomplicated it is to make a character that is intimidating, to tell a story where there is something on the line. Dude, you know what's crazy too? The Empire versus the New Republic. It's ready made for this. It's built for this. In fact, I think, maybe a third issue, because we have the wokeness, we have the woke requirements, and then we also have just bad writing, just Disney, the Disney algorithm wood chipper. And then maybe a third thing that we've got that's going against us here is the sequel trilogy. It has destroyed the lore. It was lore breaking. And if you have made the decision that Ahsoka is setting up the sequel trilogy, then you have made the decision it's garbage. You have made the decision it is garbage. It is going to waste every element of this world. It's funny. I praised Force Awakens quite a bit when it came out. I liked it a lot. And I understood a lot of the critiques of it. This is back when it was still a mystery box and anything could happen. And I remember thinking, yeah, it did definitely follow the template of episode 4, but that's kind of forgivable in the sense. But I'll tell you, right from the beginning, I remember going on like the wikis. I was pretty blue pilled at this point. I remember I was still, yeah, I want to enjoy this. This is Star Wars. I want to believe it's good. And so I would go on the wikis and I'd be like, how did the First Order rise? Because that was like the very first thing that it was very confusing to me. Why would you call the New Republic armed forces? Why would you call them the Resistance? Because the Resistance implies they're out of power. I would argue part of it is TDS, but that's another issue. I would say part of it is they just liked the idea of it being the Resistance because, the Wokies are so into that. That was back during like the Pusai hat movements and stuff like that. They loved being identified. You know what it is? J.J. Abrams was not smart enough as a writer or a creative to come up with a story in which the people in power are the good guys and the people out of power are the bad guys, which honestly isn't that hard. Just watch any Mission Impossible or James Bond movie ever. Jesus, it's not difficult. Just make them the terrorists. That's all you have to do. But anyway. My point is that because they lacked the creativity. So I just remember watching it in the theater and I was just scratching my head and saying, like, I don't understand this. How did the First Order rise? Like, why does the New Republic not seem to think they're a threat? Whatever. So I go on the Wikipedia and I'd get like these dumb answers. I get like answers that were notes, I guess, in the script about, well, they were a rising threat, but the New Republic didn't believe them. I was watching Mauler's Unbridled Rage on this earlier. And I'm going to tell you, I became retroactively enraged. I really did. I listened to him talk about how, like, he points out every single level of how, like, this makes no sense. It makes no sense. And what this does is it undoes all the good things we had at the end of Return of the Jedi. It kills all of it. It kills it because it means that our heroes, everything they did was for nothing. The way that they set up the beginning in Force Awakens. And I'm like, dude, he is so right about this because it makes no sense why the New Republic would ignore all this. So here we have this bizarre setup in which the New Republic, because of the lore they've established in the sequel trilogy, there is no way to portray the New Republic as competent. And there is no way to portray the rise of the Imperial remnant as anything other but this ridiculous Deus Ex Machina that leads to Exegol and the Emperor's 1,000 copy pasted. In fact, I was watching another. I was on a Mauler kick lately. I was watching another video. It was about no. It was actually Grizzy's video. That's what it was. It was Grizzy's video about the Shills reacting to Rise of Skywalker, and he showed a clip from Rise of Skywalker I had forgotten about because I've only seen it one time all the way through. Because I just could never. The second time I tried to watch it, I was like, this is boring as shit. And so I had forgotten that when the I guess you would call them the rebels. I honestly don't even freaking know what to call them. But basically, the good guys in the galaxy showed up in force to fight the Emperor's fleet. I had forgotten how ridiculous it looked. It was basically like a million ships just copy pasted. And they just all warp in at the same time. Oh, they're all here. And I'm like, dude, you know where else I've seen this? Kurtzman Trek. Freaking Kurtzman Trek. I've seen this. It's like, these idiots do not know how to do space battles. They just think you just copy paste 1,000 Star Destroyer. And I just was like, oh my God, the Rebel fleet is even more ridiculous than the Emperor's fleet. Fu Man Blue says, for those that don't know, Swords and Starships isn't just now discovering he can spin a yarn. He has 2 novels published. Blood and Oak is great so far. Well, thank you, Fu Man Blue. Hat tip. I am ever the audience's servant. And so, yes, if you want to check out Blood and Oak, actually, I need to update my website, but it's on Amazon, Blood and Oak by yours truly. And it is about it's a nautical high seas adventure of the Barbary pirates versus American sailors in the early 1800s. A young man, when his sister is kidnapped and sold into slavery by the Barbary pirates, he embarks on a suicidal quest for rescue and revenge. So that is the story. So check it out. And yes, many of the things I'm talking about were things I had to apply in my own writing to craft, characters that were interesting. There often were situations. There was one villain, he's kind of a minor villain in the beginning of the story. I remember once wrote him doing something to the good guys in a scene, and when I had it kind of critiqued by some fellow writers, and they read it and they commented on it, they said, "Wow, this character is so evil. He's so evil that he would do that." And I remember thinking, "Wow, I've taken a wrong turn here," because it's not, the real big bad isn't here yet, and the real big bad is that evil. And I thought, this is actually wrong for this character. This is too dark of a direction for him. It's too casual of violence. And I realized when I heard that reaction, I was like, I've taken a wrong turn with this character, and I had to rewrite it. And so you have to make those changes as a writer. You have to be very in tune with who your characters are and what they would do and what they would not do. And sometimes if you're pushing your characters to do things they're not going to do, it starts to hit a wrong note. The tone in the story starts to go awry. And I'll tell you, anytime you've seen a movie and you've just felt the whole way through the movie, it's like, there's something off about this. I guarantee you that's what it is. The characters are doing things that are out of character. They're doing things that conflict with the world, and it makes you uncomfortable. These Disney shills, they can clap all they like at this stuff, but at the end of the day, whether they are consciously aware of it or not, and they're just faking their reactions, I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and say this is their honest reaction. Maybe hammed up a little for the camera, fine. But I'm willing to grant that this is their honest reaction. Most of them. I'm sure there's a few of them that are total fakers. But I'll just grant that this is their honest reaction to Ahsoka. I guarantee you, even in that case, they're at an unconscious level, at least, they are aware something's not right here. I'm telling you. And maybe some of their reactions are even compensating for it for a little bit. Like, I know people that enjoy Mandalorian season 3. And I would say what they're enjoying is, oh, hey, that's Grogu. He's cute. I like Grogu. Oh, cool. Mandalorians still look cool. And they do. Din Djarin still looks cool in the armor. I'm not denying that. But all I'm saying is, but if you really dig deep, I think you'll see you're being robbed. You're being robbed of what you could have, which is a story that is kinetic, that is riveting. I'll tell you what, if Ahsoka were really crushing it like the shills think it is, trust me, we would know. We would know. It would be a phenomenon. Star Wars, in fact, I would even argue that a lot of the energy behind these reactors is they desperately want Star Wars to be what it should be. And holy heck, if you were able to just reboot Star Wars and do it right, If you just, honestly, if they just said, hey, we're throwing out the sequel trilogy, we're getting rid of all it, and they just started adapting faithfully the extended universe, you wouldn't even believe the phenomenon it would become. I am telling you, Star Wars would explode. It would people would love to have it back. That's why I know Ahsoka's crap, because I'm telling you right now, if it were as good as they act like it is, you would know. Because the world wants it back. The world needs it back. I've often said, my purpose is not to be hateful towards individual creators or writers or directors or whoever. I don't really have a quarrel with them. But I do take issue with like corporations that I consider engaging in unethical and abusive practices. And quite seriously, there is something kind of criminally abusive to me about taking this story, this lore, and having this attitude that it's yours to just do whatever the fuck you want with it. And screw the fans, screw them. So the real animus is towards just the sheer just malevolence of that, because it's like, because they are so wedded to the message and just whatever their agenda is. And I would argue that, Disney at this point is their accountants. They're managing money. They're not capable of even seeing what they have on there. They're standing in an acre of diamonds, folks. They are standing in an acre of diamonds, and they don't even know it. They don't even know it. They don't even know what would happen if they created a real mainline Star Wars movie that was done with a classic heroes Epic of Gilgamesh story that it should be. And yes, slightly favoring the male audience. Still plenty of badass babes, plenty of room for that in Star Wars. Female Jedi, sign me up. I'm fine with all of that. But if they did it understanding that this is a primarily, male, this is a story of primarily male interest, doesn't mean the ladies can't have fun with it. It just means that's what it is. And I'll tell you something. I think some of the ladies that are reacting to this, it's like, well, look, it's a soap opera. So I don't even actually doubt some of these reactions, which, I'm so happy to see this. I'm like, but honestly, it's not even a good soap opera. But Fu Man Blue says, wow, that's scary how easily you can lose sight of where you wanted a character to go. It's very easy. It's very easy. In fact, I would say plot-driven writing is a bad way. You've got to know your characters. You have got to know your characters. That is really the foundation on which the entire house is built, because your characters really do lead the story. And that you've done good character work when you set out to write something and you suddenly realize this character wouldn't do that. I can't write the scene. It wouldn't work. I've had scenes like that where I started to write it and I realized, nope, if John were in this situation, he'd kill the guy. There's no way I can write this scene and the guy lives. It's like, okay, so that scene's not going to work. That scene's not going. That's when you've done good character work. I would argue Dave Filoni does exactly the opposite. He does it exactly the opposite. We're going to have the Witches of Dathomir, and we're going to have another galaxy, and Ezra's going to come back, and we're going to do all that stuff. It's all going to be there. Never mind whether the characters would actually be there or do any of these things. Never mind whether the characters actually have a reason to do any of these things. It's like, oh, the New Republic is just not, they're going to sit on their hands and do nothing. That's what they're going to do. Never mind whether the New Republic has been established any reasons for why it's behaving this way. This is the kind of writing that you get when it's not character driven, because it's plot driven. It's like the plot needs to happen. So we just need the next thing to happen. And, so if you are really stuck on the plot, it's easy. It's easy to make a wrong turn with a character. And that's why you need feedback. You need editors. I'm a big believer. Art is a collaborative project. It doesn't matter. Even if you're one author writing a story, it's still a collaboration, because you need the participation of the audience. That's why I will eventually need beta readers for Galaxy Born. So, join my Discord. join the Swords and Starships Discord, and anyone who joins either my locals or the Discord, links in the description. If you'd like to be a beta reader for my future works, I'd love it. I'd love to have you. Also, another thing is advanced review copies also go out to beta readers. So, and what is the purpose of a beta reader? Well, it's kind of like a test audience. It's like, read the book, let me know what you think. And it's a great tool because really, you can get actual feedback from people saying, hey, this is really weird to me that this character did that. And it really disappointed me because I thought this character would never do something like that. And it's very useful to be like, oh, shit, you're right. Or, no, I think I made the right creative choice, but maybe I haven't done enough of the setup to make that payoff work. And so I got to go back. So Mauler says it quite often. The surgeon, the long man, harmless, lovable little fuzzball, as Rush Limbaugh used to call himself. Little old Mauler, wouldn't hurt a fly. But one of the things he says is like second drafts, people. Third and fourth drafts, like rewrites, people. Like, you got to do it. It's got to be done. So anyhow, there you have it. There you have it. What else is in the stack of stuff? Captain was loaded for bear today. Speaking of the bean counters over at Disney, try this headline from Bounding Into Comics. Oh, look at that. Isn't she lovely? Initial costs for Rachel Zegler's Snow White film are already shockingly high. Dude, how can you spend this much money on the community theater that is this just garbage? Oh, man. A new report details initial costs for the Walt Disney Company's live-action Snow White film starring Rachel Zegler and Gal Gadot came in at $209 million. Oh, my God. These people waste money like it's going out of style. Dude, it's incredible, isn't it? When have they ever had one of these live-action things succeed? Let's see. When was the last one? I think the Beauty and the Beast one was a success, if I recall. I think Aladdin was a failure. And basically every single one after that has been a failure. Like, maybe, did The Lion King make money? I think The Lion King might have done well. More of these than not have been a failure. And yet, what do? Here's $209 million. Go make a Snow White. By the way, we hate the character. It's a 19th century fable. It's deeply misogynistic and evil. Everything about it is wrong. Here's $200 million to make a remake of it. This new report came from Caroline Reed at Forbes, who reveals that the Snow White production went under the code name Hidden Heart Productions Limited in the United Kingdom. According to Reed, in the UK filings for the company, the Walt Disney Company had already spent $209 million as of July 31st, 2022. However, she notes that the United Kingdom's government has granted Disney a $41 million tax rebate, meaning the net spend so far is at $168 million. The key thing to point out here is that these are just the costs through July 31st, 2022, and do not include any production costs incurred after that date. Ford rightly notes its costs are likely to rise sharply, as more than a year of post-production still had to be done after the date of the financial statement. So that means that as of mid last year, it had spent $209 million, but that was before post-production. Oh, dear God. That's before reshoots. That's before all of it. It's not just post-production that will increase the cost, though. We know from earlier this year that they were also doing pickup shots without Rachel Zegler. It's likely those production costs and any more they might have done in the past year will also be included. Reacting to this information, financial and box office analyst Valiant Renegade, Heck Tip Valiant Renegade, wrote on X, Rachel Zegler's Snow White looks like it will have a production cost of $300 million. It's quite possible it could go even higher than $300 million, given the production costs that were incurred over the past year, as well as any kind of post-production work the film will undergo. Nevertheless, Reed claims, based on these initial numbers, the film will need to gross $336 million to break even. a third of a billy just to break even. That's not factoring in marketing costs, folks. She explains that studios typically receive 55% of box office grosses, yes, from theaters, 43% from international markets. So basically, they only get about half of the actual proceeds from the ticket sales. Taking the average of 43 and 55 gives roughly a 50-50 split, carry the one. And what we get is, if Disney retains around 50% of the takings from Snow White, the movie will need to gross $336 million just to cover its baseline spending. Given there are clearly quite a bit of production costs that are likely still to come, as post-production marketing could see the film needing to bring in at least $750 million. And that's using a conservative 2.5 times factor for Valiant Renegade's 300 million minimum production. So basically what this amounts to is, all in, after they get their box office, after they cover costs, post-production, reshoots, and the marketing, this movie needs to make $750 million. These people are insane. What is wrong with these people? Do they really think, I'm being quite serious here, do they really think that Snow White is that much of a draw? That they're like, oh, let's see, it's going to need to make almost $1 billion to break even. That seems reasonable. I mean, if James Cameron's Avatar brought in $2 billion, well, this baby's going to make $3 billion, I say. It's like, wow, how stupid. It's bizarre. Isn't this bizarre? Yeah, maybe I'm just a layman and I just don't understand, but like, I don't understand. Aren't they running a business, or are they running a money laundering scheme? Which is it? Given the massive budget, it's unlikely the film will recoup its costs. That's putting it lightly. The most recent live-action film, The Little Mermaid, only grossed $569 million this year. Look, I bet they're wishing they had kept Sound of Freedom. Yeah, tiny little profit. Tiny little profit. Basically a 7x return on its budget, and it made far less than than a Disney failure would even make. Which just goes to show you, Chris Gore is right about this. Chris Gore is right about this. They just need to have a separate brand, Disney Sparkle, put all their woke shit on there. They could, the Proud Family, all the LGBTQ plus IA, whack-a-dicka-ophemy procedures. They can push all that shit in their Disney Sparkle, and whoever the insane people are that want to watch that stuff, they can watch it. It's made on a smaller budget, makes a profit. And then for the rest of us normal people, they just make good movies. Like make some new good movies. Hire some writers that are actually have some talent and let them do what they do. One Piece just schooled the entire industry on how this is done. It's not complicated, folks. It's not complicated. They faithfully adapted the manga. Ikaro Oda's manga is very clearly, to me, a modern set of fairy tales set in a pirate fantasy world. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. They are modern fables with beautiful moral lessons for the young and the old. In fact, on Friday Night Tights, the Babylon Bee guy, and I feel bad not remembering his name. I'm really sorry about that. The Babylon Bee guy on Friday Night Tights, I'm going to look it up here. What was his name? I think I've pulling it up right here, folks. Delay of game. I just feel bad. Okay. Joel Berry. Okay. Joel Berry. If Gary would just get through the damn intros instead of turning half the show into the intros, it would help with this kind of thing, you know? I'm blaming Gary for this. Okay, Joel Berry from the Babylon Bee. So he had not seen One Piece, and he asked the panel, he's like, oh, what do you guys think of it? And Gary just gave this great answer. They just talked about how there's all these great lessons in the story. What was the lesson about the scar, which is brilliant? You know, Luffy as a young kid, he wants to have a pirate scar, so he cuts his own face. And now this is also really interesting because you see Luffy in the show and he's got the scar, right? And you're wondering, where did the scar come from? Now, the fact that it turns out it's self-inflicted, you could look at that as being kind of a letdown, right? You could look at that as being anticlimactic, sort of the way that Nick Fury's eyes get scratched out by a kitty cat. You could look at it as the same thing at first, but actually it turns out to be a really beautiful lesson, because then his mentor, his surrogate father, this pirate, basically tells him, Luffy, it's not the scar that has the meaning. It's the lesson you learn from getting the scar that gives it meaning. And it's a beautiful moral lesson. And so he kind of just pointed, Gary was basically telling Joel, it's great to watch, because Joel was asking, is this good to watch with my 10-year-old son? And he's like, it's great to watch with your son, because there's a lot of lessons about, you know, positive male role models and positive masculine ideas, like protecting people, being willing to, you know, like there's a great scene in which Luffy's, that the pirate that was Luffy's mentor and adopted father, I forget his name, but there's a scene where he's being insulted and spit on in a bar, and he doesn't act. He doesn't react. And Luffy is pissed. Luffy is pissed at him. He's like, why don't you fight back? And he's like, fighting isn't everything. Violence isn't everything. Now, in the hands of a Wookiee, that would be the end of the lesson. That would be the end of it. Violence is bad. Okay. It's weird. It's weird. Violence is weird. That would be the end of the lesson if this was a woke story, if that even was there. But what I love about this writing is, you know, you kind of agree with Luffy in the scene. You sort of agree with, I sort of agreed with Luffy. I'm like, dude, fight these guys. They're being assholes to you. Then later in the show, the bad guys come back and they start doing the same thing to one of the pirates' friends. And then he kicks all their asses. And then Luffy's like, well, where was that? How come you didn't fight them before? And he said, well, I can endure insults to me. I can endure a beating that's undeserved, but I will not tolerate people attacking my friends. And it's just a beautiful lesson about how to be, it's a positive masculine role model. It's like, he's basically saying, like, you should do your best to avoid violence and conflict. Don't be so thin-skinned that you're willing to, you know, engage in violence over any little thing. But when your friends are in trouble, you need to stand up for them. And this is a lesson that Luffy gets imparted. It's kind of interesting, too, because I think of like Blue Beetle and Jaime and how he's got no moral center. And I'm thinking, you know, this is a good example of how the relationship between Jaime and his father could have been. You know, when Jaime, I know you didn't ask for this, but how about a quick rewrite of the Blue Beetle movie? Have it be that he gets the Blue Beetle suit and, you know, there's a little bit of, whoa, what is this? And then it's like, wow, this is kind of fun. And then it's like, you now have full control of the Blue Beetle weapons platform. And he's like, really? Can I do this? Can I do that? And he starts having fun with it. And we then have a fun and games part of the movie where he's actually beating up some criminals. Maybe he even does something that's like, not like a serious, he does something morally questionable, let's say. Like maybe he there's like a corrupt bank and he kind of takes something from them. I don't know. Something like that. And it's not a good thing to do, but he does it anyway. Kind of like Spider-Man letting the robber go, right? Then later in the movie, his father has a moral lesson for him about what a man's responsibility is, you know, what his duty to the world is, and how he has a duty to protect people, and how he can't just give in to his baser instincts. And then later in the film, his father dies, which affects him deeply. Then we get Jaime showing up as, you know what? I was using this suit like it was a fun Corvette driving around and getting kind of revenge for being a poor kid in a rich world. Now I realize the meaning of it. The meaning of it is to protect people and to help people and to be better, you know, right? So my point is, you have that moral lesson between the father and son, and it could have made for a very good movie, could have made for a very good superhero movie, but it was not to be. Instead, we got a giant Blue Beetle robot farting. One Piece, on the other hand, has an excellent story. Amazing father and son dynamics in One Piece. So, beautiful show. And Fu Man Blue points out, positive messaging is so bygone. It's weird to hear. Isn't it, though? Isn't it weird? And, you know, Mauler had this excellent point. Mauler had just such an excellent point about this. He said of One Piece, it is such a bizarre, fantastical world It's totally bananas. It's wacky. It's off the wall. And yet, as I'm watching it, I realize this is such normal storytelling. It's normal storytelling. I'm like, dude, it's so right about that. In fact, this is how bad it is, folks. There was this tweet that came out. Have you seen this? Let me see if I can find it for you real quick. It was you probably already seen it. It's the McDonald's ad. Dude, it's probably already viral. All I have to do is type in McDonald's and I'm going to find it. All the re's over it. Yeah, here it is. Here it is. This is what has sent the Wokies into absolute orbit. It has sent them into orbit. It's a Japanese McDonald's ad. It's the cutest thing you've ever seen. It's just a father, a mother, and a daughter having a nice evening with McDonald's. What's so beautiful? Thank you, Dave Filoni. I mean, Japan. There you go. That's what Japan gets in their commercials. We get a bunch of BLM bullshit. Just like, you should feel guilty. You should feel guilty for having safety and prosperity in your own country. Anyway. You look, dude, when I heard that this was a thing, I was like, what could that, literally, I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good at figuring out what will piss the Wokies off. Like when I heard about Sound of Freedom, I was like, that's going to piss the Wokies off. A movie about a good man stopping child sex trafficking, guaranteed going to piss off the Wokies. The radical leftists are going to hate this. Why? I'm not exactly sure, but I know they will hate this. And boy, was I right. They hate that movie. They hate it. That's like, they just hate it because they know, you know what it is? They've got their hand in the cookie jar. They know that even though it's not about them, they feel guilty. Why is that? Anyway, we've talked about that ad nauseum. My point is, I'm usually pretty good at sussing out when the Wokies are going to be sent into orbit over something. I saw that Twitter thing and I'm like, I got nothing. I don't know what could make them mad about this. I really don't know. I'm looking, I'm like straining. I'm like, what am I not seeing? I'm like, it's a dude, it's a chick, it's a daughter. They're eating, it's pushing McDonald's. But honestly, the Wokies are very pro corporation these days. They're very fat positive. They're fat positive. So they think that like being fat and unhealthy and, is good for you. So they can't really object to McDonald's anymore, can they? Because only crazy right-wing alt-right types are talking about not eating junk food and getting in shape. So that can't be what's pissing them off. Okay, so it's not that we're pushing a corporation because that doesn't piss them off anymore. It's not that it's junk food that makes you fat because that doesn't piss them off anymore. I mean, yes, there are no LGBTQ people in it that I can see so far. The little girl has not declared herself non-binary in the ad, so that could be, but still, it's more of like, why would they even notice it? Why would they just wouldn't see it, right? It would be invisible to them. So like, why would they even see it? Well, there's a dad in it. I guess it's, and then finally, like, dude, it's a nuclear family having a good time. It's a nuclear family that are happy. And that just has sent them into orbit. And then the fact that we acknowledge how stupid it is that they're in orbit has sent them even further into orbit. They're like, you see, all the right-wing white supremacists, they all love it. They love it that there's a mother and a father and they're not miserable and their life is shit and they're getting a divorce and the girl has declared she's non-binary and she's getting a fake dick at age 5. They're not happy. They're so evil. They're just... It's incredible. I've never seen human beings work so hard to be miserable. It's quite impressive. So to your point, Fu Man Blue, it is, you see that, but honestly, I did have that feeling when I saw that. I was like, I can't even remember the last time I saw something this wholesome and charming. Like, I mean, literally, it's just a family happy. They're just chilling. They're just eating a meal together and they're just happy. And I was like, it feels weird to see it. that is a sad statement about where we're at as humanity. I mean, I really think that where we are, this is not a black pill. It's going to sound like it at first, but it's not. Where we are is we're kind of in a transitional phase, and I mean that in the more older sense of the word. We are in a transitional phase in which we as a society are deciding whether we're going to be living in Ready Player One or like something like Hunger Games, or we're going to be living in something more like, Isaac Asimov or Star Trek. And that's kind of the crossroads I think we're at in our modern civilization. And, that's why it seems so odd, I think, to see something where it's just people are happy because people seem determined to push, I really do think that our stories, our films, our comic, everything is pushing this idea that you can never just be happy and enjoy just the joy of living. I was really struck by, there was this amazing documentary I watched about the Holocaust. What was it? It was I wish I could remember the title of it, but I just can't. But it was just about a group of Holocaust survivors who returned to, they're now United States citizens. They have big families, but they were returning to their hometowns in like Hungary and other places. And they even met some of their neighbors that were still alive from that time. And I just remember there was a scene in it where one of the Holocaust survivors, he's an old man now, but he's living with his family. He's got all these grandkids, and they just showed him at his table with his extended family. And it's his kids, his grandkids. Everybody's around the table, and they're just laughing, and they're raising a glass of wine, and they got a big meal, and they just look so happy. And he just said, I have this appreciation ever since living through that nightmare. He's like, every day, I just revel in the joy of living, of just being alive. And I thought, wow, what a profound and powerful lesson that is. And so, oddly enough, Japan McDonald's, of all things, has given us a little reminder that this is what's normal. This is why we're here on this planet. There's nothing being said. There's nothing dramatic happening. It's just a family having a good time. They're just having a meal. It's junk food. It's garbage food. Who cares? We're having a good time. It's a nice, chill Friday night. I'm telling you what, that culture is making a comeback because I'm telling you right now, people are starved for this. This is why I'm telling you. I probably differ a little bit with the FNT crowd on this, but I'm telling you, Star Wars would come back like that. It would be back tomorrow if it got the kind of classic storytelling writing that it needed. And now I'm not saying it wouldn't take it'd probably be a little bit like the House of the Dragon situation where it took a little bit of word of mouth for that thing to gain steam. But once it did, people were like, oh man, Game of Thrones is back. And it was, in fact, I would even say I really kind of enjoy House of the Dragon more than most of even the good seasons of Game of Thrones, because I just feel like more happens in that show than in the original Game of Thrones. And I freaking really loved it. For me, the White Walkers were always boring. I was never that interested in the White Walker plot. So I guess House of the Dragon is kind of more my jam because I like the kind of the politics and the scheming and the nobles, Anyway, my point is Star Wars has so much banked international goodwill that all you would need is the Star Wars equivalent of that Japanese McDonald's ad. You make that the Star Wars equivalent of whatever that is. You just put that in Star Wars. A hero goes on a quest to save the galaxy. Bam. We are back in business, baby. Ain't going to happen on Dave Filleting Filoni's watch. Mr. Filleting Filoni, who likes to fillet himself about all of his favorite story items that were in his things, he ain't gonna do that because, dude, I've never seen a guy so blinded by his own legend. It's unreal to me. To the extent any legend of his was ever true, it's incredible. The man has no love of his craft. None. There's no way you could. Now, part of his problem, I think, is that in a cartoon show, you can get away with filler. You can get away with kind of nothing happening in a cartoon because it's just, and frankly, it's kind of why I only watch about half of the Clone Wars. I kind of skip episodes because I only like the ones where something happens. Dude, it's a whole nother ball game when you've got 8 hours and that's what you've got. And part of it is he probably just doesn't know what the hell he's doing with this kind of writing. I just think he doesn't. He doesn't have any experience with it. But honestly, I don't really think of that as an excuse because if you knew that you were, look, this is Disney. Whatever you need, just ask for it. I need help from a writer that's more experienced. Can we get the guys who wrote Andor. Now, I'm no giant fan of Andor, believe me. But I tell you, I know competent writing when I see it. And the guys that wrote Andor, there was competent writing at work on that series. So why not borrow those guys, Dave? But no, filleting Filoni ain't going to do that. He ain't going to do it. Fu Man Blue says, Gary's, that would be nerdrotic, 10-year plan isn't supported by anyone I've heard. So that's not a hot take. I'm not saying I would object to them putting it in the vault for 10 years and bringing it back. I understand his point, and I definitely understand his point. He's saying that, yeah, Star Wars fatigue is a real thing. So is superhero fatigue. Critical drinkers kind of convinced me on this. I'll be honest with you. But I still, look, I think House of the Dragon, Star Trek Picard Season 3, no one was more hostile to Kurtzman Trek than me. No one. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest temptation I ever had to see Season 3. The minute they announced the whole cast was in it, it was even more reason not to watch it because I knew what they would do to all of them. It was only RBG, Robert Meyer Burnett, that honestly convinced me to give it a shot. Right? So I'm telling you, if Star Trek Picard Season 3 could bring back someone as hostile as I am to Kurtzman Trek and honestly make me very happy, if House of the Dragon could bring back Game of Thrones fans, Star Wars could bring legions back. They could bring them screaming back, even more than Marvel could. Even more than Marvel could. It's fun to listen to Chris disagree with people. Yes. Would that be... Wait, are we talking about Chris Gore? I totally blanked. Anyway. I love listening to people disagree. Gore, Chris Gore. Yeah, no, I love Chris Gore's takes on things. Did I miss one of Wrangler's? There you go. Wrangler says the nuclear family is the foundation for any healthy functioning society. Yes. I think the nuclear family, I actually think it's something of a product of modernity in the fact that the idea of a husband, wife, children on their own in a town, in a house, far from their relatives. I actually think that's more of a 20th century invention than I think it was. I think throughout most of human history, it's been more common to have more like a family clan dynamic, where you actually have an extended family, uncles, aunts, grandparents, if not living together, living close by. I think that has been historically, but what is the core of that? Well, the core of that is the nuclear family. The core of, that's why the nucleus, right? The nucleus of the family, that's the foundation of a family. That is how human beings procreate. And I think another thing that's important about that is there are other ways for the human species to propagate, such as, the way that it used to be done in like the Ottoman Empire, the sultans and their harems, frankly, it was pretty common in a lot of, royal monarchist. What's the word I'm looking for here? Monarchy systems where you'd have a single king or ruler or emperor, and you'd have multiple wives and lots of children, and so polygamy essentially. Boy, we're really off the rails, aren't we? My point is, but what is the method of procreation that results in individual liberty and a healthy, thriving, happy society? And I think that really is that foundational dynamic, right? Of two partners raising children together, the foundation. And look, it just is what it is. Now, are there different ways people live? Are there, I think Andrew Clavin puts it best, central versus important, right? The nuclear family is central to human civilization. It's central to, I think, good, healthy human well-being. That is not to disregard that there isn't such a thing as, a single mom who does a great job raising a child. That's not to say that there aren't other ways of existing in the world. But the problem with the wokies is their hatred of what's normal blinds them to their own hate, quite frankly. I find it pitiable and sad that McDonald's ad is drawing so much ire. But I'm telling you, it works every time it's tried. All you need to do in storytelling is hit those notes. And we go over them often on this channel. That beat sheet, and that's just my favorite way of getting at it. But there are other methodologies. But good character-driven stories, there just ain't no substitute, my friends. Fu Man Blue on the Rumble side. Wait, no, that's on YouTube. Never mind. There you go. Harems make a lot of sense at a time with high infant mortality. Yeah. Debate me, bro. Yes. This show has really gone off the rails now that we're talking about harems. Uh-oh. Trouble brewing, folks. Trouble is brewing. It's an old Far Side gag. Here you go. This from Bounding Into Comics. Oh, look, the Stargate is still up. We'll leave it up. This from Bounding Into Comics. Rumor. People walked out of Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom test screenings because, you're not going to believe this, folks. Black Manta, the villain, slays the hero's baby son. This, dude, I saw this and I'm like, I'm throwing this into the overtime stack of stuff. We knew it could be like the Silver Age and that Black Manta could ultimately win, but that appears to be what James Wan is going for with Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Sources claim an aspect of this era we previously discussed multiple times is what has everybody so upset with the film and walking out of test screenings. So here's the rumor, right? So basically we had Can We Get Some Toast, which is a scooper on Twitter, basically said that Aquaman's newborn son is going to die. Spoilers for Aquaman, possible spoilers. Aquaman's newborn son is going to die at the hands of the villain. Naturally, this report isn't sitting well with viewers and would-be viewers. A skeptical Grace Randolph thinks the trailer doesn't quite convey a feeling for the story. She also reveals she heard people walked out of free screenings. I love this tweet, by the way. He's like, this baby's going to fucking die, by the way. Jeez. Oh, man. She didn't specify why, but her coverage parallels the outrage and other reports that Aquaman 2 is so bad that people can't sit through it. Now we know why, if this latest scoop is true, and it appears Warner Brothers is trying to sucker unsuspecting theatergoers into seeing this movie with a trailer most consider decent. It was vanilla, bland, no real central. I don't think there was any central conflict in that trailer, which is the big problem with it. But anyway, so My Time to Shine Hello is another Twitter user. I don't know. They basically said this is correct, that people walked out of the free test screenings. And somewhere in the article, does it explain why we should trust that person? I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt. So anyway, so this is the rumor. Oh, dude. If this rumor is true, oh my God. I saw this headline, and usually, these kind of, it's a little bit clickbaity. That's kind of a headline I'd probably skip over, but I actually pulled that one because that struck me. That struck me because I thought, I would not put this past him. This has the ring of truth to me, because that scene in The Flash when he is like in slow motion and all the babies from so fucking stupid. A hospital is about to collapse, and literally the only wing of the hospital that still has anyone in it that has not been evacuated just so happens to be, what do they call that ward where all the babies are kept in the incubators? Like, that's basically what it is. I forget the name of it. It just escapes me. Anyway, and all these babies are falling, and a dog. Fuck it. Just throw in a dog. Why not? And a dog are falling to their deaths in bad CGI, and the Flash has to save them. And one of the ways he saves one of the babies is there is a microwave disconnected from a wall outlet, of course, because it's falling from a building, but still. Oh my God, I can't even say it. It's so fucking awful. He puts this baby in the microwave, and the movie clearly thinks this is cute and funny. And I'm like, dude, there is such a thing as, look, I'm not saying that there is any realm of comedy look, I'm the free speech absolutist, no matter what the speech is. However, especially comedy, I am a free speech absolutist. So I'm not saying that there is such a thing as a joke that should not be allowed. So don't misunderstand what I'm saying here. But there is such a thing as something that, dude, that's not funny, bro. It's like a psychopath making a joke and thinking it's fun. It's like Cartman making a joke about some terrible thing happening. And all the other kids, I'm a South Park fan, if you can't tell. And all the other kids like, Cartman, that's not funny. That's what I felt like when I saw that. I'm like, that's not funny. That's not an image anyone should ever see, ever. I don't care. I don't care if it's like, oh, but because he was improvised. I don't care. I don't want to see my superhero doing this. So here comes Aquaman. And we get this rumor. It's like, dude, if they do this, I swear to God. By the way, the reason I took so long to watch John Wick, the first one, is because everyone told me his dog dies in the beginning. And I was like, oh, I don't like that. I don't want to see that. And I'll tell you something. I was very skeptical. But the way they did it in John Wick was, it was done well. It was done well because it really was treated as a tragedy, a death that had great significance to John Wick, and in a story about a man trying to escape a life of death. It fit the tone of the story, and it made sense. That is a rare case where it works. I have zero faith that this movie will do this. I have zero faith that there is any rational reason for the story to go in this direction. None. Absolutely none. So this movie, if this is true, it is going to be an absolute disaster. It is going to be an absolute disaster. I'll tell you something. They didn't just kill the superhero genre of movies, these companies. They did a double tap. Like they nuked superhero movies from orbit, these companies, with their shit writing. Nuked them from orbit. It was the only way to be sure. It was the only way to be sure that superheroes could never come back. Anyway. There you go, folks. Well, that's pretty much the Captain's Cast. We even got some Stargate talk. We even did some Stargate talk. We had some fun. We laughed at some Shill's expense. Dude, the Grizzy. Keep doing what you're doing, man. The Grizzy, killing it. Just killing it. I can't wait. Honestly, I'm excited for the next episode of Ahsoka because I'm going to get another episode of the Shills React. I don't even know if I'm going to watch the show anymore. I think I'm just going to watch the Grizz. I'm just going to watch Grizzy do the React video. I also love it, too. In the middle of every one of those, he'll do like a comment. He rarely comments, but once in a while he comments, and every time he does, it's devastating. It's absolutely devastating. No, the chick that just says what is obviously true and his lightsaber, it's red. It's red. I saw red. But she's like, and then he's like, oh, because the title says it's far, far away and they're going somewhere that's far, far away. Have you ever seen so many crayon eating, paint chip eating people in your life? It's unbelievable. Well, of course. Well, look, it all makes sense now, my dear sailors of Sarnauts. Does it not make sense now? Why these people? It's like, well, if that's what's impressive to you, then yes, this is Shakespeare. This is freaking Shakespeare. Wrangler, woohoo, Stargate. You're right. Absolutely. I'm working my way through it. I'm hoping to get to Atlantis, and then I heard Stargate Universe wasn't very good, but I heard Atlantis was pretty good. I heard Atlantis is pretty good, and then wasn't there one other one I'm not thinking of? Anyway, yeah, we're gonna do Stargate, and I think I'm gonna do Babylon 5 as well. I'm gonna do Babylon 5, and because I've never seen it, I was very much I was a Star Trek snob at the time. Star Trek had better special effects. It just did, okay, and that was my jam. But now, you know what? I have a new appreciation for the good things in life. Let me tell you that much. And what else? There was something else I was thinking I needed to watch that I've been putting off forever. I don't know. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. But definitely Babylon 5 is one that I want to do. Blue Man Blue says season 1 of Universe is pretty great. See, that's what I heard. I heard it was pretty good. So we have good things, and good things are on the horizon. And yeah, it's like that outline I just kind of did. I think I'm going to work on something like that for a video coming up, because I kind of am tired of critiquing these Star Wars shows, because honestly, no, wait, I take that back. These Disney Plus shows, all of them have these same problems. Every single one of them. It's incredible to me. Hawkeye had this problem of weird, long-winded dialogues that didn't actually reveal anything. It just, you know the drill. So I think instead of doing like a full-blown critique, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a captain rewrite of season 1 of Ahsoka, because I actually do think it had potential. It had great potential to be a great series, and it could have worked. It really could have worked. I think here's the main deal. Here's what's got to happen if Star Wars ever is to make a comeback. They must decanonize everything after Return of the Jedi. They must. They have no choice. There is no salvaging this if they don't do that. They won't. That will never happen. I have no illusions about this. Unless Elon Musk buys Disney, which ain't going to happen, that is never going to happen. So there you go. But if we're just, having fun with it, there was a fun little thought experiment they did on Open Bar where everyone was asked, like, what would you, if you could decanonize but keep anything you wanted of any of the Star Wars stuff, like what would you keep? What would you get rid of? I think Mauler said he would get rid of everything after Return of the Jedi, which I agreed with. I think Drinker said he would keep Rogue One, but he would get rid of the sequel trilogy, and he would keep the prequels, and Clone Wars and Rebels would be fine to keep, which I think is pretty reasonable. I would say I would be fine with keeping Rebels and Clone Wars. They were fine. And they did have some runs of episodes that were very well done. They had some runs of episodes that were really, but yeah, everything with the sequel trilogy got to go, because what we have got to get rid of is, frankly, look, for those of you that are Star Trek fans out there, you'll probably remember this. When they were creating Deep Space Nine, they had an overarching villain, which in my view is my favorite antagonist of all of Star Trek, which is the Dominion. The Dominion are my favorite antagonists of all Star Trek series. Absolutely love that conflict, the Dominion War. It's one of my favorite events in all of the Star Trek universe. And when they were creating the Dominion, they had a couple of different species in mind. They had the Vorta, which Jeffrey Combs, in his brilliant performance of the character of Wayun, epitomizes. They had, which were kind of like the diplomats, and they were the diplomats and the statesmen, what's the word I'm looking for? They were basically the administrators. They were the administrators of the Dominion, a very pleasant, unassuming, non-threatening species that were they were offering the hand of friendship, but then they had one hand behind their back with their fingers crossed while they plotted your doom. So love the Vorta. Excellent. Then they had the Jem'Hadar. The Jem'Hadar were this kind of reptilian-looking species, and all they are bred for is just murder and killing. Like, they are just a ruthless... They're the stormtroopers, basically. The stormtroopers of the Dominion. And then you had the Founders, which for a long time in the Deep Space Nine series, you didn't know who they were. They just were a shadowy... Who are they? Who are the Founders? Well, then it's revealed the Founders are actually the Changelings, which are Odo's species, which is a big reveal. So what you had was 3 species comprising the Dominion. Now, why did they do that? Well, one reason that the showrunners did that is because they didn't know which of the three species the fans would like. Because look, let's face it, sometimes they'd come out with a species or an antagonist in Star Trek and the fans would be like, didn't work. Ferengi is a perfect example. The Ferengi were meant to be Picard's Klingons. Can you believe this? The Ferengi were intended to be the new Klingons in The Next Generation. Unfortunately, in their debut episode, they came across, I think as one producer put it, they came across as angry gerbils. So they did not work. They did not work as villains. However, they did work really well as these kind of like sleazy merchants of the galaxy, these grifters of the galaxy. They actually worked really well as these uber capitalists. And I love the Ferengi as that. They were excellent as that, but they did not work as a villain. The Kazon in Star Trek Voyager are awful. They had potential, but they really were they just did not work. They just did not work. So they were afraid of this happening. The Dominion was their big bad, and they did not want to create a big bad that the fans wouldn't like. So what they did is they tried 3 different species and hoped one of them would stick, which is not a bad strategy if you're hedging your bets. And it turns out the fans liked all of them. The fans liked the whole thing, and I certainly did too. I thought the triumvirate of founder, administrator, warrior was brilliant. I thought that was an absolutely brilliant organization for the Dominion. A Star Trek nerdy friend of mine, did not totally like the founders as the head of he kind of thought that was a bit too cute. But it worked. I think it worked out. In any case, why do I bring that up? I bring that up because if they had just gone with, let's say, just one species as the Dominion and the fans didn't like them, they'd have been screwed. And if they had overcommitted to the Dominion as the big bad in Deep Space Nine for like 5 seasons and the fans didn't like them, they'd be screwed. And this is kind of what happened with Voyager and the Kazon. They sort of overcommitted to the Kazon and they were lame. Nobody liked them. It wasn't until Janeway encountered the Borg. I thought some of the early bad guys were good, like the Vidians were cool. The kind of creepy, diseased guys, those were cool. So they would have been saddled with a villain nobody liked for 5 seasons, and that would have killed the show, and that's why they hedged their bets and did the 3 different species, and I think that was a really wise, measured decision. So what has happened with the sequel trilogy in Star Wars is they created the First Order, and then they created the Last Order, and they both have turned out to be a dud. They've turned out to be a dud. They've been rejected. They are an absolute catastrophic failure as antagonists for the story. However, everything after Return of the Jedi is now 100% irrevocably committed in perpetuity to those villains as the antagonists. Worse, the heroes that we are supposed to root for, the New Republic, have also been rejected as hapless boobs by the fans, and we are committed. We are committed to them being our heroes in perpetuity, irrevocably, forever. It is, in storytelling terms, an unmitigated disaster. So the fact that Disney has wedded themselves to the continuity of the sequel trilogy means it is impossible ever for them to write a good story that takes place after the fall of the Empire. It's not possible. They can't do it. Cannot be done. It's the only thing they can do. They must decanonize the sequel trilogy. It's their only way out of this. And then the next thing they do has to earn its success piece by piece by piece, the way that Deep Space Nine did it with the Dominion. That's how you do it. That's how Disney needs to do it. I'm just pretending that there was such a thing as a rational Disney company. And that's what they would have to do. So there you have it. Wrangler says, personally, I think Gul Dukat was the best Star Trek villain, slightly beating out Khan in my mind. That's not a bad take. I got to tell you, Wrangler, I'm close to agreeing with you on that. I love Gul Dukat. He is a brilliant villain. He's a bit, look, he was kind of an on and off villain for about 7 seasons. So they played a bit of like cartoon games with him a little bit. Sometimes he'd be the good guy. Sometimes he'd be the bad guy. but they always knew, like the writers always knew that one day Gul Dukat was going to show everyone how evil he truly was. Like he's a brilliant character. He is one of my all-time favorite Deep Space Nine episodes is, what's the name? Oh, Waltz. The name of the episode is Waltz. It's in season 7, I believe. And it's where Sisko and the war criminal Dukat are trapped. No, I think it's in season 6. They're trapped on a planet together, and they're waiting for rescue, and it's just them. And it's a psychological thriller. The episode is basically a psychological monster in the house story. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. Freaking incredible writing. By the way, my favorite episode of all Deep Space Nine is In the Pale Moonlight. So check that one out. I have a favorite of every series is my favorite episode. I know exactly what it is in every series. My favorite episode of Star Trek Voyager. Actually, it's kind of shifted over the years, I would say. I think Renaissance Man used to be my favorite episode, second to last episode of the series. But actually, I kind of want to say my favorite episode of all time of Voyager is probably Year of Hell, which is a 2-part episode. So probably my favorite episode of Voyager. Favorite episode of Star Trek The Next Generation? It has been a long time since I did this thought experiment. So maybe I don't know anymore. Maybe I don't know anymore. I probably would have said The Best of Both Worlds, but probably the best. No, Yesterday's Enterprise might be my all-time favorite episode of Star Trek The Next Generation. That's a really good one. That's kind of hard to pick. Anyway, there you go. Some Star Trek talk for you. Times Arrow. That's a good one. Next Gen. Times Arrow is a very good one. Very good choice, sir. Oh, you know what? Actually, probably Chain of Command is probably my favorite. That's the one where Picard gets imprisoned by the Cardassian. There are 4 lights. That's a really good one. And it's also the episode where Data is given command of a starship and the first officer is being a dick to him and he has to learn how to handle it. That was a great couple of episodes. That Wrangler, that's my second most hated episode of Voyager, Year of Hell. Yeah. Okay, if I had to guess why, you would say that was because it just all gets undone at the end because of time travel. Am I right? And that's a fair critique. I would not, if that's your critique, I wouldn't disagree with you. I still like it because, yeah, that's a fair critique if that's your critique. I would say I still like it because look, the one of the things I kind of felt sometimes hindered Star Trek was the episodic nature of it, how every episode had to reset the status quo at the end of every episode. What I liked about Deep Space Nine is they finally kind of got away from that. They were able to tell long-form story arcs. Now, Kurtzman Trek has taken it way off the rails, so that's granted. But it was done well in Deep Space Nine. And what I liked about Year of Hell is it got to show us kind of like what would happen if the Voyager was truly losing. Like if Voyager was losing at every turn for a straight year, what would their lives be like? And that's why I liked it. I liked it because it showed how bad things could get in the Delta Quadrant, which I think raised the stakes for the whole series, frankly. So that's Wrangler says, yes, that was my critique. Fair critique. Look, time travel. Look, I've said I'm working on my own sci-fi universe, Galaxy-born. And one of my rules, no time travel. No time travel. And believe me, that rule is as much for me as anyone else because it's tempting. It's a very tempting plot device. I won't deny it. It's because you can tell very fun stories with time travel. However, it's like the Holdo maneuver. It's a world breaker, dude. Sooner or later, time travel will wreck your canon. It just will. There's no way around it. Unless the center of the story is time travel. Unless it's like Doctor Who, where that's the whole premise of the story, well, that's one thing. But I actually noticed this about Mass Effect, which is like one of my favorite sci-fi universes ever. Mass Effect, there's no time travel. Brilliant. Very wise choice. And don't ever dare introduce time travel into Mass Effect, BioWare. Don't do it. Now, there are ways around time, such as being in hyper sleep for 1,000 years. That's fine. You just don't want to have Yeah. Fu Man Blue says, I love the what if episodes in a long running show where the ship and cast have perma-plot armor, which is kind of what Year of Hell was, right? Which is, it was basically, yes, it was a what if episode of Voyager. And every series kind of had that with Star Trek. Every series had a kind of what if episode. Like the Inner Light in Next Generation was kind of a what if episode. And I felt this is part of the problem with the episodic storytelling, right? Picard lives basically in a 60-year lifespan, right? Because of this alien probe. And then he wakes up and he's lived this whole life. And now he gets back to his, well, dude, that should have been a whole season arc because that would have wrecked your life for a year. I mean, you couldn't just come back to your old life like it, it's like, dude, do I even remember how to captain a starship? It's been 60 years. That'd be the weirdest thing ever. But because it's an episode by episode thing, it's like the very next episode, it's kind of forgotten. It's like, oh yeah, well, good old Picard, he's back. So that would be kind of a limitation of episodic storytelling in my view. And that's one of the reasons why I sort of prefer long form storytelling. However, I do think long form storytelling run amok, as Quentin Tarantino observes, becomes a soap opera. And that's not good either. And I think that the other end of that spectrum is what we have with Disney Star Wars right now, is the other end of the spectrum. So Wrangler says, I use time travel in my writing as well, but you cannot erase the past. If something happens, you cannot make it unhappen. I'm not saying time travel as a plot device has no place. I'm just saying it's got to be in the right kind of world. And, for a world where I think if you're trying to build a really consistent lore about a future space travel universe, and my goal is to make it very grounded, right? To make it more like Star Trek, not quite as utopian, but like more like Star Trek, where it's a grounded future. That I think if you introduce time travel, you just open the door to world-breaking stuff. And you see this in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I mean, I liked Endgame. I'm pretty happy with Endgame. If that's the end of the MCU, I'm happy. And we can throw in No Way Home and I'm good. And I'm totally happy with that. I'm satisfied with that ending. There were problems with it, but I'm satisfied with it. That being said, introducing time travel, that was not optimal in my view for Endgame. I think that was pretty world breaking because now we are left to sit here thinking about time travel in every new Marvel Universe story now. That being said, I mean, it's not actually, you know what? It's a movie that did time travel really damn well was X-Men Days of Future Past. I'm telling you right now, that's one of the best superhero films ever made. It's absolutely incredible. It is a really good script. Every minute of it is entertaining. And it's the concept. There's constant tension. The ticking clock nature of the time travel device is brilliant. It is freaking brilliant. Dude. Now, if you could write a Star Wars show like that, that would be good. Days of Future Past is so brilliant because they immediately establish in the beginning of the film that the mutant power that allows only Wolverine, because of his healing powers, to go super far back into the past. They establish that every minute he experiences in the past corresponds to a minute in the present, which means that while things are happening in the past, the present is continuing to move forward. So that means that every minute that it takes him to fix things in the past, he's risking the Sentinels catching up and killing him in the future. That's pretty freaking great because it means, because a lot of the problem with time travel plots is, well, if we get it wrong, we can just go back and try it again, right? Or we can just pick a different time in history, right? It's like, well, you can't do that in Days of Future Past. So really great piece of writing, that movie. And definitely the best of the X-Men films by a mile. And really a very good kind of Avengers of the X-Men universe because they got the young and the old cast together in a really brilliant way. That was, very, very well done. I watched it recently on a lark and I couldn't believe how much I enjoyed it. I was like, damn, I remember this being a good movie, but damn, I really was surprised. So it can be done, but it's risky. Fu Man Blue says, it seems like Endgame was the first in the chain that they completely ignored what consequences they left for the future of the universe. I think Endgame left the Marvel Cinematic Universe in a good place. It left, well, okay. Killing off Iron Man, not good. Steve Rogers, aka the real Captain America, going away, also not good. So maybe I've just completely unwound the entire point I was about to make. But I was going to say that it wasn't in the bad place. There was places you could go from there. But yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it really did kind of end the universe. It just did, because you can't kill off your two rock stars. You can't kill off your two rock stars. You just can't do that. Critical Drinker had a recent video where he said the problem with modern movies is nobody can stay dead, and that's a good point. But I actually think another problem is no heroes can stay alive. No villains can stay alive. They just kill them all off all the time. It's like, dude, what if the villains just lived and they kept harassing why was Christopher Nolan able to do this with Heath Ledger's Joker? Why was he able to do that? Like, he basically established that the Batman and the Joker, he implies at the end of The Dark Knight, in my view, the best superhero film ever made. The Dark Knight implies at the end that Batman and the Joker are going to have more tangles with each other. And I thought that was super smart and pretty risky, because usually that's not what they do in these superhero films. They always kill off the bad guy at the end, almost always. And I thought that was a pretty interesting choice that Nolan made. And had Heath Ledger not died, I definitely think we would have seen the Joker again. We might have even had more Batman movies. I don't know that he would have ended it quite as quickly as he did. Hard to say. He seems like the kind of filmmaker that gets bored, so he probably doesn't want to stay on one project forever. But in any case, Wrangler says, I agree with you on X-Men. Even though I took issue with their temporal mechanics, it was a damn good flick. I loved it. Yeah, at this point, it's so funny. I was watching Better Call Saul, and there's a cameo from Walter White at the end of Better Call Saul, and it's basically them in the basement of the vacuum guy's place, and they're waiting to be relocated with their new identities following the events of Breaking Bad. And Saul is asking, he's doing this, he loves to ask people, what would you do if you had a time machine? Where would you go back and what would you do? So he asks this of Walter White, who is the wrong person to ask this question. And he says, hey, if you had a time machine and you could go back to any time, when would you go? And Walter White is like, what? You're asking me this now? And he's like, yeah. He's like, oh, that's ridiculous. That's a stupid question. He said, well, it's just a thought experiment. Like, what would you... The type of time travel you're talking about is not possible because of the second law of thermodynamics. I'm like, oh, this is so good. Bryan Cranston is totally right back where he left off in this role. It's so good. And then he says, well, he says something like Neil deGrasse Tyson or something on TV said that wormholes. Oh, geez, we're talking quantum mechanics now. He's like, stay in your lane, lawyer. And I'm like, oh, that's so good. And but aside from Walter White being Walter White, what I loved about the scene was I was kind of engaged with it. Like, yeah, tell me why this is not possible. It was kind of fun to listen to Walter White lecture me on how stupid I am for thinking time travel could be possible. And that got me curious. I was like, well, the second law of thermodynamics basically says things tend towards chaos. In other words, you can't unscramble an egg. The egg's already been scrambled. There's no way to reverse that process, which is why time travel to the past, according to the second law of thermodynamics, is not possible, because essentially the omelet's already been cooked. There's no way to uncook it, which is a very interesting view of how time works, right? So I kind of thought, that had the ring of truth to me. My position on this is basically it probably just isn't possible in any context of going to the past. And so I went down kind of a rabbit hole. I was reading, okay, so what's another thought? There's different thought experiments on this, but what if the grandfather paradox? So there's quantum mechanics allows for the possible theory of the many worlds interpretation, which is if you go back in time and you change something, you wind up in a different branch of reality, which we've seen ad nauseum in multiverses and so forth. So that's that we can all put aside for a second. The other idea is there's no such thing as the many worlds theory. if you were able to time travel into the past, and there are some theories allowed by relativity that allow you to fold space-time in such a way that an object winds up in an earlier state of its history, right? So essentially, you're sending a thing into its own past if you fold the geometry of space-time in the right way. There are solutions in relativity that would allow this, although it's very, very doubtful there would ever be any way to achieve it, is basically how the theory goes. However, that leaves the question, if there's no many worlds and you are this object and you're able to go into your own past, then that introduces the paradox of, could you, if you interfered with your own birth, the grandfather paradox, would you then cease to exist? Would this create a time paradox? Like, what would happen? And most physicists believe, aside from the many worlds, that it would simply not be allowed by the laws of physics, that the laws of physics would prevent you from altering time. And I've seen a couple of really good time travel tales that I think represent this well. 11/22/63, based on the Stephen King novel about a guy trying to prevent the Kennedy assassination. I think that one kind of represents it well, but of course it's based on a Stephen King novel, so he kind of represents time as a kind of almost malevolent force that will not let you change it, or it will resist it, kind of like a monster. It's very interesting how he does it. And then there's Outlander, actually. Outlander is kind of another time travel story that subscribes to that, which is she sometimes tries to change the past, and she can do little things that don't really alter the course of history. But whenever she tries to do something really big that would actually change, like who's the king, for example, or whether a war even happens, she can't do it. Something will always interfere. Something will work its way out so that her plans fail. And she never manages. The whole season 2 is focused around that. I think that's pretty clever. But this got me thinking. If that's the case, this introduces a question of free will. Because if that were true, then that would mean that we don't have free will, is what some people argue, philosophical. We're in overtime, folks, on the Captain's Cast here on Swords and Starships Channel. So we're going down the rabbit hole. So strap in. And well, this got me thinking. I believe in free will. I do. And so, but I also believe this could be possible. So what would that mean? What would that mean for these two conflicting beliefs? There is free will, but if I were to go back in time, the laws of physics would prevent me. And that just doesn't seem possible to me. That just doesn't seem right. That seems like saying that time has a will of its own, which is personifying time, which doesn't make any sense. But then I heard a physicist argument basically goes something like this. Well, in our minds, we can imagine ourselves flying like Superman. So in our mind, we can imagine ourselves flying. We can try to will ourselves to fly, but we can't because the laws of physics won't allow it. And he said, why would time be any different? And I thought, well, that's a pretty damn good way of putting it, actually. I enjoy thinking about these things, folks. If you want to know. And if you're anything like me, if you are a nerd here on the Swords and Starships channel, or a honorary nerd, or just a guest of nerds, either way, you're in good company, because chances are you are someone who thinks about things like this very deeply. And loves to argue with people about it too. Regular says, I buy into electric universe theory, which doesn't allow for folding space, black holes, or wormholes. It also rejects Big Bang theory. Whoa, man. That's a bold one then. That's a bold one. I mean, until we get out there and see for ourselves, there's probably a whole shitload of stuff we don't even know. Well, you know what's really interesting? We have these telescopes now, which can discover planet, and we're discovering exoplanets left and right. We discover them by the hundreds now. But the interesting thing about it is, before we had this technology, we honestly could only speculate at how common planets were in the galaxy. We certainly know how common stars are, because we can see them. We know that there's about 400 billion stars in our galaxy. That's pretty well established, has been for a while. We weren't that certain how many planets, though. Is it rare for a sun to even have planets orbiting it? Is it common for a sun to have planets orbiting it? So there was some debate in the scientific community about whether there really were plentiful planets like you see in Star Trek. Now that we can actually find them, it turns out they are just like grains of sand on the beach. They are everywhere. There are thousands and thousands of them. Everywhere you look, there's planets. In fact, we now know there are likely to be an enormous amount of rogue planets just floating without a star, just out in the ether. So it turns out that planets are extraordinarily common in the Milky Way. There's probably, and given the number of stars that are in the galaxy, the number of planets is in the trillions. And so therefore, almost any planet you can conceive of existing probably exists out there in just our galaxy, which is staggering, which tells me that when we develop faster than light travel, because I believe we'll figure it out someday, when we get faster than light travel, which Wrangler would probably disagree with me that that's possible. So debate me, Wrangler. Fight me, bro. No. So faster than light travel, which is definitely possible and will happen. I think when we get out there, we are going to be stunned. We are going to be stunned at the things we couldn't even have thought of before. I think we're going to, which is why it's hard to be a science fiction writer, because it's like you got to imagine the unimaginable. But I think we're going to be so shocked by some of the things we thought we knew and some of the things we didn't know, or it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be so much fun. I think we're going to see things out there that are actually quite predictable. I think we'll get out there and we'll see some things like, yep, that's exactly what we thought we'd see. But I think what will also happen is even when we see things that are kind of what we predicted, there will still be something about them that kind of surprises us. That'll be like, oh, but I didn't see it unfolding that way. Really good question. Is it common to have a planetary system like ours where we have a spherical moon, a single spherical moon, essentially in a co-orbit with us? I guess that's not really. Essentially, the type of moon we have, there's no other moon like it for a terrestrial planet in our solar system. It seems to be rare, given what we know about our solar system. It seems more likely that most moons are an extrasolar capture, or, well, an extra orbital capture, I should say, of like an asteroid, for example. That's more like Phobos and Deimos orbiting Mars, which are basically captured asteroids, which seems to make more sense, more likely. So the question is, what if we get out there and it turns out that like our moon is an extraordinarily rare type of planetary system? That could be fun, which my theory is I actually think that's likely to be the case because it's the collision. Well, I don't know. The most settled theory on it is the collision ejection theory, which is that Earth in its primordial days was impacted cataclysmically, and all the stuff that it ejected from that accreted into a new, essentially, subplanet, the moon, and that's how we wound up with what we have. Is that common? Is it not? These are the questions that will be answered someday. Yeah, look, Wrangler, you didn't have to tell me. I knew you were going to say that. I do not think that FTL is possible. Well, look, Alcubierre, he has an equation for it. There is an equation that works. The missing piece is the energy source, and that's a big missing piece, admittedly. But there is an equation that allows for bending space-time in such a way that could happen. Could happen. Fu Man Blue says, I sure can't imagine how. Well, exactly. Dude, do you think anyone could ever have imagined how you could create an explosion from one bomb large enough to wipe out a city? Nobody could imagine that. Frankly, until right about after one of them detonated over a city, 99.999% of all of humanity could not have imagined that. They were like, what could even produce that much energy? It turns out that a drop of water contains if an entire drop of water were converted to pure energy, that would wipe out a city. That's how much energy is in matter. So like, that's pretty stunning. And literally it's only been about 100 years since we even theoretically discovered it. Actually, no, it's been about 120 years, I'd say. It was like when the first theories were coming out about the possibility of nuclear energy. That was like in the late 1800s, I think, was when physicists were first figuring this out. And then it wasn't until Oppenheimer, great movie to kind of cover this, but it wasn't until the Chicago Pile which they do show that in Oppenheimer, the Chicago Pile, the first working nuclear reactor, it wasn't until then that we really had a practical model for how it could work. So we just need the Chicago Pile thing for FTL and we'll have it. Listen, this is why I think FTL is possible. Because we are so damn ignorant of how the universe works. We don't know shit. Okay? We didn't even know germs existed 300 years ago. 300 years ago. We didn't even know that germs were a thing. We couldn't even imagine it. Nobody could imagine it. We just had theories about what made people sick, such as humors, bad air. Bad air was what people thought made people sick up to the 1700s, which is really when science was getting into full swing, was the 1700s. That's really when science was taking off, and we still didn't know any of that. So, dude, we don't know shit. Like, we don't know shit. This is why I think UFOs are absolutely real. Now, are they visiting aliens? Now, that I'm skeptical of. However, I am absolutely convinced there's something going on. And really, is it that hard to imagine? For most of human history, we had no explanation for things like the bubonic plague. We had no explanation for just the normal shit that would happen to us. We didn't know why it was happening. We only had theories about hexes and curses and witches and things like that. We're still in that level of ignorance about what's going on in the universe, because when we see a weird light that is an F-18 can't catch, we say, what the hell is that? I guarantee you there's probably an explanation for that someday that people, our descendants, will laugh at us. Our descendants will laugh at us for not knowing what those were. They'll be like, oh, those idiots, they didn't know anything. They didn't know anything. They had no idea that that was just a quantum bubble rubbing up against this universe. It's just a quantum bubble, bro. They're so stupid, those idiots in the 21st century. I'm telling you. And that's why I think FTL is possible, because one day it'll just be like the combustion engine. We'll be like, wow, how did we never figure this one out? Because we just took, got to figure things out, man. It takes time. Wrangler says the center of mass that Earth and Moon orbits is within the Earth, so it's not a co-orbit. Pluto and its moon, however, is an... Now, see, I have heard different. I have heard that essentially if you had big kid, small kid, and they're playing that game where they're swinging each other around, that's kind of more like what the orbit of the Earth and the moon is like. So it's basically, so the center of orbit is slightly outside of Earth, is what I thought. So kind of the moon and the Earth are kind of orbiting each other a little bit. I could be wrong, though. Oh, I misread it? I'm sorry, Wrangler. You do believe it's possible. I think we will one day do it. Okay, well, then I stand corrected. I stand absolutely... The captain stands corrected, sir. Thank you very kindly. Fu Man Blue says, we need a warp bubble type thing more than we need propulsion, I think. So here's my deal. I actually think the theoretical science on how to get FTL is not that... I actually don't think that's the hard part, because essentially the mathematician Alcubierre already figured out a model where it works and it doesn't violate any known physical laws. The problem is it doesn't have a power source. Now, this is kind of what's interesting, though. NASA has reworked the equations in recent years, and they've actually found a new model for the Alcubierre drive that actually requires vastly less energy than the original equation. Now, that right there is progress. So really the issue is we need to figure out the energy source that would actually work with something like that would not require all the energy of a solar system. Also, there is the small issue of the possible buildup of Hawking radiation energy, which might be sufficient to wipe out a solar system upon arrival, but one thing at a time. Now, I'm actually dealing with that in my Galaxy Born story. My concept for how I call it hyperlight travel in Galaxy Born, and it's based on the Alcubierre drive. I just like keep it simple. Keep it simple. It's based on a real world theory, the Alcubierre drive. But there's a dynamic in it where ships traveling at hyperlight. Now, hyperlight speed is not like warp speed in Star Trek. It's dangerous. When you're going at hyperlight speed, you have to have a very clear map of where you're going, and you have to have a sensor net that will tell you when there's a rogue planet right in front of you. Because if you don't see it, you're going to the ship's wiped out. So basically, most travel is along star lanes. that have dedicated strings of sensors, which are basically saying this is a safe path, and they're constantly monitored as a safe path. So you can go fast in the star lane, but if you're off the star lane, you can't go very fast because you need to slow down so you can map where you're going in real time. Now, so that's the limitation on the speed, essentially. So one problem you have is when you're going at hyperlight speed, you're building up Hawking radiation because you're bending space-time. And so the idea is the Hawking radiation buildup has to go into a radiation sink. And when that sucker's maxed out, you got to hit the brakes. You can't go any farther. So I feel like that's a good system. Fu Man Blue says, as slow as it is, even a microwave generator will get you up to mad speeds. Well, Avatar, this is the crime of Avatar. It's funny. I was thinking about this the other day because someone was talking about like Ahsoka shills and like, oh yeah, you can love a bad thing, but you got to be honest about the fact it's bad. Okay. And I said, you know what? Avatar, 100% guilty as charged. I love Avatar 1 and 2. Enjoy the hell out of those movies. But yes, I understand that they are badly written movies and they are severely lacking in substance in many significant ways. I still enjoy them for various reasons. But the number one problem, but like one thing that Avatar has going for it, you wouldn't know this just watching the movies, but the actual backstory that James Cameron wrote for the Avatar movies is actually really brilliant. And it's very hard grounded sci-fi. Because he basically, the explanation, essentially, Pandora is an Alpha Centauri, which is our neighboring solar system, which is reasonable because it's our nearest solar system, is the idea. The ships that go to Pandora take 5 years to get there, and they travel, well, they take 5 years. So they're basically traveling at roughly the speed of light. But I think the idea is they accelerate up to, I'd have to read it again, but he has all these notes that are very detailed about how the ships work, how the engines work. They have to turn around mid-flight. So basically the second half of the flight to Pandora, they're just decelerating, which they did kind of reference in the second Avatar movie because they're like, they see the light of the engines decelerating as they reach Pandora, which is a pretty real world theory for sublight travel and how you would do it. So it's a pretty brilliant world. The problem with Avatar is he never dives into any of it. He never dives into any of that. We never get any sense of the ships, Earth society, what's at stake. That's what sucks about Avatar is the Pandora world building is great, but he doesn't world build beyond that. He won't world build the human world, which really, I mean, on screen, he does it in backstory, but he doesn't do it on screen, which is really annoying and it's actually the second biggest reason why Avatar has no cultural footprint, I would argue. But the first and most important reason that Avatar has no cultural footprint is that it's a story about a dying planet, and that's depressing. It's a dying Earth story, even though the Earth in this case is Pandora. It's essentially the science fiction equivalent of Cormac McCarthy's The Road, which is the most depressing work of fiction in all human history. There is no hope for the Na'vi. There is no future. Really, there's no hope for humanity. Humanity is a doomed species. We're on the way out. We are in our death throes. And even the idea of stealing from Pandora or settling there is effectively it's a Hail Mary, and it's kind of a forlorn delusional hope. That's basically why Avatar has no cultural footprint, because it's fun to watch the Na'vi. It's fun to be in this cool paradise world. But the minute you leave the theater, you're just a little bit thankful to kind of remind yourself maybe humans have a future. And look, Star Wars was a cultural footprint because Star Wars was about a future. It was about heroes overcoming great odds and succeeding. Avatar is not about that. Avatar is I believe I said, so Star Wars is a Golden Fleece story, right? Which is, Lord of the Rings, also a Golden Fleece story. That is your most classic hero's journey kind of situation. Those are good stories for franchises. Star Trek movies are most often a Golden Fleece story. We're on a quest for something. That's the way you do space adventure. Avatar is an institutionalized story. Institutionalized stories are good, and they can be really great stories. There's a lot of great Fight Club. Fight Club's an excellent institutionalized story. The problem is, in an institutionalized story, it's not about the journey or the adventure. It's actually about the choice of the characters to either join the institution, rebel against burn down the institution, or just die. Basically sacrifice themselves on the altar of the institution. Those are your three choices as a character in an institutionalized story. Obviously, Jake Sully's character chooses to burn it down. That's his choice in the first film. Avatar 2, the institution is fighting back, and now it's actually it's kind of a choice of well, I think what we're getting towards in Avatar is we're going to watch the death of Pandora. I'm pretty sure of that. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe Cameron in about the year 2075 is going to release the final film in this series, and it will be a happy ending. But it ain't going to be for humans. It ain't going to be a happy ending for humans. Do you know this, folks? Nobody asked for this, but okay. Avatar talk. Here we go. The backstory is that Earth is dying, and unobtainium is the only fuel source that's turning things around, that's saving humanity, because unobtainium is like this unlimited energy, and it's helping. It's saving the Earth from its dying state. So when Jake Sully rebels against the humans in Avatar, he is dooming everyone on Earth who's depending on the unobtainium for survival. Now, wouldn't it have been nice to hear that in the context of the film, to add some nuance to the story, you know, to give Jake a little bit more of a moral struggle? Because it's like, what if Quaritch, in addition to being a mean SOB, also was able to say, you know why we're here, son? Because if we don't deliver that, I'm sorry that your blue friends are going to have to move. I really am. But do you understand that there are, 12 billion people back on Earth that are going to starve to death if we don't get that unobtainium? Now, it ain't pretty, but it's the way things are. Now, at least that would have been a more nuanced and interesting story, because then it's like, okay, but you know something? I think Cameron does not trust his audience. I really, I wouldn't call him a woke storyteller, but he's on the borderline, because he does not trust his audience to make that decision for themselves. He wants you 100% to hate the humans. He wants you 100% to love the Na'vi, and never the twain are to meet. Never are we to ever question those two perspectives. And I think a much better film that would have had a cultural imprint, if he had given us all the facts in the story, which that is his backstory, I just told you. That's his real backstory. He just doesn't tell the audience that story. And that's what disappoints me about it. Wrangler says the moon absolutely has effect. Everything affects each other to some degree. I read that the center where the Earth and the moon orbit each other is below ground. Perhaps. No, you could be right. I honestly, don't quote me on it, because I honestly don't remember. It was probably like an episode of Cosmos where I heard this. It's slightly, but I know that, like, in other words, the orbital center of the Earth-Moon system is not the center of the Earth. And we agree on that, definitely. So, yeah, it's very cool. The relationship between the Earth and the moon is quite fascinating. Quite fascinating. I was overhearing. We're in overtime, folks. The show's pretty much over. We're just chewing the fat now. I was watching, but not watching. I just overheard it because someone else was watching it in the next room, and it was The Big Bang Theory, which was a show I used to kind of like. I used to laugh at it and enjoy it. And a friend of mine who's also a nerd and a good friend used to tell me I was a fool for liking that show, because it's nerd blackface, basically. It's nerd face. Well, I haven't watched it or thought about that in a while, and I just so happened to overhear an episode where Sheldon is like going into a room with, I can't remember the names, the two female characters. I can't remember them now because it's been years since I saw it, but they're like, it's like Leonard's girlfriend and then Sheldon's girlfriend, and they're having like a girls' night or something. And I only caught snippets of it, but it was something to the effect of Sheldon was going to work on his people skills by exposing himself to women's talk or something like that. It was, and I remember thinking, my friend is right about this. Is total nerd face, because I'm like, this isn't how nerds behave, even smart nerds. Like, it just isn't. Like, yes, socially awkward, maybe, not good with girls, often possibly true, But this is basically a science fiction character. This is basically Data, saying, I wish to explore human interactions. It's like, no human acts this way. I could be wrong. Wrangler says, I think the toughest hurdle to overcome in long-range space travel would be venting excess heat. Mass Effect, I love the mechanic in Mass Effect, which is that you run energy through an element 0 core, and by running a positive current, if I'm not mistaken, it increases mass of an object. If you run a negative current, it decreases mass of an object. So essentially, in order to travel faster than light, you lower the mass to almost 0 of a ship, and then you just push it with normal thrusters, and it just goes faster than light at that point. Well, the problem this creates is the electric current builds up a static charge, and that static charge must go into a sink to absorb it. If the sink gets overwhelmed, then everyone in the ship will be electrocuted and fried. So every ship traveling at faster than light speed in Mass Effect has to, at some point, discharge their core. You cannot simply discharge the core into empty space because there's nowhere for the current to go. There's nowhere for it to be grounded. So in other words, you have to find a place to ground the current. So in Mass Effect, ships have to go into a planet's atmosphere and discharge into the magnetosphere of a planet. Hopefully they find a planet that has a magnetosphere, because not every planet has one. And so that's kind of like a limitation and I've always found that fascinating. By the way, the only way you know this is if you read the codex. It's never really mentioned. I think maybe once in dialogue, it's briefly mentioned. Nobody ever talks about it in the actual game. And I always thought it would be fun if they incorporated that into the story at some point, but they never do. It certainly would be good if you adapt. Please don't anyone ever do this. But if you adapted Mass Effect to be a TV show or a movie, that would be a very cool plot element, that like the ship can only go so far before it has to discharge. I always thought that was a cool idea. They have to discharge. I don't remember if they had to discharge heat, though. I don't think they had to do that. If you don't have a magnetosphere, the only way in Mass Effect to discharge your core is to land on a planet and literally discharge it into the ground. That's the only other way to do it. Or you go to a facility. If you go to any like space facility, they already have, equipment to discharge your core. So anytime Shepard lands the Normandy at a port, it is assumed that the core is being discharged. Which is, listen. These things we're talking about, Fu Man Blue, Wrangler, lurkers, et al. Anyone watching on the restream, if you're still with us, I promise you care about these things. The writers of Ahsoka, the writers of Kurtzman Trek, the writers of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and the DCU, they do not give a shit about anything that has been mentioned in the last 30 minutes. They care. They really think that shit is stupid. They don't understand why dumb nerds find it so interesting. And they're like, stay in your lane, nerd. We're over here to write brilliant fiction. And this is why we have what we have, because as Robert Meyer Burnett has very brilliantly explained, these properties are in the hands of people that don't like them. And that's really what I mean when I say, now listen, they might like Ahsoka. They might like pretty, red lightsaber. They might think it's cool. I'm not denying that. They may think that the idea of the Federation being a super progressive and super enlightened culture, they may think they like those things. But what they don't actually like is what the show was about, which is, okay, Picard encounters an admiral who is attempting to relocate an indigenous population of aliens in order to steal their fountain of youth from their planet. And Picard has to make a choice whether to side with this admiral or revolt against the Federation, which was Star Trek Insurrection, right? These are the kinds of things that Star Trek was about, which was debating the philosophical. These writers don't give a shit about any of that. They don't care about any of that. So that's really, at the end of the day, wokeness in the message, but also people who just don't spend a lot of time thinking about, is faster than light really possible? What about time travel? It's like, no, hold on maneuver. That was a 1 in a million shot. See, that's why that whole debate happened with the Holdo maneuver. Everyone who's kind of like a faithful space opera fan sees that, and whether they liked it initially or not, I thought it was like, oh, it looked cool, but like the minute you start thinking about it, you're like, okay, wait, why can't they just do that every time? J.J. Abrams, Ryan Johnson, they don't care about that. They do not care about that. They just think that like, well, look, we'll just write a line of dialogue. It was look, this is space. Space is dumb. Space isn't real. Space is fantasy. There's no such thing as space. There's no such thing as people in space. Shut up, nerd. Obviously, it was a 1 in a million shot. You're just here to watch lightsabers. And it's like, so what they don't understand and why, the Shills, with all due respect to the Shills being very upset at us thinking that they look ridiculous, they do. With all due respect to those folks, what I would say is, unless you are willing to spend an extra hour of your time on a Sunday debating whether hyperlight travel is possible, I would argue you're not quite the fan you think you are. Okay, I'm just like what you like. It's not my business to tell anyone not to like any. I'm just saying I think you may think you like something that really, I would say, the people that love Ahsoka right now, they are the soap opera crowd. They are the CW soap opera crowd. They just like they like the character references. It's not, I can't even say character stuff because there's no character going on here. It's just, they like that. Ooh, the Anakin. It's Anakin. Anakin. I love that. Like, Gary keeps pointing this out. Everyone keeps talking about Anakin is returned. He's returned to the Star Wars universe, like, except for last year when he came back in Obi-Wan. Oh yeah, that one too. Nobody remembers. Nobody remembers. Fu Man Blue says, read back to my genius idea. You may want it. Okay. Let me see if I can find it here. Yeah. Shut up, nerd. Wrangler says, tactile heat transfer for the win. No, I agree with you. The thermal heat sinks, that's a classic idea. By the way, Star Trek warp core technology requires heat sinks. They reference it in every single Star Trek series. They reference the coolant. The engine coolant is always referenced, and the coolant system of the warp core is often, when it gets damaged, that's often the reason that there's a warp core breach. So Star Trek is in agreement with you, Wrangler. Wrangler says Fu Man Blue is a genius. Okay, here we go. Where is it? I got to find it here. Fu Man Blue says, I just solved the heat issue. Okay, here we go. Okay, so you have matter collectors that use their collections to print rods, okay? The rods are used to absorb the heat to be discharged, okay? And the discharge could add to the speed. So we recycle the thermal heat. So we basically have control rods that absorb the heat. Heat sinks, absorb the heat to be discharged, and the discharge is added to the speed. Well, I like it. Hell, I'm going to add that to my systems. I would say I kind of have that with the Hawking radiation. Like my idea is that the radiation goes into the rad sinks, and then they recycle that energy. And if the system is damaged or they get maxed out, like what can happen is the rad sinks can become totally inert, which is totally burned out. They get converted to another element, and they basically become like a useless block of lead, basically. Something like that. But I see no look, the more complexity you add to these starships, the better for storytelling, I think. So then you also have a thermal control system. Oh, that sounds pretty good. A thermal control system based on these rods. I'm not sure I get. So you have matter collectors that use their collections to print. Oh, so they basically just continuously generate these things. That's pretty cool. I'll think about that. I love it, Fu Man Blue. You're thinking you are in the right place for this kind of talk. In fact, that would you'd love what I labeled this in my stack of stuff. You would love what I labeled this because I name all my links, so I know I'm pulling up. I name all my hyperlinks. I named it ship sex. This is unbelievable to me. This is science fiction in the hands of Disney. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. As the critical drinker would say, this is a thing which happened. Oh my God. Dude, what's so great about it too is that, like, you know, you don't see this shot until after the fact. So like after it's landed and everything. So I didn't really think about it until they did this shot. And I was like, oh my God. And I started laughing. Dude, this is okay. This sums up the show Ahsoka. This honest to me, if I could only pick one image to explain what is wrong with this show, this is it. These idiots have no idea what is even, they can't even hear themselves. They can't even hear themselves. You know what I mean? Would you like to hear a story? Not right now. Oh, geez. Help a bro out, man. You're really killing this. I've never seen a show so determined not to have an interesting dialogue. It's almost like the show is irritated that it must have a dialogue now. It's like, we need a dialogue to open the show. Oh, we really don't want to write one. Well, how about if the character just says, I don't want to talk? Oh, okay. That'll be good. That'll fix everything. Do you guys want me to start a Disney Star Wars reaction channel? Just crying, just tears, you know, pile of tissues. Just he Vadered. They were clearly trying to one-up Stargate, yes, and they went, you know, they went full compensation mode. Is Dave Filoni compensating for something? I'm just asking. I'm just asking. No more soups for you. Oh no, I'm cut off. Exactly. That's what we got in the last episode. I'm going to tell you, honestly, could I even pick the worst moment? There's so many to pick from, but I really think that probably the dumbest thing that happened in that last episode was when her rat dog that she just met 5 minutes ago runs away from danger. She's never even seen this species before. And like the very next scene is her saying, where did you go? You're such a coward. And the scene is playing this totally seriously. And then the wolf is like, oh, and I'm like, what in the hell is this? What is this? This is like, I'm telling you, it's like on a 5-year-old level, this show. It's like a 5-year-old level. And you know what it is? I can just imagine all the stupid notes they get from the executives that are just like, I see here that there has been an entire 10 minutes of this episode in which not one cute, cuddly creature has appeared. What is up with that, Dave? It's like, and Dave's like, oh, damn it. I guess I got to go find it. How about the wolf talks back to her? Okay, like, well, I guess it will have to do. It's like, this is such garbage writing. I hate Disney Star Wars. I hate it. But only because, look, they trashed Willow. Who cares? I'm not a big Willow guy. I mean, I do care, but I mean, it ain't my dog in the hunt. So like, obviously it's not really Disney I hate. I mean, I do, but they could just go get bent. I don't care. But my point is, it's what they've done. It's what they've done to something I used to love. And it's why, look, the Shills at the end of the day, you know what's wrong with the Shills? They're just afraid, folks. I feel sorry for them. And listen, they want to live in a world where Star Wars is still good. I understand that. I do. I sympathize. I empathize. Your captain is nothing if not empathetic. I weep. My heart weeps for these poor Disney Star Wars Shills because they want so desperately to live in the Matrix and just believe everything is fine. And it's like, I understand. I just ain't built that way, okay? I can't do it. I just can't live in a lie. I just can't. I can't do it. I cannot clap for this stupid. I can't. I have my dignity. I have my dignity. All right, everybody. What is this, Boo Man? Yes. Merchandising won't stand for that. I won't stand for it. I won't. There must be more furry things. Yes. Well, furries are very popular in Star Wars this time of year. Well, my dear sailors of Star Nuts, I hope you've had fun with me on a Sunday night. Check out the Discord. The link's in there. Locals is in there. But of course, Blood and Oak, rousing nautical adventure. And definitely lots of battles with pirates in that book. And these are not the cute, cuddly pirates either. These are the kind that you definitely you run from most of the time. That would be the Barbary pirates. So check it out. And that is available on Amazon. I believe right now my website still has, you can listen to the audiobook, the first part of it for free on my website, bloodandoak.com. So anyway, check that out. But in any case, here we are on Swords and Starships on a Sunday, and our goal here is to entertain you and to make the end of your week go out with a bang. And so, my dear sailors of Starnauts, we've laughed, we've cried, we've had fun. Like, subscribe, share it out there if you like the channel. Spread the word, join the Discord. And, check out the Rumble, check out the X. I'm just doing the whole litany. I'm stalling while I pull up my outro. But anyway, we had fun. I always, you know what? There you go, Wrangler. This was a fun one. Thanks, Captain, for another voyage. Have a great night, everybody. Have a great night. Salute to Wrangler, Fu Man Blues, Star Fury, Tom, Silverback the Despoiler, Screaming if you're out there, and any and all in the chat lurking. The Captain salutes you. Our mission will continue. And have a great week. I hope you're, people at work want to slap me for this, but I swear to God, this is not a lie. I swear to God. Monday is my favorite day of the work week. It really is, because all things are possible. I know. Please don't. Oh, geez, no. Put down your pitchforks, okay? It's like that. But my goal is to make you happy. It's to make you happy for the beginning of another beautiful week, to participate in the dance of creation, as Wayne Dyer would put it. Great show, says Fu Man Blue. Good night, Captain and crew. Good night. The ship has arrived in port, and it will not be docking with a giant dildo. That is not where we will be mooring this starship, okay? Just, I look, to filleting Filoni, to each his own. This captain does things a bit differently around here. And until next time, as I always say, my dear sailors and Starnauts, in the words of Q, in the final episode of Star Trek The Next Generation, I will see you out there.